everyone, welcome to this course on email and mobile marketing by Simplilearn. Think about the last time you received an email from a brand offering a discount, a product update, or an event invitation. Or maybe you received a notification on your phone from an app reminding you about an offer or a new feature. Today, most brands communicate with their customers through emails, mobile messages, and app notifications. These channels allow businesses to reach their audience instantly and in a more personalized way. But have you ever wondered how companies decide what message to send, when to send it, and who should receive it? And that's where email and mobile marketing comes in. Email and mobile marketing, these two are the most powerful tools in digital marketing. They help businesses connect directly with customers, promote products and services, share updates, and build long-term relationships with their audience. So in this session, we will explore how businesses use these marketing channels effectively and how they fit into larger digital marketing strategy used by modern organizations. So whether you're a digital marketer, business owner, marketing professional, or someone curious about how brands communicate with customers, this session will give you a clear understanding of the fundamentals of email and mobile marketing. So in this video, we will go step by step through some important concepts related to email and mobile marketing. So first, we will understand the fundamentals of digital marketing and why digital channels are more important for modern business. Then we'll explore email marketing and understand how companies use the emails to communicate with customers, promote products, and build relationships. After that, we will discuss the key elements of email marketing, such as subject lines, personalization, timing, audience segmentation. Next, we will move into mobile and application marketing, where we will see how businesses use SMS, mobile apps, and push notifications to engage users. Then, we will understand brand communication and customer engagement strategies and why providing value to customers is more important than just selling products. We will also look at real-world marketing practices, including how companies plan marketing campaigns and track performance using analytics. And finally, we will see how interactive learning and discussions help learners understand marketing concept more effectively. And by the end of this session, you will have a clear understanding of how email and mobile marketing work and how businesses use these channels to connect with their customers in this digital era. Also, if you want to become a digital marketer, I highly recommend checking out this AI-powered digital marketing certificate program from SP Jain Global Management and Simplilearn. This is a 5-month online course that teaches you everything you need to know about modern digital marketing, and it's designed specifically for the AI era we are living in right now. And the best part is, you will get to learn how to use AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, SEMrush, along with 50 other marketing tools that companies are actually using today. And this isn't just theory, you'll get live interactive classes with real professors from SP Jain Global, work on hands-on project, mentor support, and study over 15 plus real-world case studies. What really makes this course stand out is that you will get free Meta and Google Ad credits to practice with, so you can run actual campaigns and see real results. Plus, they have Job Assist, their career support program that helps you optimize your profile, prepare for interviews, and connect with top hiring companies. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question to test your understanding. The question is, what is the primary goal of email and mobile marketing for businesses? Your options are to increase website traffic, communicate with customers, promote products, and build long-term relationships, to create viral content on social media, or to improve search engine rankings. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So the email marketing and mobile marketing is the topic that we have that we're going to cover, and it's important topics, an interesting topic, email and mobile. They're two contradicting topics rather in that sense, and why I'll tell you why I'm saying so. Right, one being the latest in the trend, or the thing being mobile, and everything has been covered and done on mobile. The other we'll see about as we'll address today, that how the in general feeling is, what people think about, what you guys think about it, which is called email marketing. Also contradicting in a sense that one being the most latest and advanced, or not advanced, rather say the most new form of marketing, which is mobile marketing, right? In mobile, everything has been now getting done, and of all the different forms of marketing, as the marketing as a subject, as a topic, as a tool in corporate evolved, developed, of the most newest form of marketing is mobile. On the other hand, email is one of the oldest form of marketing when it comes to digital marketing. So that's where the shift you see. There are two different things, but very closely, two different but very closely knitted, close together, and you can't imagine in the world today either of it without of, right. Visible to you all. It's a very random presentation I have made for you all to. I was thinking that what would be the best way to explain email marketing? What would be the best way to, because how emailers are done, you all know, you all are writing emails every day in your life, to and fro, so many mails, and there'll be some part of practical approach that we will do, that how email marketing will be done. That could be like for me half an hour thing or maybe 1 hour thing, right? But we need to understand this topic in detail, more developed way as a marketer, and that's why I thought what would be the right approach. So I think maybe from some numbers, from facts, some figures, and of course making a deep understanding about the topic will be a right approach. So in a very haste way, but very practical way, I've made this presentation for you all to see. Okay. Uh, so let go ahead. Now, as I said, email marketing in the digital domain is one of the oldest form of marketing. As you can see on the slide itself, it says the timeless marketing method that's been captivating audience for decades. Right? 70s were the age when the email marketing really evolved, developed. And that point in time, there was no Google of the world. There was no SEO of the world, search engine optimization. There was no website linking. There was no social media marketing. There was no Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, ChatGPTs for sure not there. None of it was there. And then that was the time when the digital marketing largely was dependent upon email marketing, right? And then the banner ads came into the play. But it's one of the oldest form of digital marketing, or form of marketing rather, you could say, right? And that, of course, for a long, it stood the test of time, continues to be there, the way business connect with their customers, trying to engage their audience, trying to leverage this form of marketing and all those things. Now here it says and is still relevant, which we will try to address that, whether it is still relevant or not, right? As I explained, of course, for a larger amount of people, the mindset is that it's spam, it's largely trash, nothing else, this and that, whatnot. And then, as I said again, that they are biggest of the brands. You talk about Royal Enfields, you talk about any car company, maybe Mercedes and BMWs of the world, Apple and Samsung, in food category, whatever app you are using, any category that you pick or any category you are into, you will find they all are doing email marketing, right? Of course, not to a level or not as glamorous as they could do the social media marketing, because there is a limitation and the use case is different. But the point is they do it, right? Then we need to understand that, okay, whether really it's relevant or it's just they are doing it for sake of it because it's available, and or does the customers or does the people who do not have a much understanding about email marketing are not aware the right value of it, or maybe doing it, some people are doing it wrong or doing it differently and hence not able to achieve the objective out of it. Yeah. So the question I have is that why do you think that, even today, with all the rise of the different tools, platforms, social media and everything else, even if today you go to you shop for anything, you subscribe for anything, or you, let's say for example, uh, you go to a store. Now they ask for mobile number as well, but you go to any store, maximum of the cases, if there's a lead generation form and you need to fill it, and as a customer, they as a brand, they want to fill in the details. Have you ever wondered that why in all of these things this become the common thing? That ever wondered why most businesses still ask for your email address on websites or in stores rather than your social media account or handle? With due respect of social media and social handles, of course, right? I'm not saying that just because I'm not teaching email marketing, I do not feel that social media is of any use. No, that's what I have taught you. So I value in that. But this particular question is still persists, that why do you think most businesses even today, when you go for website checkouts or logins or a store or purchase or anything else, they will ask for your email ID. I believe that is something everyone might have gone through. First thing first, of course, that's where email marketing is not to build communities. Email marketing is not to create, let's say, sensation. Email marketing is not to create all those kind of larger reach. It is limited in reach because you are sending it to people who who are maybe your customers or become a lead of yours. But the very important factor is that why every brand today want your email ID. They will connect with customers personally, as also a very relevant point and a very right point. So in that case, yes. So the point is, maybe if I'll ask this question to very that, how many of you might have changed your social media accounts, uh, change your social media preferences, moved from Facebook to Instagram, or if any one of you might have used Orkut to Facebook to Instagram and whatnot, right? And how many of you uh, maybe not opening your social media accounts at times? How many of you just in like want a social distance from social and want a mental nirvana or mental peace? Stay, keep yourself away from social media every 6 months, like delete the account for 1 month or so, totally. There'll be few people, right? Of course, that they delete their Facebook, Instagram totally for like every 6 months for 15, 20 days, no social media at all, or just change the social media because of certain issues there, change the platform, change the handle, change the username, change the account for all their personal reasons, right? As new platform comes out, the email ID or Gmail ID is not change over a time, not a once for a decade. And do you know the reason behind it, right? First, social media is based on is such a thing that you get bored out of it, since the excitement is high over there, and accordingly it's like inversely proportional to each, in that sense. So we moved from Facebook to Instagram, then people of course was very crazy for TikTok till it didn't become a ban, it didn't get banned in India. But right now globally TikTok is a sensation, and I don't know from where what next. But amid all these things, one thing has not changed over the last few decades is that your email ID, the first email ID you guys have created, is still the same. That's one. Secondly, all these social media platforms that you move to, you use the same email account. So even if you're changing the social media platforms, your email account will remain the same. And then for a brand, it will be easier to even find you on the social media platforms. Come what may, where do you shift? Because your email ID is constant, right? And that's bring to the very important point that I wanted to make, is that email marketing is a serious business, and hence it's serious business. Hence it's like not so much of powerful thing or a lot of creative things element you are seeing over there. People find it irrelevant. You can say it a boring, but I can definitely not say irrelevant. I won't even say boring, but it's not as at a match of TVC or an outdoor or a Facebook campaign or an Instagram campaign, right? And that is this kind of those contrarian views that we have today. But it's definitely relevant. And the point here is it's a serious tool of communication or serious tool of marketing compared to the all other forms of marketing, wherein on social media campaigns, on Google campaigns, you can take a creative leverage. What I mean is that you can maybe make a creative leverage. You can say something, and then you can put those, you know, click on that, and then people will see the real product. Or you can showcase something in a more creative way, and nothing will be judged or nothing can be countered. Wherein in email, your flexibility to take that creative leverage is less, because whatever you speak on email or whatever you promise on email marketing or whatever you campaign on email marketing, you will have to deliver as it is, because email serves two purposes. As I said, I did use the word communication and marketing, right? Though the topic is email marketing, I have always says social media marketing, search engine optimizations. This is the only time I'm saying communications and marketing. Email marketing can be used as a proof in a court of law. that the brand has promised something or communicated me something and then deliver it. All other forms is just an advertisement and wherein the creative leverage will be taken. And that's why if you notice, most of the brands, whenever there's a for the record for you also, if you have a problem with the brand, do you use it? Okay, you create a social media to create the impact and to let people aware about it, but to complain, a registered complaint or to registered kind of a testimonial, or usually the brand also says that please sir write a mail to our this mail, right? Because the statement written on a mail is a proof and can be used as a legal proof, while the other campaigns, banners, social media posts are not a legal documentation and a proof, wherein the email is a not only marketing but a tool of communication, and hence since the brand communicate, it can be used as a tool of proof, and that's why they have to be very serious when it comes to email and deliver what they say. Yeah, now WhatsApp is also accepted, but WhatsApp is still what you call encrypted, and then there are a lot of privacy things that is coming into it. And yes, customer can challenge it, but email has its own validity in that case. And there's a reason why whenever you have a problem also, and when you connect with the brands or the spokesperson of the brand, they say, sir, please write a mail to us, because they want, so that they should also have a record of it. You also do the same. All right. And that's why I said email is a good tool of marketing and communications, because it's a serious business. And that's the reason that most businesses still ask for your email address on websites or in stores rather than your social media account or handle, because they know that once they have the email ID, it's given that they will be able to reach to you, reward you, retain you, know your social media accounts as well for their good for longer than a decade's period of time. Social media will be moved out. You will be bored. You will not be coming out of that. You may not. You may uh, delete it from your mobile, but email is something that you keep it no matter. You don't. The frequency is less maybe compared to number of times you check your Instagram than your email ID, but the security is there, the sincerity is there, and you're gonna be there on email, right? And that's the reason that most brands still ask for it, do email marketing, and does it. Now let's talk about some numbers to establish the fact that we started upon right now, that yes, email marketing is relevant. There are other notions around the email marketing which we have to address, which we will address, of course, but there is another notion to it. uh, what does this number signifies? Number of emails sent every day, number emails over a globe, is the number of emails sent by brands to prospective customers, people with email. Okay, so this is this. There are over 4.3 billion email users worldwide. And by the way, this data is, I was not able to get the right of data, but my hunch is it's not published yet. This is quite an old data, 4.3 billion email users, of course, but this number is more. My hunch is it's roughly around 5.5 or something today, email users. Anyone who remember that what is the biggest social media platform and what is the size of that? How many active users are there? With around 3 billion users, yes. So, and what was the Facebook? Yes, so Facebook has roughly around 2.9 billion active users. 2.9 it was, right? The biggest social media platform, 2.9 billion active users. Here we are talking about emails, which is roughly around 4.3 billion email users worldwide. Almost not all double, but a big differentiate. Now, the the question you should be asking on that is that, of course, the email size is much bigger, almost twice the size or little less than twice the size of a social media account, largest social media account, which was 2.9 billion active users. 2.9 billion active users on Facebook. Close second is YouTube, 2.7. And here we are talking about 4.3 billion email users worldwide, right? Now, the question you should ask or you must come in your mind, or maybe in your mind, is that of course these are not all the individual emails. You might be counting the office emails, accounts, like that people are also. So as per a report, of course, this 4.3 million is not all used for personal use, which brand can reach out to. Of course, even the office mail IDs are used for communication and marketing. Like the official mail IDs get emailers and email campaigns from more B2B point of view. Like I do get it from more of software's point of view, SaaS point of view. I get emailers from all those softwares in digital marketing, maybe HubSpot and Kantar Analytics and whatnot, Zoho Social, and every other platform sent me an emailer campaign because my demographic is such, right? So even on office mail IDs or the working mail IDs, you do get emailers, but that is largely from B2B point of view, maybe not mostly not from B2C, like not a fast moving consumer durables consumer goods brand send me a emailer on my office mail ID. Okay, they do get emailer, but for an account, for time being, let's not count that. Let's say 4.3 billion emailers worldwide. Again, this is not the most recent. This is not the this is quite a few year old data. Right now the number could be anywhere between 5.1 to 5.3, 5.5. Okay, but keep this as the number we have, 4.3 billion. In this, let's say, of course there will be some office mail IDs. As per the data, 20% of the overall mail size that we see today, how much? 20% is used for business related communications, business related mail IDs, which people use in the world today. 20% of 4.3 billion emails are being used for business related communication. Right now, who will, if somebody will do the calculation, what is 80% of 4.3 billion emails? I'm sticking with this number only, even though this is a old data. Right now, its number must be around 5.3, 1 billion more, right? But let's say 4.3, and 80% of that is personal used email IDs. What would be the 80% of 4.3 billion? Yeah, so 3.4 billion roughly around is active email users worldwide, which is still bigger than Facebook. And if you guys remember, in the very beginning of the session, I have mentioned a thing about marketing, that marketing follows a very particular thing. Marketing follows population, marketing follows where people go. And that's the reason email marketing is still relevant today, since 1970s till today, because people continuously keep on adding to it in different ways. Of course, the ways have changed to reach out to them, the ways have changed to communicate with them, but there is still the largest chunk of people there, and mind you, the serious chunk of people who are not changing it for over decades, and the guarantee is such that it will reach to their mailboxes once you. Yeah, so once, that's that's the idea. So that's why it's still relevant in the time today. And this, you guys have already seen it when I minimize the presentation. This is the size of number of mails being sent every day. 306 billion emails are sent and received every day. That's a huge number, right, guys? 306 billion emails being sent and received every day. Now, of course, that's not many mails are personal, but even a small percentage of that, if brand, and a huge percentage of that are used by the brands to reach out to for communication and branding, that's a huge number, because 306 billion is a big number. And the idea is why email marketing still exists is that, let's say a brand does a search engine marketing campaign. With all due respect, guys, with all due respect of all the topics that we have covered, I'm not here to ridicule. Every platform has its own importance in marketing, and we have covered that in detail. But that point in time, what we are discussing, we have to see the negative and the positive of that. Now, a social media campaign or a search engine marketing campaign, if you do right, uh, it doesn't guarantee that. uh, it's largely dependent on the algorithm, yes, So when you do if you remember when you were doing the search engine marketing campaign or the social media campaign, as per the demographic you were choosing, it was changing numbers, that number of reach, potential reach it could be, that your ad will be visible to, and how many people it could reach to. So this is potential. This called potential reach. Out, that is maximum reach that you could reach. Out of that, of course, based on your campaign quality, your budgets, everything else, you will be only able to reach some percentage of that overall reach and hence communicate. And the entire reach on search engine marketing, search engine optimization, social media platforms is highly dependent upon what algorithm of those platforms. But if you generated, and if you, that's why I said that's the reason why brands take the email IDs when you go to store, when you register to their website, that when once you registered, it's an opt-in, which you are opting in to register. Once you register your email ID, one thing is guaranteed, that you have not going to, usually 90% of the time people don't change their email IDs, right? Even the number could be higher. So this is guaranteed that this email, through this email, I will be able to reach to that customer. And it guarantees, it's not doesn't based or limited on algorithm, it guarantees that once a emailer will be sent, it will reach to their email box. Now the person sees it, doesn't sees it, a different story altogether. On one side we are on dependent on algorithm and a hyperbola reach number, that would be the potential reach herein. If it's 1 lakh, it's guaranteed that in 1 lakh people, or some wrong mail IDs here and there, but let's say approximately 99% of that 1 lakh will be reached to their inbox. So the reach wise, it will settle and sit in their inbox. The chances are that they will see it, they will not see it as a different thing, but it will reach to that consumer. So the reach factor is, I have a calculation and I have a specific number. So that's why, and if you talk about this size, a very few percentage of that from, let's say, from promotional point of view, it's a huge number which guarantees, not depending on any algorithm, but an absolute number, and it will be reaching to their inbox. And if a very small percentage then get converted, that will still be, if you convert a very small percentage of this getting converted as a customer, getting you're getting a repeat order, you're able to reward them and they are coming back to you, will still be a huge number. And that's why people, okay, I'll come to that topic. Since the number is huge, even a very small success rate, right? Even a very small success rate will be a beneficial for the brands, those who are doing an email marketing, because the size of over there is huge, the big. And it's coming at almost no cost, because email marketing doesn't cost that much as the other forms of marketing. Does it now brings the loop together? Okay, so then brings we go back to the same question. In the era of social and digital marketing, is email marketing still a thing? Right, with all the trades and the techniques and the tricks that we have today, in email marketing we do not have much of the tricks and trades. Is that still a thing? And that, I believe, partially we are able to establish so far in many ways, and the rest we will do right now. So let's see why email marketing, why you should as a marketer consider email marketing in the entire pool of marketing things that you are doing. If you are a startup, if you are a business owner, of course not a very fancy or a glamorous form of marketing, as I've already said that. But why do you consider that? And I've said that we have to analyze this tool of marketing as a marketer, not as a customer or not as a brand owner. We will be neutral to it. We will see to it what it brings on the table, and then we will decide whether it's fruitful for me to include in the business plan or the marketing plan that I'm making, for the customer I'm making, for the brand that I'm working upon. Yeah. Okay. And to address all the questions that I have, that why we should be considering and what all we have discussed, the answer of that lies in this image. It's a kind of let's say activity for you all in that sense. All of that we have talked about is the answer to that why we should be doing email marketing is in this image. Can you all just try to, maybe I know it's maybe not a very right way to ask that, but yeah, maybe Just try your imagination. What does it mean to say? It helps you to segment your audience, as I said earlier, right? Jitendra, I could reach saying something else. And then a different, let's suppose I have 20 lakh emailers or 20 lakh customers, 10 lakh customers, or whatever, 5 lakh customers. One thing is certain that not all of those customers are same. And then I don't want to give rewards or recognitions or offers accordingly to them, right? So I will segment my audience, and that's where the when we'll develop the emailer campaign, we will show that there's a big way of segmenting your audience available over there. You can personalize it to a level that each individual will be getting a different kind of emailer that you could do. Since we can segment, it's more personalized and tailor-made communication, and it doesn't cost much. In terms of other creative banners or something like that, if you're creating n number of creatives, it will gonna cost a lot. But over here, we will be having a very personalized experience. We will be able to provide a very personalized, trimmed down, very personalized tone of communication. Each layer of the customers that you have, based on what kind of business orientation they have, what kind of customers they have been, and all those things, you can personalize their experience through the email. You can create personalized offers, you can create personalized upselling kind of campaign, you can do personalized rewards. To some customers you can bring them on their for a kind of a dinner. To some customers, if it's a big ticket product, to few customers you can just give some offers and discounts, and it varies then and there. And why relevance? Because it's the right, as Sheetal said, it's a right fit in the sense that you do not have to jump pole to poster to tap that customer. You don't have to figure it out that what they have purchased and accordingly shooting in the dark through emails. Since most of the brands today, whatever you purchase, send a invoice on your email, so they know what your journey have been with you. If you have bought a speaker or a phone, if you bought a refrigerator or something else, if you have ordered what food, because you have registered on Swiggy also through email IDs most of the time, on Zomato or any other food delivery app or any of those applications like Zepto and sort of things, right? And these days, even your email ID is linked with your phone number, so they know what they have ordered, and then it is more relevant for them that in longer go they will be able to know you as better as a customer, more better fit in terms of understanding you, your behavior, your use case, and then accordingly trying to communicate with you. But of all these two these two things, the kind of segmentation of the audience that you could do through email marketing, layer by layer, and the kind of personalization you could provide while reaching to and addressing the concerns of each and every individual customer. It could be one-on-one basis as well. Like if Sheetal, you specifically want to only address Sheetal and want to communicate something with her and give some offers to her different than going out of the way, because as a customer she's been really amazing. You could do that. It's fairly possible, right? But of all these images, this particular part is still not addressed. Who will say what does this mean? And this gets the larger share on the entire screen compared to all of it. What does this mean, right? Why email marketing? I believe this is the biggest answer to that. That each of the customers that you have, right, are different in terms of demographics, in terms of use case, in terms of whatever, and yet you own all of them. Now, what does it mean owning your audience? What does it mean owning your audience? I've addressed that a while back in shortly, and then we are going more in detail about that. The beauty of email marketing is that you own your audience. Knowing your customer could be on any other platform as well, Sarthak, right? But here it's not about only knowing, you own them. What does it mean is that on all other platforms, when you do marketing, you're to get the data of the audience, you are dependent. You are dependent on the cookies, you are dependent on the third party applications, you're dependent on the platforms their algorithm, and then accordingly you get the data, right, about the customers. And to reach them also, you are dependent on the platform and their algorithm. So if you want to reach to customers on Facebook or on Instagram, you are dependent. If you want to reach the customers through Gmail, you are dependent on the audience of Gmail and the queries that they will put in, the searches that they will do, and sort of things, right? Right, and that you never own that audience in its complete totality, because it could change as the algorithm will change. It could change as the rules, as somebody will bid more money, somebody will pay more money, and everything else will change for you, right? And but and that's why, if you remember, at some topic during some of the topic discussion, I said it's called earned media and it's called owned media, right? You earn some of the media in the entire universe of the media or marketing. You earn that by paying or something, and then you own the media, which means it's become yours. And email marketing is owned media. These people are not dependent on any algorithm. These people are not dependent on any kind of campaigns or the creative, and then they will be coming to you. However, you have an absolute right on these customers. Why? Because they have willingly provided the email address to you, and they know that they are giving the email address to you, which means they also expect in return that you will be writing it to them. Even if doesn't expect, they have the idea about it, and you exactly know that whether I have 10 lakh 10 lakh emails of the customers, or 20 lakh customers, or 10,000 customers, or 50,000 or 50 lakh, you know all of these email IDs. And then you certainly know that once you segment this 10 lakhs into different sections, you know that which segment, how many emails are there, how many customers are there, and then definitely it will give or take 5 to 6% or 1 to 2% here and there. Every one of these customers will receive my communication. It will be reaching to them, and you owe them. You have their address maintained on the Excel file or platforms like Salesforce or Zoho or Sales, the other cloud CRM based platforms, wherein you store these email IDs, or you just manually maintain it over the Excel file and all those, or Google Sheet. But you own that. Makes sense to all of you that how there is a dependency in others. However, the dependency over here is zero, because you have the right access. You can decide at what point in time, what kind of campaign, different set of segments you could do, and what would be the number, and which customer will be getting what message or the communication. For example, like on search engine marketing, when we created the campaign, or when for the social media marketing, when we created the campaign, we created multiple properties, multiple headlines, descriptions, creative sort of thing, and then the best optimum campaign will be based on the algorithm, will be shown to the different individuals. But we may not get to know at that point in time that which creative what will be seen to which customer. Here we can create and design based on the customer and the other details that I have, that what they will see also in terms of campaign and in terms of communication. And that's the power of owning the customer. You own your customers. That's what this particular slide depicts. Makes sense? And combinedly, all these reasons is why email marketing is still being done by the biggest of the brands. First, of course, they can segment. It's personalized experience. Like, I still receive emailers from some of big brands at times, right, on my personal email ID. Some of the good brands, not big brands, some of the brands on emailer ID, right? And so the reason, and that's the reason why brands still do it. So the question is, we started with, this is the reason. So one part is addressed, that is email is still a thing? Is email marketing is still a thing? Why email marketing? Does it relevant? So this part of the question, I believe, is largely addressed. Now the other part, that why this contrarian view, why there is still a larger, bigger feeling that it's still not relevant, or rather that is largely go to, it's a failure, it doesn't provide results, it's a spam and all those things, junk and all those things. That's still to be addressed, right? I believe that question still exists, and that we have to address that. And the other big reason, the reason for why email marketing, which I missed, is the data. In this case, you have the data, right? And the data is the gold mine. So even if it's one customer or 10,000 customers or 50,000 customers or 1 million customers, you have the data of all the customers with you, not dependent on any other platform. With you, you have all this data, and then accordingly, how you could use that data to benefit your brand in terms of all good ways and legal ways and communication and marketing point of view only, you can do that. Now let's move on. So email marketing, your digital messenger, bridging distance with personalized messages, reaching far and wide to captivating hearts and transform strangers into loyal customers. That's very poetic, but yeah, that's how it is. Now, let's take an example that whether it's relevant or why people largely feel it's a junk, a spam, or a failure, right? Now, from this topic, from this slide rather, we would address that. We will address that particular query, which is, so let's say, of course, it's not possible, but let's say you have a constant number of 2,000, right? You have a brand X, Y, and Z, whatever, and you have 2,000 email subscribers, you have 2,000 Facebook fans, and you have 2,000 Twitter followers, right? Now, what will be the number in terms of conversions, or in terms of getting your message or viewing your message organically? Right now, don't say emailers will be the highest because the topic today is email marketing. Don't say that. That might not be true also. I'm just asking this question with fair and square point of view, right? Don't keep that thing in that because email marketing is there, it must be higher on that. It could be mix and match, right? But what does your hunch says? What your gut feel says, that if you have 2,000 fan base on all other platforms, right? Email subscribers 2,000, 2,000 Facebook fans, and 2,000 X followers. What the number would be according to you? How many people will, if you, let's say, send a communication or send a campaign or send a kind of whatever ad or something, what will be the chances it will be reaching, where it will be the highest, and what will be the number? What will be the number it will be reach, like they will be able to read and see and sort of things. But okay, first email, Facebook, and third would be X followers. Any numbers you have in mind out of 2,000? Say 1,500, 200, just one on these platforms. But let's see. I said organically, they will read it, open it, and see to it, right? So still, 435 people will open your email out of 2,000, and this is based on the numbers. 120 Facebook fans will see your message, and 40 X followers will see your message, right? So, of course, the chances of your messages being seen on email is much higher compared to, like, from here I can say 4 times almost, roughly around 3. It's not possible to have a constant email subscriber, similar amount of email subscriber than your Facebook fans, of course. But just to understanding point of view, that in a scenario, if you have a constant number of or a same amount of email subscribers, Facebook fans, and the Twitter followers, where the chances of your mail or your message getting opened and read will be higher, right? This is the number on email, this is the number on Facebook, and this is the number on Twitter. Now, this is where we're going to address that why there's a strong feeling that most of the email goes into the or email marketing is mostly about junk or the spam thing, right? The answer lies in the perception of it. The answer lies in how we change the yardstick of seeing a platform. 120 views on a Facebook out of 2,000, and this is how the reporting being done, right? There's nothing called spam or because there's nothing called spam or what you call or trash or junk in the Facebook message that you do. Because it's a post, right? Even if it delivers, let's say 120, 200, and 300, you will say my conversion rate or the rate of opening will be like 2%, 3%, and on a Facebook it's 2 to 3% of a conversion is a good number. So you say the conversion is above the average, and the 3% of the entire of audience whom I try to reach have clicked on it and see to it. Similarly on Twitter, similarly on the other platform. So on this social media platform, you look for the success rate of the campaign or success rate of the messaging. It could change from the it will change for the different demographics, but it's largely remain in the same bracket. It won't change very drastically, Sheetal. Right? Yeah. The range could be here and there. Out of 435, it may not be 435, it may be 380, right? But the proportion in which it will be, if it will be 380, the similar decrease will be on Facebook or Instagram or on Twitter. The idea is to understand if there will be a constant number of people on all these platforms, where will be the opening rate or the reading of a communication or the message will be higher. Now, why we are addressing it? What we're trying to address is that why we say on one platform which will deliver out of 2000, 120 read of the messages is considered successful, while on the other platform we get 435 number and it will still be called it's not relevant or mostly it goes to the spam. The answer lies in the reporting mechanism. Since there is no spam rate or something like that when it comes to Facebook and sort of thing, you say 2% conversion have happened out of, let's say, 2% or 1.5% or 3%, whatever the number is from Facebook, and hence it's a successful organically reached campaign or organic campaign or a marketing campaign whatsoever in that sense, right? Because we look for the success rate, and it is, if around average or above average, it's a successful campaign. We never say that how many people it didn't reach to, because we in Facebook or on Twitter, we always have a potential reach number. In this, because we put a fix to it, like 2000 will be a fixed customer, hence we get to know that only 145 or whatever the number will be able to read to it. Rest 1800 will not read to it, but we will not talk about that because that is a potential set of customers. You're getting the point, the idea that why it's not failure or a success of one platform, it's the change in the way we see to these platforms, the change in the calculation point of view, it's change in the perspective point of view. Right? So on Facebook, you said potentially it could have been able to reach to 2000 customers. We reach 3% of that. That is good number, right? Or 3% of that or 4% of that. And hence it's a successful campaign or successful reach. What about others? Are you guys able to understand the point I'm trying to make here? Yes. Wherein, when it comes to email marketing, even if it delivers more number of successful opening or successful reading of the message or reach of the messages, since the number is fixed, we can, because in email, the number will always be fixed, right? We can easily say, we can always say, oh, and then we can compare. Because since it's not a potential reach, it's a fixed reach, we say, we send it to 2000, only 400 have received, but the 600 people which could have and which must have received didn't open it or didn't read it. And that's why we say the spam, it must have went to the spam. And the larger, which is 1/3 of the message, 1/3 of the audience didn't reach the message because it went to the spam. So we see the negative side of the email, but the positive side of the social media campaign only. And that's where the difference lies in. We never say that it reached to the 400 customer. We see, oh, 600 more could have reached, and hence the spam rate is high. We don't focus upon the 400 people to whom it reached. And if you just compare with metric to metric, it's still a much successful or much delivered campaign. But within the platform, when you compare it, email marketing versus email marketing, that what is the spam and what is the number of people have opened it, the number of people who read it will be lesser than it reached the spam. And that's why it says it's a failure. On the other platform, you say 2% or 3% of the potential reach we have achieved, and hence it's a successful campaign. Yeah. So the data that we see for both email and the Facebook, and then we compare the two different platforms. The idea is not to. The idea is to see that each platform in its own totality and in its own way of reaching to the or communicating with the customer. Right? On one side, the yardstick is different. On the other, the yardstick is different. And that's where the difference lies in. And that's why this notion right now, which is that Facebook, emailer is largely spam. Yes, if you send it to 2000 customers, 1600 will go to spam. but our focus is on that 1600. Why not that 400 customers who have able to we could convert? That number is still high, and remember the size of email that people it could reach to. If it even if it's 400 customers, it's reaching positively, and they were able to click and take action on the click to action button. It's a big number. 400 customers is a big number out of 200 people, and it's still bigger than the leads that you can convert from the other platforms. But since our focus is on the spam, we stick to it and we say it doesn't work. But the brands see it in a different way. They don't say why we see it, because for us, most of the emailers that we see in the spam folder, also the platform has been highly misused by any, because it's cheap, it's in terms of money, it doesn't cost much. Anybody or everybody can do send an emailer without knowing it the right use case of it, and that's why they have access to our email IDs in a very easy way. They spam it, and that's why we as a consumer we think that we are getting so much of spam from so many brands, and hence email marketing is just for spam. And yet the point that why brands still do it, the good brands still do it in a right possible positive manner, because of these numbers. For them, they are not focused on those 1600 not receiving, but the 400 who are able to receive, which is still a much bigger number compared to from anywhere else they are able to generate. Let's address it from that point of view. Let's say we talk about CTR, right? And by giving these examples, I'm not trying to say that okay, from now tomorrow onwards, every campaign you work upon, every market that you have, or every brand that you work on, just start doing email marketing and leave everything else. No, every platform form is important and its own use case. Social media, when I was talking about, I said it's not a sales driven campaign. It is only to create engagement. Google, I've talked about especially what it does. SEO, I've specifically talked about what it does. Social media, many people push it as a sales tool, as I said, and then that's why they say that it failed, because it's not a sales platform, it's an engagement platform, and the sales will happen by virtue of the engagement that you'll be able to create it. So don't take it wrong that from tomorrow onwards, leave everything aside. Email marketing, let's do it because it's cheap. And Ali has told that, okay, you can do all those things. No, every platform and every brand or every form of marketing you do at a different stage differently. At some point in time, you will be needing to do SEO. At some point in time, you will be needing to do SEM, and it's a must. At some point in time, you will need to engage customers and create a larger pool of audience and the community building. That is the time you need to look for the social media marketing. There'll be a time when you need to retain the customers, and then subsequently also reaching to the larger set of audience. There'll be a time when you need to reward their customers, then email marketing, and there'll be a time when you want to get the top of the recall, right? So every form of marketing or the platform has its own use case, and hence we have to have awareness, idea, and know-how of all these platforms, and then use our brain, which point in time, at what point in time, to which brand and the customer, what fits better and what should we do. And then after that, let's understand it from why I said that. Okay. From this point of view, so we talk about CTR rate, right? In most of the SEM and SMM campaign, we talk about CTR rate. Let's say in SEM and SMM and email, right? Let's say in all these, I'm trying to understand a different point of view, right? Different point of understanding. Let's say the conversion rate will remain same between all these platforms, 2 to 4% of converting the customer base. Yeah, converting of whatever communication you have sent, then they have read it, they find it interesting, and then they convert it into a customer. So that the rate of conversion, the final stage, from sending it to reaching, they found the interesting part, they opened it, read it, and everything else. They saw the communication, and then they convert it into buy the product or whatever the conversion is. That rate is 2 to 4% on an average. Okay. Now let's say the audience is again constant. Let's say 50,000, a constant we will keep, right? And why, I guess you know that why I'm keeping this number constant, because then only we'll be able to find some understanding out of it. So out of that, let's say on social media, 3% is the organic reach. So whatever you have posted, not a campaign, organically I'm talking about organic reach of social media marketing. For example, we'll say Facebook, right? So 3% of 50,000 will be what? 1,500, if I'm not wrong. So 1,500, it has reached to. Now, out of that 1,500, how many customers get converted? That's an average we have kept for common for all. So let's say 2% on the lower side. So 2% is the lead generation in the final stage. So 2% equals 2% of 1,500 will be 30 leads, right? So from this all or way leads, or you can say conversion. So consider the similar way for SEM also. So I'll not do repeat it. So lead generation maybe here and there, a few more over there, but our topic today. Now on email, before we go further, right? Before we go further for the calculation, any idea what is the conversion rate of email? When I'm saying conversion, the opening rate. There's something called opening rate, right? Whenever you send an email, how many email has been opened? You send 1,000 emails, and of let's say 500 emails has been opened and seen by the users. That's a 50% opening rate. But what is the general opening rate of average opening rate of email is around 21%, which is a good number. And that's again, I will say that's the reason again that why people largely think of it as a failure, because they were focused more on the 80%, that out of 1,000, 80% it went to the spam, but 21% have seen it. You're not focusing on that. Your average conversion on the average reach on the social media platforms organic is just 3%. Right? Of course, the pool of audience is much bigger over there and we need it. But see the good side or the sunny side of the email marketing as well. 21% opening rate, which is a good number. Don't get focused on the 89%, 80% of the 79% which went to the spam. 21% of overall email base is good. Now, that depends that over the period of time, if you are able to maintain those emails and able to, get more opt-ins. 21% of 100 will be 21 only. 21% of 1 lakh will be good number. 10 lakhs will be even better, right? So let's go 21%. And the average click-through rate of email marketing is 3.5%. And that's why in the Excel, in the sheet, I've mentioned 2 to 4%. All right. However, the average CTR rate on Facebook is 0.07%. And on Twitter is 0.03%. Remember these things we have talked about. On SEM, the average is around CTR is around 2%. On Facebook, it's even lesser when we did the social media marketing campaign. Guys, with me, you have to remember everything that we have discussed in the past, because everything will come back to each topic. And that's why it makes sense then for you to evolve and grow as a marketer. You have to remember, you have to revise things, whatever we discuss. The average CTR rate on Google ads or Google thing is 2%. The average campaign success rate on Facebook or the CTR rate, conversion rate is between 0.7% to 1.5%. But average comes around 1%. Lower side is 0.07, higher side is 1.5%. You see. But in this case, I have taken still 2% while I'll do the calculation. So email marketing 3.5%, Facebook 0.07%, and Twitter 0.03%. Now this number I have written Facebook largely represent Instagram as well, because why? Because you do the campaign through the Meta business platform itself. Both are Meta products, right? And the inventory through which you do the advertisement is the same platform, right? It's just the different inventories. It could be a little higher because Instagram has more audience. So it could be around say 1.2% here and there. So I've taken the average. So we know the opening rate of email is 21%. The average click-through rate, which is the conversion rate after opening, is 3.5%, wherein the conversion rate of Facebook is 0.07% and on Twitter is 0.03%, right? So in a study by McKinsey on how companies generate new customers, they found email marketing acquire 40 times more customers than Facebook and Twitter combined. So going back to the first question, that why brands still does it, even if with all the negativity around the email marketing, as per a survey. And the McKinsey, by the way, for those of you who know, is a very big marketing and research firm, right? They have consulted with most of the brand managers and most of the sales heads, sort of thing, of all the big multinationals companies, and they did try to figure it out, that from where they acquire most number of their customers, right? And they figured out that most of the people, marketeers, and that's why I said in the beginning that we will try to address this animal as marketeer, not as a brand, not as a customer, as marketeer. And most of the marketers responded that they are able to acquire 40 times more customer than Facebook and X combined when it comes to acquiring customers or the lead generations. Make sense to all of you? Yeah. Okay, so now go back to the calculation. Since we have now over here, I am not saying that Facebook will convert 0.07%. I have taken a constant of 2%, let's say, for all, right? And the constant number of audience pool is 50,000, 3% organic reach in terms of Facebook. So it reach will be 1,500, and the conversion on a higher side 2%, so 30 leads. Now on email, as I said, it converts better in terms of opening rate to 21% opening rate. So the opening ratio will be, or opening ratio will be around 20% of 50,000 will be 10,000, and 1% will be around 500. So 10,500. Yeah. I believe that will be the number, 10,500 as per my calculation. Yeah. And then over the presentation, we have seen the conversion rate, the click-through rate after the opening rate on email is around 3.5%, which is closer to 4%. But I am not even saying that I'll go to the higher side. I'll take the I'll take the average on the lower side, which is 2%. So the lead generation, which will be the CTR for email at 2% rate of 10,500, will be around, if I'm not wrong, 2% of this will be around 210. Let's see. 2% into 10,500, sorry. 210, I rightly guessed. So 210, right? So conservatively, email is able to convert bit more in terms of leads if the audience size is constant. And why I'm repeating it again and again, please focus on that. If we keep the audience size constant, the conversion on social media in terms of lead generation will be around 30, and on email it will be around 200, right? Not 200, 210. Makes sense why the big brands still do that, why email marketing since 71 is still be able to navigate through the test of the times and is still being used by biggest of the brands or the newest of the brands, right? But a very persistent question then arises is that on social media, you're able to generate 30 leads. On email marketing, you're able to generate 210 leads. Does that mean from tomorrow onwards, you'll stop doing social media marketing and only focus on email marketing? Yes. So why? No. If you're starting a business and if you do focus on only email marketing, the conversion will not be very much, because on email marketing also it needs to build, you should have a brand value to it, right? Email marketing doesn't help you to build brands. The reason is email marketing doesn't have a great visibility. Since it sits on individual inbox, it doesn't have a great brand visibility. When the social media help you to create brand awareness and visibility. Email marketing won't help creating brand value and brand equity and brand awareness. It's a great way to conversion, but for that, your name should also be able to have that sellability into it, right? The question was that just because the numbers are good, can we just stop doing everything else and do the email marketing? The answer, and I previously answered, that everything has its own way and stage and the time frame to do it, right? Social media will be able to create a good brand presence and the brand value and recognition for you, right? Imagine if Uber launches like services like Uber, which got launched in India, they just started to do only email marketing. They have to build first, become the top of the mind. Everybody should talk about what is Uber, and then they may be sending personalized discounts and everything else to each one of us. But before that, if nobody knew it, nobody will open it, right? So the opening rate will decrease over here, over there. So the point being, social media helps in a great way to build and create visibility and good reach, right? A huge set of larger audience, which email marketing has limitations. It does great when you own the audience. Remember the point. When you get to own more and more audience, it does great. It bring value to you. Otherwise, there's a difficulties. The second very important point is, if you guys have noticed, I have kept repeatedly said, when the audience is constant, and that's is a bigger catch. On social media or on Google, you can't keep the audience constant, right? So this 3%, if you talk about, is leads to 30 leads because the audience is 50,000. But by default, there are chances that you only have 50,000 email customers and the list of 50,000 customers. But on social media, that's not just 50,000. Your potential reach is 5 lakh and 50 lakhs, right? And then when you see the 2% of it, this number will increase leaps and bounds, right? Because over here on social media, there is no limitation. On emailers, there is a limitation. We did it for the calculation point of view so that we can understand when it comes of percentage and the conversion from the percentage point of view is higher. But this, we forget that very important point is one side we are limiting on a platform which is not limited, which is social media platform, right? It's more of about more and more reach, and organically or campaign wise, the reach is huge over there. While in email, even though 4.3 billion active email users, we do not access to all of these emails. Our limitation is maybe 10,000, 50,000, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, 5 lakhs, whatever. But there's a definite figure over there, and right. So we, as I repeatedly said, remember that I'm saying if we will keep the constant, right, then it's of course. But if you want to generate more and more new customers, you have to keep this number bigger. And keeping this number bigger is a possibility only on platforms like this, not on this, because this you acquire over a period of time. The moment there are more zeros on this side, you will see, right? And if you remove the constant part, you keep the constant only to email 50,000, and for social media you keep on increasing this, you will see the difference over here, that even with the 2%, social media will be able to generate more and more number of leads, because there's the one side is not limited over there on email. The one website, the principal side is limited, right? And that's the reason why we should not be just doing that, because to the limited set of audience, which access I have, it does great. But do we want to limit only with that number of customers? No. We definitely need more and more number of customers. We definitely need to keep on increasing the size of audience and the repeat orders and whatnot. For that, we need to bring very more new customers. For that, social media is the platform, because the reach over there is not limited, is not bounded by anything. Yes, and hence the point being that each platform has its own beauty. Each marketing platform, each way of doing marketing has its own beauty, its own benefits. It's the point that at what point in time, which one you will accelerate and in what manner, and try to reap the best, optimum, maximum potential output out of each of these platforms. That benefits you as a brand, that benefits your customers, that benefits the customer's brand or the product. The moment we will, let's say, increase this for social media marketing, let's say from 50,000, we just for understanding point of view how it works, right? So we add one more zero here, over here maybe, and then the 3% of this, let's say 3% opening rate of this would be what? 15 and here. So 1500, 15,000 if I'm not wrong. 3,000 of this will be 15,000, and then 2% of this we will become, if I'm not wrong, is around 300, right? And then you see just a 10 added over here will change the entire view of seeing things. So now the lead generation over here is 300, but here the 210, which all depend on the principal amount. I hope it's interesting for a dry topic like email marketing, but I'm just hoping. And the idea always has been to, even if it's whatever the dry or the boring topic is, to bring some value of interest into it that will add value in the overall learning process. Okay, now there was a small note mentioned over here in this slide. If you see, opening rate is equal to email opened divided by email sent minus email bounced. That's how you calculate the open rate of an email, right? So whenever, of course, there are tools now on them, you can directly get the opening rate, but you should be knowing that how the opening rate is getting calculated. So opening rate of an email, when you do a emailer, it's called emailed opened, and you'll get all this data from the tools itself, whichever you use. That opening emailed open divided by total amount of email you've sent minus email bounced. There are, as we mentioned about email bounced. What is bounce rate in email marketing? I'm sure you guys have heard of bounce rate when we are doing the analytics in terms of website and everything else. But what is bounce rate in email marketing? What is bounce rate in email marketing? You get all those error report. That's called bounce rate of email marketing. But the interesting point is there are two kinds of bounce. There are two kinds of bounce rates or bounces in email marketing. Right, and you might have not noticed the kind of messages whenever the message delivery fail, you get a message, and that signifies that what kind of bounce it is. There's something called hard bounce, and there's something called soft bounce. Soft bounce will be retired, retried, continue not received emails. Very easy, very rightly said. Hard bounce are the mails that you send when email cannot be delivered permanently. You get this message, the email you permanently disabled, or the recipient email has been maybe totally invalid, doesn't exist, or they have deleted the account, or the domain name itself, the domain, let's suppose it's a business mail ID and the domain name doesn't exist at all right now. All of these, which means immediately removed from mailing list. So you should remove these kind of emailers whenever you have to continuously keep on building. And the success of the emailer campaign uh, depends on how fresh and how actively you keep on maintaining the emailer list, which also means that you have to keep on removing the email addresses which is not in use or not working, right? So if there isn't any hard bounce, you have to remove it from your list, because these may cause problems to your campaigns, right? So hard bounce are permanent delivery failure. Now in this, I just want to say one thing in this calculation. If you really want to have even more accurate opening rate, right, we need to club this bounce rate as well. So this is a rough calculation that we have done in terms of opening rate. A further more refined calculation for your email campaign, that what was the opening rate of your campaign, is even if you, let's say, calculate it this way. Let's say number of emails sent equals 6,500. Number of emails opened equals 1,500. Just random numbers, right? So as per the previous calculation, the open rate would be around 23%, if I'm not wrong, because 1,500 divided by 6,600. Yeah, so it will be around open rate equals 23%. But you can stick with this as well. But if you need more accurate opening rate of your emailer campaign, all you need to do is exclude the bounce emails, because you already then and there get reports that how many messages has not been delivered on the mail. Also, if you are using a particular tool, there also you can get these details. You have to exclude this from the total list. So let's say email bounce equal 600, or say for better ease of calculation 400, right? So then the open rate you have, when you calculate, equals 1,500 divided by, so this minus this, which will be 6,100 now. So 6,100 multiplied by 100 equals, let's calculate this, but won't be much of a change that I'm sure about. 24% roughly, or 24.5% roughly around, let's say 24%, right? So that's a even more refined way of calculating opening rate of your emailer campaign. Just wanted to add because yesterday I missed it, right? Now there was a point came in that email marketing acquires more customers and from compared to social media. Now, for any campaign, if you guys are aware of, I have spoke about the multiple stages, right? Can you all tell me what are the multiple stages? Pre-awareness, awareness, consideration, differences, sales, satisfaction, and then loyalty. Right? Yes, or if you guys have any different thoughts or opinion. Right? This is usually a journey in terms of any brand conversion or a customer conversion for a particular product or a brand. So from it starts from pre-awareness stage. Then if you create the awareness stage, then the customer comes to the awareness stage because you promote, you do a lot of things, you do some activities, you do all other things. Then comes the consideration stage, wherein the customer start to consider your product among the others as well in the category. Then you begin to you reach the preferences stage, wherein you prefer your the customer will prefer your brand compared to the other ones in the market. Then comes the sales, and then comes the satisfaction, and then once the customer is satisfied or delighted, comes the loyalty stage. Yes, right. Now let's say, now this is every customer have to go through. This is where every customer or every brand have to go through when they need to acquire a customer, right? And we have heard of this term called cost of acquiring a customer. So if let's say for every customer to acquire, or for every time they have to acquire new customers, because see, if some of you are run a business or any which way also, for a company every year, ideally the revenue should keep on increasing. Yes, right? And to increase that revenue, there are two things. First, those who are at this level, these set of customers, their ticket size should increase, the average purchase order should increase, and a brand should keep on adding more and more customers going through the entire journey of this, which were not able to translate it into a customer. They should go at this level, right? Uh, Start from this level. And the third stage is that the customer who have left the journey, so I would say this. Yeah, there are three stages, wherein one way to convert a customer is to start from this journey and take the entire journey, complete the cycle of a customer and associate with the customer for a longer goal. The other is for the next year to increase your revenue or increase your sales. You have to, of course, you have to increase the pool. One set of customer will be this, for whom you have to go to the entire journey, right? uh, and the other is that those who have left at this stage, maybe you have to reach out to them and try to convert them as a customer. And the other set of customers will be these customers who have already bought the product, satisfied, and become a loyal customer. You need to nurture them and keep them along with you and try to increase, if in an ideal scenario, to increase the average ticket size or the purchase order. Yes, there is a catch. What happens is that every year, and this is not I am saying, it's director of marketing associations. There's an institution, there's an IIMA. They have found, and most of the brands also vouch for that and you might have forget about all these big associations, big numbers. You might have heard of all these shows, which I always refer to you all. That usually, not all the customers comes back to you, or you lose some of the customers who become your customer for this year may not be your customer next year, right? It's not possible for any brand to take the 100 set of customers that they've acquired today, and the same set of 100 customers will be there the next year as well. There'll always be a drop, no matter which brand. Best of the brands, you talk about, who have done everything right, everything perfect for the customer, even then they will some of the customers will not turn back to them. That's a given fact. Now, as per the reports, every year, be it any brand, uh, the brand who are doing everything right, from creating the awareness, uh, to converting them into a loyal customer, or satisfy them from the with their services or the product and everything else. Come what may, if even if they have done the best of the best, every brand at the end of the cycle at least loses. Any idea what percentage of the customers they lose every year, every brand, if they do everything right? If they're pathetic brands, like, I don't want to name some of the brands, you might be using it. Of course, the drop will be higher. But any idea? Okay, that's a very big number, by the way, guys. If 20% of the customer is you're losing every year, the end of a company is very near, right? Because you don't acquire customers at the rate of 20% every year, and not you don't have to acquire customers to even reach to the revenue what was last year at a 20%. You have to increase. If you're losing with 20%, then you have to increase the customer base at a rate of 30 to 35%. Why? Because if you lose it, then the principal base will be lower, right? So it's not like that. If you in a stock market, consider it that way. If you stock in a stock market, if you lost 20% of value of a particular share, and if you then next day it goes increases 20%, doesn't mean that you have come to the zero, right? You are still in the loss. I hope you know what I'm trying to say. Yes. So if the stock value is 100 rupees, you lost 20% of that, which goes down to 80 rupees. And then from 80 rupees, if it increases 20%, it will be only 16 rupees gain. So you're still in a loss of 4 rupees. Or from the yesterday's calculation, 4% of loss. Yes. So that's the tricky thing about the percentage. So imagine if any company is losing customer base from 20%, right? To be able to generate the same amount of revenue, keeping the ticket size, let's suppose, constant, to be able to to do the same revenue which if they have done last year, they have to acquire new customers at a rate of 35% to to be even to be neutral, at least no loss no gain from the last year, right? So 24% is a big number. As for the study, as for the overall industry trends, and this is average, I'm not saying this is fit for everyone. Some might be losing at 10%, also some might be 5%, but the average of every year, most companies loses the existing customers at a rate of 2 to 3%. Right now, this number may look small because we are when you do 2 to 3%, we think 2 out of 100. But customer base in a good company are in multi lakhs, right? Now, 2 to 3% of those multi lakhs customers, let's suppose I have 10 lakh customers or 50 lakh customers, the value of 2 to 3% in terms of absolute numbers increases. Yes. Yeah. Now, why I'm telling you all these things, these calculations, I'll come to that in a bit, right? So if the average of losing customers at a rate of 2 to 3%, right, to increase their revenue next year, and this leads to the answer that why the marketeers yesterday when we started that why marketeers still do email marketing. This is the answer to that in a more number driven way. Now, let's suppose if they have to increase the revenue from the last year to this year to show their balance sheet better, and they are already losing customers at a rate of 2 to 3%, what should be the ideal scenario that even if they want to, let's suppose, reach to the level they were last year, and if they want to surpass that number, they will have to bring new customers, and the new customers at a rate of 4 to 5% at least to surpass that number. Yes, to show that their revenue year on year basis, the revenue generation or the sales is increasing. They have to at least bring new customers. So I'll write it down. Come what may, whatever will happen, they have to bring new customers at rate of 4 to 5%. Now, in a real scenario, in a corporate world, there are a lot many things happen. I'm just using these fixed statistics to understand the point, right? 4 to percent. Now, the point is, and the second thing, what they should be doing is they should try to retain their existing customers, right? And that's what the gameplay comes into. Right? There are two things that they could do: bring new customers at the rate of 4 to 5%, and they should try to retain their existing customers. Bring new customers to increase the pool, of course, and cover up the loss that they are doing, and retain the new customers so that this drop or the churn will not be higher. In that case, what do you think? If now I'm saying 4 to 5% of the customer at a level of 50 lakhs, 1 crore customer base, if they have, if a brand have to go through every time to generate this new customer base 4 to 5%, and have to go through this journey all together every time for each customer, which will fall into this 4 to 5% of the bracket, for each customer, if they have to go through that journey, what will happen? There are two things: to cover up this loss and keep on growing year on year basis, right? This is given, this will happen, this is bound to happen, you can't change it. Right now, to cover this, a brand or a product need to acquire new customers or bring new customers at a rate of 4 to 5%. Right now, the 4 to 5%, which is up at a base of 50 lakhs, 1 crore customer base, which means I have to acquire really good amount of or a huge number of customers to cover this loss. That's one. And the second is to try this, retain their existing customers and increase the ticket size. Now, over here, we could only go to a level, which means my bigger dependency is on over here to keep on bringing new customers at a rate of 4 to 5%. Now, If a brand every time have to go through this journey to acquire each customer that will fall under this bracket, like they are at this level, pre-awareness level, awareness and all those things, if any brand have to complete this entire cycle step by step every time to acquire every single customer to cover the loss, what will happen? To a level, cost of acquiring a customer becomes so high that no matter what you will do, your profit margin will always be less and your number will deplete, right? Because this 4 to 5% customers will be huge in number. And if I have to go through this stage, this is the stage wherein I have to spend a lot of money to acquire that customer. And that's where email marketing comes into a play, because this 4 to 5 customers which I need to increase next year, I will not try to acquire all the customers from that entire stage 1, stage 2, wherein my focus will be over here to these customers. Now, to reach to these customers, and chances of them getting converted into my loyal customer will, first, the proximity of that will be high, and I've already spent a lot of money to bring that customer from pre-awareness, awareness and consideration stage. The chances of them getting converted will be high, and hence if that happens, what my ideal scenario will be that I will try that most of customers that I need to cover up should come from this range. And to reach to this, email marketing is one of the best effective tool, along with the social media and everything else, that will reduce my cost of acquiring new customers. And if that happens, then the profitability will also increase. That will substantially will normalize this loss of 2 to 3%. Getting the point, everyone? Yeah. So email marketing helps in a great way to reduce the CAC, right? And that's the reason most of the biggest of the brands or smallest of the brands still do it, because it brings the balance in their advertising spends, right? And no matter, as I said, no matter what, every year brand will lose those 2 to 3%. They have to cover up that 2 to 3% and increase it and surpass it. So while I'm adding more pool of customers, of course I need more and more customers to bring in, but I will try to target those whom I've already spent a lot of money to bring to a certain stage to reduce my acquiring cost, and hence increase my ROAS or ROI that we have studied in the previous session. Yes. And hence, the reason that most companies or the corporates, wherever you might be working, will have this system called CIS, will do, they do white, now they all are kind of emailers, white papers or emailers, news. Have you heard of these terms? I didn't use it earlier. I'm using it now because email sounds only that something comes to your email. Email marketing doesn't only mean that a mail comes to you from a particular brand, right? What is CIS? Anyone? Most companies will you find with different names. It's called customer information system. Most companies has it, use it. They call it different names. Usually they call it CIS, customer information system, wherein it's nothing to and it costs some amount to develop. It's a software, right? It's like software through which you can directly reach them, segment your audience, segment your customers, segment your different vendors, some segment your internal employees, everything to the CRM. Like, yeah, very true, very true. Sumit, you can do the segmentation and you can do different kind of communication, newsletter, what you call, uh, discount offers, awards, rewards, whatever. You can send it to these customers. And the reason is email marketing still exists because companies spend on specific tools to do email marketing, which is called CIS, right? CIS, customer information system. White papers we already have heard of. Still there are requirement of, can you, would you, in any company, that if you are a marketer, will you be able to create white papers, will you be able to create newsletters? It's a big term, and that's the reason I said that marketers still do email marketing. We are not aware, maybe some of us may not be aware of, or usually in general people are not aware of, that white papers, newsletters, CIS, they are all contributing to email marketing. And if companies is spending millions of dollars or some thousands of dollars creating system, particularly a specific system called CIS, to send newsletters, to send the emailer, we can affirm that it does exist in a great way from the marketing or the product point of view. And why it does, why email marketing still is considered one of the big tool for all, from all all type of brands, big, short, small, because of these reasons. Yes, because that balances your cost of overall marketing. On one side, you spend a huge amount of marketing on the creative advertisement, email marketing, try to balance it. So that's why you keep that into your marketing mix. Second, it reduces your cost of acquiring customers. Right? Okay. Now, this is one. This is the entire thing from the marketing point of view. What do you think is one of the biggest reason that email marketing, which was once in between considered being going down or dead or maybe irrelevant, has found its new life, and now it's been done more than ever by any brands? Email marketing is now been shout out thing. White papers, newsletters, or CIS I have been shout out things, and every company has it. What do you think is one of the single biggest reason for that? See, email marketing also got a new life, because earlier email was accessible only when you go to a certain place on a desk, put in your mail ID access, or your office, not on the go, right? So email, there is a particular schedule. You open in the morning time, or you open in the evening time. You have to go to a cafe to check your emails and everything else, right? But of 14 people, I believe over here, of that, two accounts are mine, one is your LSM. So let's say around 11 people are there, right? Is there anybody who doesn't have their email ID configured on their mobile phone? You have your Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, whatsoever, but is it anybody along with these social media tools do not have your mail ID on it? The answer lies in the high proliferation of mobile phones, hence high accessibility, right? And I'm sure everybody, not in the same frequency, but will also be checking, as they will be checking their Instagram, they also will be checking their emails at least once or twice or thrice in the day. So high accessibility and the proliferation of mobile phones, which helped, which given a new rise to email marketing. And also because of this email config, and now people are configuring their emails on their phone. Like if you are using Android phone, or be it any other phone, is it even possible to not provide your email ID and continue using the Android phones, preferably Gmail ID or something like that? Even if you browse Google Chrome, they keep on asking sign in, right? Even if you go to Play Store, they ask you to sign in. You go to the Google search, they'll ask you to sign in. They keep on popping. You can continue to some extent anonymously, but there comes a stage that you will have to sign in. You download any app from Play Store, they will ask you to sync it with your mail ID and sign in. Can you all think now the importance of it, which usually people don't? Right? You can't even access to your phone today without signing in your email ID or Gmail ID or whatsoever on your phone. And same is with the case with anybody else. So this rise of accessibility, which has been provided by the email thing, and sorry, where I was, here, mobile phones that give access to, along with the social media and everything else, given an access to email marketers as well, to have high accessibility, what kind of apps they are downloading, which apps, and suddenly you'll get the newsletters accordingly. So even the brand will have a direct access that what app you have downloaded, and that's why the email ID is required, and accordingly might be based on your pattern you get emailers, right? And the second, then because of this happened, proliferation of mobile phones, what happened is email marketing has gone shift together and found something else, which is rise of responsive emailers, right? Because mobile, it became mobile friendly. Earlier, we all were opening emails only on the desktop, laptops, and sort of thing. Now, because we can open the mails on mobile and it's all on a vertical thing, we have seen rise of tools. At least those who are in the field of marketing, they've seen the rise of tools, technologies which help develop responsive emailers, right? So emails are no more dull. They have proper, like if you have a working, if you have ever worked on any CIS, those who get configured on the phones, if you have ever got any kind of tools that work with, now emailers are more responsive. So there are interactions, there are better way to communicate and all sort of things through the emailer, and more leverage that were missing, you can still now take in the email marketing as well. Am I making sense to all of you here? Any guess what had happened because of the rise of responsive emailers? How it led to even better uh, acceptance among the marketers and the brands for the email marketing because of this. Miguel, what I said is high accessibility, and because of the proliferation of mobile phones, email marketing also got a new life, because now, because of the rise of new tools and technologies and new ways of creating emailers, we can now create responsive emailers or responsive emailer campaigns, right? And then I asked that, could you please, anybody can say that what happened because of this? Since we can now take more creative liberty, a bit of creative liberty rather, and this rise of responsive emailers has done what to email marketing? It has increased the opening rate. The acceptability has increased the opening rate. The more the opening rate, conservatively, if you take the conversion numbers, let's say even 2% or 1.5%, in that case, even though the conversion rate of email marketing is around 3.7 or something, but we say take a conservative figure. Since the opening rate has increased because of the responsive emailers, the conversion rate will increase, and hence again coming back to the point, it will reduce the cost of acquisition or balance the cost of acquiring new customers, because here you are getting new customers or some customers at a very, without doing any activity, because emailers are still one of the, I won't say cheapest, because it's hardly cost anything in that sense. Yes, making sense to all of you? Yeah. So rise of responsive emailers, mobile friendly content. This is very important because earlier emailers were bulky, not very attractive, and not been able to use on mobile phones, like newsletters and white papers. People were not able to read, not able to find the click to action buttons, and it was bulky, right? Because now we can make better emailers which can open on your phone. You can check, and nice, detailed, good looking emailers with white papers, some image, graphics, and everything else. It has increased, and we can make mobile friendly content, the opening ratio and everything else in together. And this is where I said all the tools and all the platforms are important. The other reason for the rise of email marketing being significantly contributing to the success of a brand is that we can now integrate email campaigns with social media pages, accounts in emailer itself. And that has given the big boost, because even if somebody is not converting as a customer, they can find the integrated social media pages. They can go and be a kind of fan, followers, or whatsoever. And later on, it helps brand to keep, it helps an individual, or for a brand point of view, to keep the thought process at the top of the mind, and maybe the conversion happens later on. So all in all, it contributes in a big way. And then what happened was, because of these things, rise of tools and everything else, what the other thing happened is that through emailer, now this is, we can also do behavior targeting to track user behavior in real time. Yes. Location based emailers, and many a times you get, because of the behavioral targeting that we could do, and also the proliferation of mobile phones in a close proximity or anywhere you are going. If you are in a close association with a particular brand which is nearby, sort of things, you might get emailers, messages also you get, but also get emailers, some discount coupon or a newsletter right then and there. That's the high rise of email marketing, which has been provided because of this one thing called accessibility of emailer campaigns over your mobile phones. Any doubts, questions, anyone? And then, of course, as I said earlier also, segmentation is the biggest success of email marketing, because the kind of segmentation you can do at what cost is no match when it comes to mobile marketing. Okay, till this we have done. Next, let's see again if we have anything good or anything bad about email marketing, right? So now everything in business, as I've explained, the cost of acquisition, to increase your to make your ROI better, and to keep yourself profitable, reduce the cost of marketing, cost of acquiring new customers, and hence your overall balance is out, right? So everything in business is down to ROI and cost of opportunity, right? Your ROI should be positive in an ideal scenario, and you can get and capture all the opportunities that you have, and what it costs to capture that opportunity, right? So let's understand it from email marketing point of view, that whether it contributes to the ROI overall or not, and what is the cost of implementing this opportunity to acquire a better ROI, right? So let's see. Now, what I am going to say right now are not my figures or the numbers. This is again by it's called, there are a few associations who have done research with brands, with customers, and these are the numbers that I've able to pull it down from multiple sources, and I'm sharing it with you all, right? So, and these are from marketing associations, DMA, all sort of institutions which keep on doing a lot of research in this area, try to figure it out, to for different form of marketing, what is working, what is not working, and everything else, and hence they provide these numbers. Yeah. So as per the research, it says 99% of the consumers check their email on daily basis, which I believe is a fact, because everyone at least check their mobile phones, their email accounts at least once in a day, right? Why? Because email remains most frequently accessed communication channel for any kind of legal, serious, interaction based, from brands or from any point of from any for anything, right? Unlike social media, right? Because social media, as I said, depend on algorithm. Google is also dependent on algorithm. Emails land directly in the inbox. So given brands are guaranteed shot at least in terms of visibility for every single day. That's given that even if the conversion won't happen, the chances of visibility. I'll first explain this slide and then I will write it down. Will that be okay for everyone in the document sheet? Just few pointers. Yeah. Let me first explain because going through on and on back and forth will not be an ideal. So why? As I said, 99% of the consumers check their email on daily basis, which ensure what? Which ensures that even if the conversion will not happen because it's not based on the algorithm, which I've said earlier also, even if let's say conversion won't happen, the mail will go and sit in the inbox of the consumers, which guarantee at least a shot of visibility, even if it's at, let's say in be cynical and say at a cost of you being irritated, but it ensures the visibility every single day because 99% of consumers are checking their mail ID every day. Now, the second fact is very interesting. 90% of the marketers use email marketing, which going to be including you all as well. Now, when you say 90% of the marketers use email marketing, doesn't mean that every single day you sit and create emailers and send to the customers. No, what it means is that 90% of the marketers try to interact, engage, and convert their customers in some or the other form of email marketing they use, which includes interacting with the customers through their CIS, which includes interacting with the customer or informing the customer about their upcoming event or upcoming new product launch through their white papers or through their newsletters, which informing their stakeholders or the customers through their new launch or for their new launch or new acquire that they have done and how it will affect the customer or the other third party vendors or stakeholders whatsoever. But 90% of the marketers use email marketing to keep abreast their customers, third party vendors, and everything else through multiple different channels, not necessarily writing mails to the customers, but through different uh, channels which are available. Using email marketing, they get and interact with their customers and other partners, right? For example, uh, and that is the reason, and I'll say whether it's a Fortune 500 company like Apple, Amazon, or whatever, or Samsung, or a small cafe near your street, they all send email newsletters, promotional letters, or update their marketing uh, activities, their sales, their rewards, discounting, coupon, everything else. They do use it and sell it through emails, right? So be it a big fortune company or a small time company, a startup, they all use email marketing, and hence 90% of the marketers use email marketing. If at any point in time you guys have to say anything for these numbers, for things, or any questions you have, please type your questions, or just let me know to unmute, and I'll do that so that you can speak. Yeah, that is given. That is we agree upon. Okay, the next is 88% of the marketers say email marketing bring them positive ROI. Now, this number is the biggest de facto thing. Why marketers, no matter how glam, sham, and all the fancy thing you do, at the end of the day, to balance it out, you have to consider this and keep it at some stage in your entire marketing activity. Why? Because other form of, you might have heard, like, we are acquiring customer at this rate, we have increased our revenue, have increased this much, but at ROI level or at a profitable level, we are negative right now, right? Which is very common in the startup world, right? From marketing point of view, email marketing, if you channelize all form of marketing, right? You do outdoors, you do TVs, you do digital marketing, social media marketing, and email marketing. The chances of email marketing being ROI positive is 90%, that it will be ROI positive from day one. The other channels may not be they will bring you reach and everything else, may not be ROI positive from day one. Email marketing is the only form of marketing which ensures positive ROI from day one. Why? Of course, because it's the implementation of that is very low. To conduct or ensure email marketing is hardly cost anything. Or if you do a email marketing through CIS, it's a one-time investment, and then later on, all you have to do is just keep the using the tool to do the email marketing. So it's not a recurring cost every time and again and again. And even if it is, per mail cost you hardly anything. And hence the ROI, any conversion happens for email marketing is always a positive in terms of ROI. Yeah. So which ensures 80% of the market says email marketing, bringing them positive ROI, which means it delivers one of the highest returns on investment across all channels, right? Then 59% of the companies generate more than 10% of sales from email marketing. Now 10% of sales. So these are the companies that they have interviewed or asked questions. So 88% of the marketers who says bring them positive email marketing. 59% of the companies out of which says through email marketing they generate more than 10% of their overall sales that they generate. Now imagine a sales of worth multiple crores, multi crores, 10 or 10 crores, 20 crores, or whatsoever. In a startup way. Otherwise, in a big company, it's in millions and billions, right? Of all the sales that they do, at least 10% of that sale comes from email marketing, and that has been established by 59% of the companies which operate in terms of doing marketing and sort of thing. Now it's a huge number. 10% of sales of multi-billion companies, a huge number coming from email marketing, which actually doesn't cost them anything. And hence the reason why brands still use it and don't want to leave this form of marketing, even though it doesn't looks very fancy or sound very fancy, but it doesn't, there's no harm to do it. And if it brings in terms of positive ROI and bring a good amount of sales to the overall sales generation in the company, it's a success. Then 55% of businesses says email marketing is their most effective lead generation channel. And this I have told you, right, yesterday, that email marketing or compared to the other form of marketing, wherein one form of other forms of marketing are good for reach, to create brand equity, brand value and sort of things. When it comes to lead generation, email is still more successful. So it will not develop a brand equity. It may not create a lot of brand value, or not convert a product into a huge brand. But when it comes to lead generation, at least 55% of the businesses consider that email marketing is their most effective lead generation channel. Make sense to all of you? On this, any comments, anything anyone want to have? Okay. I hope you guys are not getting bored. Others are not very active today. So please let me know if there is anything you want from me. Okay. Then, so as per Direct Marketing Association, social media has an average ROI of 28%. So which means if you spend 100 rupees on social media, you'll get an ROI of 28%. That's an average ROI, right? This is from Direct Marketing Association. Now, this is where I want you all to let me know the ROI that you get from social media campaigns or sort of thing is 28%. email marketing has an average ROI of what? Please take a guess. What is the percentage? 10, 20, minus 10, 15, 100? Everyone. So as per Direct Marketing Association, social media has an average ROI of 28%. So every $100 spent, you get $28 in return on investment. So for every $1 spent, you get $1.28 in that sense, right? Now, email marketing has an average ROI of what? Any guesses? Jitendra said 10%. Sheetal says 80%. Now remember, ROI is return on investment. How much you have to invest in return, how much of the cost, how much of the sales value or sales or whatever you have received. That is called ROI, return on investment. So 28% from social media, email marketing. Jiten has a number called 10%. Sheetal said 80%. Other can say right anything. Minus 10, 100, 50, 60, 5, 4, 3, 2, whatever. Please speak. 35% is what Sarda said. Meghal said 75%. Any more numbers or I'll just end the surprise? No. Okay. The average ROI that you receive from email marketing is now there are reasons, of course. $3,800%. How? That's an important question. Why? Because for social media, you need to spend good amount of money to get an ROI of 20%. Emailers are almost free. So if the same amount of good being sold here on social media and the same amount of good getting sold on through email marketing, getting converted, the chance, because the principal here is some significant amount, the principal here is negligible. And the conversion rate, as I said earlier, is always higher over here. Getting the point? So which means for every $1 that you spend on email marketing, because it's very cheap, for every one, if you spend $1, if you spend $1 through email marketing, because there's hardly much cost you have to spend, and you're generating $38 in return. Now, to generate that $38 over here, you have to spend a good amount of money. But to spend that $38 on email marketing, you only have to spend $1 of money. Hence, the spend is very less. The return is 3,800%. However, there's a catch. First, let me know this. Is this clear to everyone? And that's why the average average ROI of email marketing is 3,800%. Yes, Meghal, as I said, since the cost itself to acquire or convert that customer through email marketing is negligible. So to get, let's suppose there's a customer, you need to get $38 of sales. Now to get that $38 of sales, if the conversion happens, since the opening rate is also high and the conversion rate is also high, to get that conversion, you might have spent only $1. In cases, even it's less than $1. It may be 50 cents, right? You only spend 50 cents to convert that customer, and got a revenue of $38, and hence it will be 3,800%. To get that $38 through social media campaign, you have to spend some good amount of money. That could be, a significant money to get that $38, and hence the ROI over there is average ROI is 28%. So the beauty lies in the cost itself that is needed to set up a campaign which is for email marketing and the social media marketing. And since you are not dependent on algorithm, since there is no commission to it, you can only do it on your own. You have your own systems. That's why the rise. But we can't compare it directly. This is I just told you to explain the terms that how effective email marketing is. This is actually there is no apple to apple comparison. Why? Can anyone tell me? This I wanted to show you that the average ROI, the return on investment you get on through social media is 28%. The average ROI you get through email marketing is 3,800%, which is true in all sense. You can go and further read the reports from the Direct Marketing Association, IIMA, and all sort of things. In some cases, you will also find not 3,800, maybe 4,200. So the difference that for every dollar you spend on email marketing, some says you get $42 in return, some says you get $38 in return. So roughly around 38 to 4,200%, you will get the numbers whenever you do the research. But it's actually not likewise, it's not a very apple to apple comparison. Any reasons why? Now, if I will, and then the last, you guys have already read it, maybe that average order value of email marketing compared to social media is 3 times. Yeah. This is just one figure, which it was even surprising for me when I read this in the particular article, which was through about a marketing comparisons and sort of things. The average order value of email marketing compared to social media is 3 times. Now, guys, with all said and done here, I'm not trying to demean any form of marketing, because that I do more than email marketing, and I only have taught you all, right? But these are just some facts which we have to consider and we need to remember, because that will make us a better marketeer. And of course, we'll have to include also these forms of marketing into the overall marketing plan. So if I need to, let's say, create a chart for you that why email outperforms social, and that is purely on the basis of numbers and sales perspective, not from the intangible assets that the social media does for us, right? Now, but before this, I want to ask, who would have thought when we jumped into the topic of email marketing that we will be discussing a subject like why email outperforms social media? Was that even a thought which we surely can have established and seen in terms of numbers in the last 2 days? Right? I'm sure for most people, it would have been the other way around. So if I have to create, let's say now, this is just I'm creating for as a ready reckoner for you all to ever reach a few matrix. Let's say there is average ROI, right? And then for email, or rather, this would have been will be a better way. Or rather, I will create a sheet itself. 1 second. This won't be an ideal. So metric just for you all. Email social. Right now, metric would be average ROI. So email almost $36 to 42 per dollar spent. And this is around 2.8 to $5 per $1 spent. The other important metric is control audience high, because you own the audience here, and here it's low because that's platform owned. That's the reality. Then you have cost of reach or outreach, very low to none. Usually it's medium to high. Ads and content both together. Then we have conversion rate. This is what we have studied. Conversion rate very high because the opening rate and all we have seen. This we can say medium. What else could be? Cost of reach, okay, then conversion rate is done. There's one more thing I have in mind. Use for lead nurturing. Good. Over here we can say limited. And then last, which is not the least, is conversion rate. Building low to medium, very high. And lastly, I had one personalization, which is high because you can use individual name in the mail, your behavior and everything else. And in this surface level, yeah. Does it make sense to all of you? Is it like, okay, if I can copy it and paste it here? Great. So all the things, I mean, for this session, and don't say, because this is not negative. As I explained, there are other most important things that you can get here, which you will never get from email metrics. But I'm just trying to put some of the matrix which goes in a certain direction. Yeah. Yeah. The high. Now I need points from you all. I have explained everything. The high return on email marketing. Let's see how well you can articulate this. Marketing is due to, give me the points, give me the reasons. One, let's say 2, 3, and 4. 4 points. Lower CAC, which means we can say lower cost. Yeah. Relatively inexpensive. To be very honest, when we will do that, we'll find out expensive. The cost of tools, automation, and email list is low to achievable. Yeah, so that's what it is. Lower, very lower cost to negligible. Second being, you said high personalization. Okay, so which means direct targeting. You can do one-on-one. Right. I will just explain it for later on to refer it. The reach is personalized, well segmented, and highly targeted. Yeah, considering what level the customer is at in its journey with the brand. Yeah, so highly personalized considering at what stage the customer is, and accordingly you can send the emailers and whatnot. Third being easy to follow up because, and I will not detail it out. Wide reach without any algorithm interference, high personalization, easy to implement. Yes, so easy to follow up and easy to implement, being the same point. And so you can get to know what is the opening rate, what is the conversion, and everything else, and all sort of things. That's very important. In this, I have met the slide before. Yeah, in this slide, I forget to mention one metric. I'm not able to add it to this slide. It says 77% of customers prefer to receive marketing and services messages offers via email. I'll write on the chart. 77% of the customers. I just mentioned the percent. 77% of customers, as per the survey, when they were asked that which medium they would like to receive their services messages, marketing offers, and other rewards and offers, they said they prefer email compared to any other tool. Why? Any reasons? They can control what to see and when, and they can also use it at a later stage, because on social media usually do not go to see messages and that sort of thing. You only see the reels and what no activity, and you will lose it. It's a direct in inbox. You can, it's an assurity that this offer, this marketing offer, service offer, or message is for you, and you can It's, as I said, it's a serious communication, so you can consider it as 100% being there, and you can claim it later on, and there's no distraction, of course, on the emails and all sort of thing. Now with this, I would like to ask type of emailers that you could create. Any idea? What are the type of emailers that you can make? We're gonna make maybe in the third session, which is tomorrow. We'll use a tool to create some emailers and check how it's been done, how the segmentation, everything has been done, how to create emailers. I'll be doing it hands-on, but very dirty one I make for the learning purpose, but I'll show you the tool, some free tools or one free tool, and then we'll see to it, right? But what are the different type of emailers that we could create or usually been used? I just want to hear from the experiences that you guys have. From your experience point of view, that what are the different type of emailers that you might have seen? Newsletters, discounts, memberships. Okay, so I'll start with writing of these. One being, let's say, first is welcome emailers. Usually you get these kind of emails whenever you buy a new product or you register anything new. You'll get welcome emails. Yeah, so rightly mentioned, Jitendra. Welcome emails are the first kind of emails. This is the journey of any brand that you get associated with. They send usually the welcome emails to you all. Then comes the second type of most used mailers are the newsletters, which is emails which comes in the form of sales offers, or sorry, which is purely for the engagement and keep you aware about the updates, how you have done your thing and all sorts of things. Abundant card emails are very rightly mentioned, Jitin, so I'll mention that also. Third being, first I'll write promotional emails. All those sales offers and discounts that you get from your Swiggy and Zomato and everything else, right? This is the most common form of emailers that you get to see from your usual service providers, right? A very good type of emailers that we could create is emails to win the customers. And I'm sure you all have received such kind of emails offering special or exclusive incentives. Yes, which is not for everyone. In some ways, you get these kind of retargeting or re-engaged emails at this stage, right? You know, when the customer is in the consideration stage or preference stage, but not buying it or not getting converted later on, usually you get these kind of messages to retarget or re-engage with you in terms of bringing back to the kitty and converting you as a customer. So at that's the time when you get some different kind of customized offers for you, some kind of exclusive incentive for you, so that you get converted and buy the product, right? Because you're already at the border of being getting converted. Then fifth being announcement emails, abundant survey emails also. But there is one kind of mail which you get seasonal. Now these kind of emails you'll usually get from all those malls and also automotives. Those who might be driving a bike or a car, usually you get kind of a emailer. The rainy season is here. There are 4 to 5 checkpoints, and these are like free mails, but a good way of integrating or creating brand recall in that sense, that it's a rainy season, tips and tricks to keep your vehicle healthy. And then at the bottom they write like, if you want to do a health checkup of your vehicle, please do click and book your appointment, something like that. Have you Usually it happens in the automotive sector in a great way. Those are the seasonal ones because they reach you, they know that they reach you at the right time and create the awareness for them and also conversion for that brand. Now the sixth being the most common, which I have received a lot of times, abandonment, which Jiten also mentioned earlier, card mailers, right? Is like a reminder or discount kind of thing, like, hey, something like, hey, your shoes is waiting in the cart, you have not uh, purchased it, something like that. Yes. Seventh being surveys and polls. This is where this is kind of a emailer which does a kind of brand building activity and try to engagement driven campaign wherein you want to engage largely with the customer. There's not sales in the agenda right now, but to create a brand awareness and then to know the customer more. Surveys and the poll kind of emailers that you get. And the last but not the least is, this is to my mind all the kind of um, invitation and at times, if you are a customer of a particular product, you get an invite for their product launch, exclusive product launch, or exclusive kind of treatment that you will get, some offers, or they will, what you say, they want to treat you special, something like that, and they invite you that please do come to our site or please do come to our store, and you'll be treated for that day, something like that. For They will give you free passes for certain activity which you are, and you have been a loyal customer for long. All those things, just, and these are things which is to ensure loyalty from the customer. So the invitation and the exclusive emailers to make you feel good, feel different, you get these kind of emailers. So far, we understood in a great in sense of understanding about email marketing. Might have also some myths or some misfacts rather would also have been broken about, or the typical notions about the email marketing, right? And we understood in great ways in terms of different types of email marketing, what it covers, the numbers that we have. If you guys remember the presentation, the kind of deliveries, why it's important, why email marketing is still considered to be a thing, why it's been part of the entire marketing mix that we do. All brands, or almost every brand, be it big or small or a startup, try to and gain success from email marketing. There are multiple reasons about it. A few we have discussed in the previous classes, that the opening rate and the success rate. The only thing is that it just the dynamics changes when it comes to email marketing, and of course, it's not the platform where we can take the utmost leverage or creative leverage, wherein on other mediums we could do. That's one limitations, but also in terms of and we understood that how also many of the marketeers, in terms of percentages and numbers, what kind of leads it generate. We knew that 10 times of the entire sales revenue most companies have experienced that are getting generated via email marketing and sort of thing. So all those details we have tried to understand, more or less covered that. And then email marketing, we also, if you guys remember, of course, you guys must be remembering the presentation that we have shows that it's all about segmentation, and the beauty of email marketing is that it costs really almost negligible or nothing compared to the other form of marketing, and the results that you will get, the conversions are expected is high because it's also personalized and personal. The only thing, the name is bad because people see the downside of it, that after 2000, if 1200 or 1400 is not getting converted, we focus upon that, but we forget about that. How about 600 or 800 is getting converted, which is still a higher lead convergence in that sense. We knew that the opening rate of email marketing around 21%, and then even if we consider on a conservative figure of 2% of getting emails getting converted to the final goal, it's still a much higher number. And usually the conversion rate of email is around 3 to 4%, but we took the conservative figure in terms of understanding. We understood in terms of how the customer prefer email marketing and why they want start to be communicated over email, and also why the marketing or the marketeers of the brands still prefer it as a choice, because the kind of conversion it brings, the kind of sales revenue it adds to the overall revenue, and more importantly, the kind of lead conversions that it is able to deliver. We also know the do's and the don'ts, that what we should be doing when we creating an emailer for the customers, and what we should not be doing in terms of when we're making the emailers. And then we understood also few this is all that we have created in terms of calculations. So opening rate 10,500 and whatsoever it comes to, and then we did the calculation two ways, in terms of without adding the bounce, and once with the bounce rate, or the email that got bounces. Now there are two kind of bounces. One is called hard bounce and the soft bounces, and then we understood all of it in detail. Then we understood the importance of it, why the email marketing in a great way marketing still does is because we understood the customer cycle, which is from pre-awareness to awareness to consideration, to purchase to satisfaction, and then the becoming a loyal customer. The entire phase is that. And it's a known fact that every year, come what may, even if you are the best of the brands or the worst of the brands, this is minimum. At least for the worst it could be even higher, right? But every year, whatever happens, or whatever you do, whatever good you do, at least 2 to 3% of the customer you will lose, which is the churn rate, which is an average and standard churn rate. 2 to 3% you will lose, come what may. Now, as a brand, if you continue on the succession journey, you have to cover this 2 to 3% and then add more customer to increase your revenue and look your balance sheet and everything else better, which means we have to add new customers at a rate of 4 to 5% extra than what we are losing. And also then we have to retain the customers who are with us. In that way, like there's one way that we can totally go for the new customers, which we will. But conversion over there will be, again, will be around 2%. And that will takes a lot of cost to bring new customers, to bring in, to aware them, to make them into the consideration phase and all those things. However, it's easy to convert a customer who's already been considering us as a potential brand or a product to buy, and then we can reach out to them via personalized email campaign and convert that. Now it does two things. One, of course, it brings added customer to cover up that the loss of 2 to 3%. And secondly, it manages or it balance out my CAC or customer acquisition cost. Because if every customer I have to acquire from like a basic level to a huge advertising, it will increase my CAC, and the revenue that I'll be getting will the revenue from per customer I'll be getting will always be negative, right? So to balance that cost to acquire customer, that some of the customers should also come from a tool, from a platform wherein I'm not really spending much apart from some labor, not in terms of monetary expenses, right? And that's when the beauty shines out, why email marketing is also be done. So this is what we have done, bring new customers, it will increase the cost of acquisition. So, and that's why we understood that all brands today still have CIS, which is called Customer Information System, white papers, emailers, and newsletters they do. And this all has even become more and more flexible and more better because of the rise and of our penetration of mobile phones or the smartphones that people has. It has given ways to create more mobile friendly content and responsive emailer, and we can also integrate now social media, which people highly use on their mobile phones on the go. It helps to target users based on the behavior, and also location based emailer can be created and optimize it, which increases the chances of the conversions, right? The great benefit of email marketing is that the possibility of segmentation and reaching out to each customer with its own kind of campaign that you could create, and then very personalized. So why email outperforms social, in a sense that if for the average ROI is around 36 to 42 dollars per $1 spent, we understood that the average rate of interest on email marketing is around 3,800%. And the reason also I've explained that, right? So that's what we did. This is the chart that we have created where what signs out. The high return on email marketing is due to the low cost. Of course, it's very low cost or almost inexpensive, or there's hardly any money. And these days also there's a lot of automations and everything is getting managed, which is making the job easy. It also provide easy targeting, direct targeting, which is very personalized, very segmented and highly targeted that you could do, and also measurable performances. There are different type of emailers that we talk about, from welcome emails to newsletters, promotionals, surveys, invitations, and whatnot, seasonals, that we could, depending on the time, situation, and the customer need base, we can create such kind of emailers and send it. Of course, the do's and the don'ts that I talk about. And then we talk about storytelling in email marketing is very important tool. Share unique stories, make it exclusive for the users, and make it readable for the users. And then we just tried some of the what you call, we understood the importance of subject line in the overall email marketing, why subject line matters. And it's the subject line mostly decides that whether the user will gonna open it or click on it or not click, further going to click on it on the email that you're sending, right? So this is what we have done so far. I don't think there is anything that is needed to be, there is, which is not been understood. It's very basic elements, but very important elements. Okay, now what we will do today is we will try to understand some practicality of email marketing, how to do it, how to set up. Of course, don't judge me basis on my creative element. I'll be doing only understanding point of view, that how it works and what it works, what way it works rather. Right? Instead of getting more into designing part of the emailer, that is subjective and everyone can create on its own. Now, so what we will do is we'll try to set up an email campaign and see how it works. There are multiple platforms, by the way, using which we could do email marketing. Right. What we will understand is from one of the top, or rather the top in the email marketing, which is called which is the leader in that category in that sense. And this is called a platform called MailChimp. You might have heard of this earlier. Yeah, this is the tool. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the MailChimp, which is the platform we're going to use today to learn email marketing. There are many more platforms like MailChimp, but MailChimp is one of the leaders and one of the oldest also, easiest as well in terms of doing an email campaign. Of course, since it's a tool, it works on a freemium model. So the paid version has many more functions, which is there to utilize in like analytics or sort of things and everything that you can add. There are multiple of the factors, benefits that you will get. In the free version, we'll get some basic elements to do, but it's good for our learning. And then we can understand that if this is in the basic, what else you can get in the paid versions, right? And from basic plan or the free plan itself, you can do your email campaign. The only thing limitation over there are few limitations which we're going to talk about. So this is MailChimp. And by the way, this also with the leap of technology and the rise of technology that is happening. Now everything is getting integrated with AI and making it much better and faster. Likewise, we have seen in terms of when we're setting up a social media campaign, when we were setting a search engine marketing campaign, when we were creating the website, there are many AI integration have happened. Similarly, any other tool that you'll find today is getting integrated with more and more automations and integrations of AI. So MailChimp is also now automated, and there is many AI integration which has happened, which they provide, I believe, mostly to the paid versions, right? It wasn't this way back in the days. Again, I repeat it because so that you understand that how blessed you people are that have the things. Now most of the tools are getting integrated with AI, and they do it on its own. Like for example, doing a SEM campaign, used to write headlines, subscriptions, or hire somebody to write it for us. Now it's not like that. Everything is getting automated and things are much easier, right? So we go to this email tool called MailChimp, and let's see. So this is MailChimp as a campaign, and you will see over there that their tagline itself is turn emails into revenue. So they are purely hardcore focused upon email marketing. And imagine the huge number of brands they work with. There are a huge number of companies who use these services, and they have most of the companies have their own also. There are a lot many companies who use MailChimp as their emailer campaign. So you understand that emailers are not dead. Mail campaigns are not dead. There are tools being defined, AI getting integrated into that, and it's getting even rising even more, and contributing a lot in the entire marketing mix, right? This tool mentioned this, they are totally purely into email marketing. Their tagline says turns email into revenue, win new customers with number one email marketing and automations, for platform that recommends way to get more open clicks and sales. And this is, if in short we can summarize, this is what we have learned in the last couple of sessions, why email marketing and what it does for us and what it can bring value to in that sense, right? So these are some of the services: convert email into automations. They are AI integration, defines with segmentation, and the very important thing that I have talked or spoken about, and I believe you guys also understood that the success of email marketing is that the kind of segmentation or the tagging it offers in terms of individually, in terms of a group, you can target in the end customer basis on the requirement and the detail that you want to share each customer to its own, right? And then the analysis and the reporting that it offers these things. And then see, this is last 22 years they are into the surveys, so which means almost this entire era of 2000 something, since then they are there. Then over 3.9 billion emails, blah blah blah, and whatever. And this is very important, up to 25x of ROI, right? So this is what I have also said, 23,800%, which is 25. They are 25x of the ROI, more or less on the same lines, and that's the beauty that we're gonna explore. Okay, now this is, you will find over here for the standard version, you will be able to add 500 contacts. You can send up to 6,000 emails each month, and it will cost around 1,150 rupees INR every month. You can convert that into dollars. So if I take, let's say, 80 or a 90 rupees a dollar, which will be around less than $100, if I'm not wrong, or less than $10. Yeah, so around $10 or $10 to $11. Yeah. Then these are the brands. They have bring in more data, drive more growth with our integration. So you can integrate these platforms in the paid version, of course, and sort of things. Now, to use this tool, we need to sign up. So those, yes. No, revised 600 mail, you mean you will get email IDs from MailChimp? Is that what you mean? Sumit? They will not provide the customer data or the email data. That is supposed to be yours. I'm a bit confused otherwise. Okay, let's begin. So you need to sign up to this platform. Once you sign up, they will ask maybe your line of business, the kind of business you are into, and all those details. Your working mail ID, you or the mail ID, right? And if you already have signed up, you can log in over here. So I have logged in the free version as a trial version or something. Let me see if it works. Right, and but it will be good for our learning for the day to day. So let's log in, right? And then maybe Yeah, so this is how this entire platform looks like. Now, there are multiple tabs which we will evaluate one by one, what it does, how it is, and everything else. But this is the dashboard of the MailChimp emailer campaign as it should be. Now, this is the very free versions. The paid version will also look the same. It just once we begin to execute the platform into multiple settings and multiple requirements, that's when we need to upgrade. If you want to see the pricing of it, let me open, and what we will get, what not we will get. So if I'll go here, um, so there are multiple options. One right now, which I am over in, which is the free versions. Right. In the standard plan, you find out why customers see your 24x ROI using a standard plan. You will get this. It will cost you around this much money for up to 500 contacts that you could do. Generative AI features that you will get, which will not get in the free version. Advanced segmentation and reporting. You will get a bit of segmentation, but not the reporting part in the free version. Enhanced automation and all those things. Now, customer coded email templates, free more templates. In the free also, you'll get customizable pop-up forms and personalized onboarding, right? Once we go for the premium version, from it will directly move from 500 to 110,000 customer base with almost 100 and 150,000 emails each month, going to 10,000 customers. Get our most comprehensive tool to engage your audience, which is more number of user base you can add and make a bigger emailer campaign, of course. Unlimited seats and audiences, data-driven optimized tools, migration support, phone support, dedicated onboarding, and customer success manager. All right. And some of the other things. So premium, standard, essential, and this is what we are right now using. So no rupees, but our limit is only 500 contacts, which is good because earlier it used to be only 100 customers that I could add in the free version, if I'm not wrong. Right. So this is what it does. And you can later on check based on the requirement. Basically, if you all forms who does email marketing, take some kind of plan with MailChimp or similar other tools and do that. Right. Now, if we go to the platform itself, so I'll close this. Now, this is where we need to do all the, so there are multiple tabs you can see over here. One is, this is the home tab. This is the entire dashboard, which will summarize my previous data, if at all, that how the email has performed, what was the opening rate, what was a click per unique opens, and how many of them unsubscribed, the number of recipients who opted out of your emails using the unsubscribe link in an individual email, right? So how many of them have unsubscribed after the emailer and all those things. Then the audience, how many current contacts I have, all those in the summary version. Now, this is where you can see all your campaigns that you're running. Right now, there is no campaign, so you will not be able to see to it. We will see in some time, of course. This is the automation part wherein, like, yeah. So now this part is with is with the paid versions, right? So welcome new contacts, share exclusive content with new leads over social media platform, and other things that you will see later on, of course. So these are more of automation that has been included in the paid versions, which was not there, but for the last couple of years, it's there now. This is the audience section. This is where we will start. When you can see the audience dashboard, tags, and segmentations that you could create. So this is where the major work, or not major work rather, but the beauty of comes in there. Wherein, as I said, the beauty of email marketing is largely about the tagging that you can do to the customer, that what every customer defines to you and what kind of campaign you need to do. How to do that, how to segment that, and everything else, right? And that's where the audience forum or section in this is very, very important or critical. We will also understand that these are some of the dummy email IDs that I've added earlier just to show. So all my email IDs with whom I can consider as a customer or anything are there. Right now you can see total 14 contacts, which is mostly dummy. A few of mine is my ID is also over there and sort of things, right? Now till this, everything is clear about the platform. Very basic thing I've covered so far, and then we're gonna use it now in terms of execution point of view. All good, everyone? Okay. So now when in this platform, we will see some of the terms like open rate and this rate and that rate. You will be able to figure it out what it is, and that's why we go from basics to from scratch to build up every topic, and then we do the practical so that now things are very clear from practical and theoretical approach both, right? Now over here, what we need to do is now there are multiple ways you can add context to the to this platform. And before I go any further, let me just give a disclaimer that in email marketing, come what may, there will be some kind of manual work which is needed because it's almost free to do, right? But you need to add some amount of time and some amount of your own labor, your own mind into it. So it bit of manual processing or manual thing need to be done when it comes to email marketing. Now, when it comes to add the audience to this platform, let's suppose I want to add a few of you to send my emailer. I'm running a digital marketing course kind of a website, and some of the leads I have getted, and I need to add to this platform so that directly all my audience are there on one platform instead of me maintaining a huge Excel file and trying to keep on checking who is there, what kind of doing all those things. I can totally put it in one place, which is my this platform, and then all my audience I can segment it and then send the mailers accordingly from this platform itself. So that's where the easy part comes into the play. So if you see over here at the top right now, let's say this audience I have categorized as student academy, right? And then I want to add a few more audience into this. So what I need to do is, all I need to do is I need to add contact. And let's say I have only one or two leads or one or two customers or leads or whatever I need to add, and I don't want to import it from anyone, any other platform. There are multiple ways, as I said, we'll learn each one by one. So I'll go over here and add a single contact, which is a manual process. So then all I need to do is I need to provide the details over here. Now at this stage, I need volunteer, some of you or just two of you can, if you can send me your mail IDs. I hope that is fine with everyone, right? So Sarthak has already shared. So let's say I will add him as my and Jitendra. So right now I need only two. So let's say Sarthak dot Panik at the rate I see. I will delete it these any which ways later on so that you will remain assured that there will be no misuse of it. iCloud.com, sarthak.banik at the rate iCloud.com. Maybe this is not considered. I don't know why. Let me use the other one. Gmail.com. Enter out. This should not be the case. What is required once? Okay, I was adding a space, sorry. So Jitendra, then the last name Nathani. Now, these are some important fields that I need to add. Now, you can further also add the address and all those things if you want to. I mean, more details, and of course, for a professional use, if you want to add all the details so that you know which region and everything the customer is, you can add that. For now, let's say I only add a country of residence for him as in India, and his phone number may be plus 9123467843. Okay, as maybe. You can add birth and birth month and date also, which I will recommend when you do for the real customer, because the tool will highlight you that these customers have their birthdays in this month. A few times you might have received a kind of emailer or messages during your birthdays and anniversaries, right? And all these brands send you to make you feel special and some kind of special discount, or maybe just a congratulatory mail or something like that, right? Yes, you all have received it in your life. Yeah, so that's where it's important. If you want to add in real, of course, you should add it. I'm not adding it right now because we are doing a trial version. Also add the addresses if you get the details of that from your lead. If not, it's okay. Not in every lead you will get all the address and details. Sometimes you only get the city and the country, right? And that's why you see these fields are not also mandatory, because of course it's impossible to get all that and impossible to get all these details from your audience or the customers, right? Now that's been done. You can, let's say I will put in, I remember Jiten said from Konkan, so Maharashtra, maybe Maharashtra region and country, India, right? And then this is the beauty comes in, wherein you can tag each of the customer. Okay, Mangaon, very nice. So tag each of the individual as what kind of person you want to tag it as. So let's say if I'll add a tag. Now these are pre-created ones that I have created, right? Like a student, a vendor, a high network individual, customer, lead, staff, and all sort of things. If you accordingly, you can then, if I click as an student, now Jitendra will be added to the student list of mine, and whenever I want to do a campaign for the students itself, I can only select that tag, right? So let's say for now, I'll show you how to create it. So I will just click over there, and let's say I will name it as June 25 leads, maybe, right? And then I'll create it. So now this is a new category I have created, right? June 2025 leads, and now I'll tag it. So it's so easy for me now to every time I don't have to go to the entire Excel file and do everything. Once it's done, I'll be able to filter it out, and from this platform itself I can choose the type of audience, or why this tagging is done. I hope you guys are able to remember. I've said in the earlier stage that different customers at a different stage, or maybe different type or different things. So I can do that now. Right. So this is what I have created. I have tagged him. Now all I have to do is, yes, this person gave me permission to email them. Yes. So I'll click on it. In most cases, these are the opt-ins, so there'll not be any problem. And then if this person is already my audience, no, so he's not my audience right now. And then I will add to contact. So please enter a complete address. Okay, one second. And down. Usually it's not asking, but I don't know why. Let me just randomly write something. No, it's okay. This is new development, it seems, because it never used to ask full. Um, yeah, just give me the pin code. I believe it's the pin code which is needed. 400 402 104. Let me check now. and add to contact. Yeah, so now the contact with the email jitendra.nathani@gmail.com was successfully added to your audience. Now this he's been added. Right now I can add just one more, which I believe Sarthak has given. So Sarthak dot panik @ icloud.com. Yeah, so Sarthak panik Hillview 1 2 3 4. Maybe city Kolkata. West Bengal, and pin code is 70092. Select country India. Birthdays we don't want. Phone number I just randomly use. +91456567432220. Yep. And then again, I have to go over here and tag him. No thanks. Right. So now you can get all the list over here, which is the previous one is not here for some reason. 1 second. Okay, let me just add to him as a student. Add tag. And then add content. Yeah, so now Sarthak is also added. Now what I'll do is I'll go to my audience, and you see earlier it was 14 contacts. Now it is as 16 contacts, and you can see over here Sarthak and Jitendra been added to my contact list. All I need to do is I need to click on this tag contact and then change it to June 2025 leads, and done. So now these two are tagged as June 2025 leads, which is the new customers that I have added. And if I need to go and check over here tags, I click on this and see only these two links will be here. So I can just select at any point in time what tag. So I can go to students and unclick this. So this, I will have to remove him from this tag. For now, for some reasons, is here. Anyways, bit of hiccup here, but usually it should not be. If I go to vendor, right? So there are this. So basically, the idea you got. Yeah, it's been added to two tags. I will later on filter it out. I will just clean it here, and then you can check all the details. So this is one way to add the list of customers. Now you can say that if it's manual, right now I just had to add two, but if let's suppose there are 500 leads or 600 leads, it's going to take a lot of time, and that's why it says add a single contact. So whenever we have limited number of contacts, one or two at point in time, we could do that. Right, not a most efficient way of adding the audience or adding the list of customers to your to this platform, because it's a lot of laborious work otherwise. If I have, let's suppose, hundreds and thousands of leads that I need to put into this put into this tool, it will take a lot of time, right? That's when I am teaching all forms, so that you know that whatever the possibilities are, whatever suits best, you can do that. Yeah. So now there are other forms. You can see this import context, which is also possible. Now importing is done multiple ways, which I'll also show you, from tools, integrated tools within, and also through other forms. So if I'll go over here, now if I'll add import context, Now you see there are three options. The first one says import from another services. Now what are those another services? Help ensure data between the MailChimp and your third party app automatically sync. So third party apps are like Salesforce. Out of this platform like Salesforce, Zoho, through which you can do the sales campaign. Yes, all these platforms are also having the flexibility to integrate with your Mailchimp kind of a thing. So whatever database or the lead base that you have ensured from the that you have covered, let's suppose you've done a lead based campaign and you're doing the lead sales campaign through Salesforce, right? Most companies does it, and all the leads got captured. Now you want to keep that leads right now, and later on you can use it for the email marketing. You can integrate directly, import all those emailers from this for on this MailChimp through importing through the tool. But that comes that you should have that kind of use that kind of tool, and also it comes with the paid versions, right? So if I just continue, see these are the platforms: Zapier, Salesforce, what I have mentioned, Shopify, Squarespace, QuickBooks, and sort of thing. All these platforms are okay to share the data and add the leads on this audience management platform. So you can see add Salesforce leads and contacts to an audience. Similarly, you can sync the audience leads from Woo or Zapier or Shopify also. So you can bring Shopify customer data into MailChimp. So basically these days, most of the e-commerce website has been getting created by default on the e-Shopify platform. And later on, whatever the customer you are able to generate, like those who are purchasing with you to remarket, or those who have just log in with you but not buying anything, and you want to later on target those customers using an emailer, or want to give exclusive kind of a reward thing on an emailer so that they can get converted from consideration phase to as a loyal customer or a satisfied customer. Remember, we talk about all of these things. That's when converting a lead to a potential customer into a customer, the email marketing comes into play. And that's why this integration is available over here. So we can it's like just a click based. If at all you have your Salesforce account or any of this platform account, all you need to do is add, and they will ask for the details over here, which I don't have right now, but I'll show you that. So just get integrated, right? So you just need to integrate MailChimp integration app. You get it now, and then everything will be done, right? So that's the easy part. And then by default, it will pull all the data, all the leads that you have on this platform on its own basis, the matrix that you have set during the lead generation, and your leads will be captured in this MailChimp platform. Make sense to all of you? Is it okay so far? Yes. Now the other form is, since we don't have any of this, we go back, right? We go back here. Now, apart from the third party application, you can also upload. Let's suppose you are maintaining an Excel sheet initially and you're having 150, 2,000 customer base, and now you want to do a mailer campaign. In most companies, remember, people during the events, earlier they used to have registers during the event, right? Like, every new customer they coming in, they need to put in their details, mail ID, and all on a register. Then later on, there's an at the reception or somebody sits where you can also drop the card, or with the person then in there can keep on converting, scan the visiting cards, or at times manually filling the email Excel files and create the list of emails, right? Leads. Have you noticed that during the events? Yeah, let's assume that you might have created a list of 100,000 customers, an Excel file, and then now you want to do an email campaign, or you want to send them a welcome emailer, right? And how would you do that? How do you receive usually after the event all these welcome emailers that thanks for you being part of the event, and you have come to our booth or come to our stall, and it was a nice interaction sort of things, and you have to send this to mass audience. Let's suppose you have captured 2,000 leads. Does it mean that you have to manually put all the mail ID, copy paste from the Excel file or not? No. So what easily you could do is that you have to upload that file over here, but there is a catch. You can't upload Excel file. You can only import data from CSV file, which is called comma separated value files, right? only CSV file, which is very easy to convert any file into a CSV file also. That also we will learn now. So let me go to the Google Sheets, let's say. All right. And let me create a different sheet altogether. Now, so let's say I'm capturing first name. Sorry. Last name, email address, and phone number. Yeah, that's what I will capture. So I believe Sarthak, Sumit has also shared the mail ID. So I will use this time his Sumit, and then it's Gaikwad, Gaikwad, Gaikwad. Email address is 8017@gmail.com, and then phone number is +9133267889. Yeah. Formula error. Yeah. Let's see. Anyone else would like to volunteer the one more mail ID, so that at least it will be at least 2 or 3 over here. If there is anyone who's okay with. Any more mail IDs? If anyone, okay, so Nathani has given another mail ID. So let's say Jitendra. Nathani. Now you'll see one more thing out of it, right? So let's say J underscore Nathani, com, right? And phone number is 1890765 Okay, now what I have to do is I've just have to keep this file as a CSV file. So I'll go over here, file, download, and you'll see this file, not PDF, not Excel, nothing, but comma separated value files, which is .csv file. So I'll download it, right? And then I go to my platform, I'll click over here, continue, and then select downloads over here, and then continue. Hopefully it will work. Now this is where I have created the audience as Student Academy project. So yes. Now it will ask me update any existing contact. Now this is interesting. Let me see if it usually it does. If there is one matrix changes and everything else is same. Let's suppose Jitendra, his mail ID and everything is same, just the contact details have changed. So it will figure it out and it will update it. But in this case, we have changed two things, mail ID as well as the phone number. So let me show. Okay, and then continue. Right. Now we need to tag them again. So we can choose from here or we can create it on its different tagging altogether. I'll stick to June 2025. Right. And then continue. And you see here. So first name, what all it takes, it will show you. So what all I'm capturing: first name, yeah, over here. Why it's 1 second, this bit of change here. Sumit, Jitendra, yes, Sumit and Jitendra, last name Gaikwad, nothing. These are the two mail IDs and these are phone numbers. So all four fields that I have added over here in the CSV file, they have captured for the two customers, right? If at all any of these fields I don't want to add further later on, I can just uncheck it. But I need all of these four. So phone number, these two phone numbers, these two mail IDs, these two, the name and the surnames, and yes, and then continue. Select email markup status. So of course, I'll say they have subscribed my emailers, and then finalizing import. Right, complete import. Two new contacts were added, right? So now two more contacts have been added. Let me go and check to the audience. So yeah, it couldn't because it differentiate basically from the mail ID point of view, right? And that's been done. So now Jitendra, Sumit, Sarthak, and another mail ID of Jitendra has been added. And then if I go to tags also, you can check the four customers that I have added. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, okay, no problem. So I'll go back, cancel, exit. Yes. Right. Now there is another method. As I said, these four customers are there. Now let's suppose I have a huge set of Excel file or something from which we cannot convert into CSV file. It's not from the third party. It's not into the CSV format. I have a PDF maybe or any other format, but I cannot convert into a CSV file, and manually putting each detail one by one would be very time taking and time consuming and laborious process. All I can do is I can copy paste. So there is a method for that as well, or facility for that as well. All you can do is in this method, you can go to copy and paste and then continue. Right now over here, what I have done is I have the existing two customers itself. What I have done is I will change the phone numbers and everything that they have shared me earlier. Right, I'm keeping the mail ID and other details same, just few changes here and there in the phone number. Right, and then I'll copy paste the details. Now it could be 2, it could be 100, whatever number I have, I can just easily copy paste. Right, so I'll copy paste from this platform. I go here on this and simply paste it. So first name, last name, email address and phone number. Let's see. And remember, these two customers are with these mail ID are already there in the list. I only change the phone number. So I'll continue. Or maybe I need just one more help from you all. Maybe one more mail ID, somebody, if anyone can, is if willing to share one more detail, someone just Sarthak again. So let's say Sarthak, and I'll keep the surname as B Banik, and then Sarthak 692@gmail.com, and phone number as 91456903903. Yeah, now three customers I have in this list. I will copy, go here, copy paste, continue, and I'm copy pasting. Now in this, two existing mail IDs I have and one new mail ID that I'm adding. Let's see. So I'll continue. Now again, the same audience segment. I will update any existing contacts if there are any and continue. I will tag them as June 2025 leads. Continue. Now these 4 out of 4 columns will be imported. First name, last name, email address, and phone number, as I've just copy pasted, and then continue. Yes, and finalize the import. So now you'll say 3 contacts will be updated or added to your student academy. It doesn't say 3 contacts will be added. It says updated or added. Let me check. Right. Earlier we have 4 numbers. So you see it has detected basis on the mail ID that I have only 1 new contact, which is this new contact, and 2 existing customers. 2 existing contacts were updated, which is Sumit and Jitendra remain the same. Their phone number will get updated only. Nothing else will be updated. So there will not be any duplication. So I'll just do view new contact. Right. And you see, if I'll go to the tags already. Yeah. So you see, it should be, earlier I had 4, this time I added 3, so 7, but it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, whereas which one is missing? Okay, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 5 customers are there. So it by default detected the duplications. Yes, the unique ID is because it's an emailer campaign, right? Without email, you can't do anything. So emailer is the primary thing. If email remains the same and you update a few changes here and there, but suppose the customer has changed the phone number, you just want to update the list, right? You can do that. So by default, it will detect it. It will avoid the duplication of it and then keep on adding more customers. There are 3 to 4 ways which I have shown. One being you can add single, if there are less number of 5 to 10 contacts that you need to add, you can also add manually, or you can also copy paste, right? You can also importing via multiple means, which is for the third party services, uploading a CSV file, or you can copy paste, and that will be all your customers will be getting updated over here, and you will see by means of tags that which tag detects you have added to these leads or the customers, and you can find it. You can also see it over here at the dashboard, right? So I have 5 new contacts. This is the audience overall adding tool, wherein you can check each audience based on the tags and sort of thing. And then you can go to the dashboard where you can see recent growth. So I've added 5 new contacts, total 6 customers, 5 under this tag, 5 leads, and 1 staff, which is internal, and 1 vendor, right? So all these things that under which category, how many leads or the customers or the contacts I have, you can see to it. Good, interesting so far, everyone. I need confirmation from most of you because there are others being totally silent today. So let me know if it's going well, and if still now everything is clear and understood clearly, the tools and use case of it. Yes. So now all my leads, whichever whom I want to do, I have maintained the emailer list with whom I can now at any point in time do my emailer campaign, and they are categorized as per the requirements I have. So which, if I need to send an emailer to the customers, I'll choose these 6. If I have to choose this leads, I can choose this. And later on also, if let's say these leads, like June leads, have converted to the customer, I can edit it also. I don't know, there should be an edit section once again, right? So I can edit it at any point in time, right? And then I can add this customer. One second. Move to audience. Sorry. I can add to different tag, right? Or I can remove from a particular tag, and then I can add it to customer tag. So as I see that if there is a particular lead converted into a customer and later on it reflects, or it has already been purchasing from me, I can keep on managing this is very easily. So I can shift of the audience from that way. More importantly, it's good to manage. Let's suppose you have vendors to whom you want to do a campaign. You have a HNI customers to whom you want to do a campaign, and then you have a mass campaign that you want to do for everybody, right? So you can just manage all of that together from here. Now, this is from the audience management point of view. From this tool itself, now we can also do send a emailer, right? So we can do a different campaign, right? And then we can do a campaign. So can we now get into the campaign mode? We can create a campaign. If so far all good, don't judge me based that how I'm creating it, right? Learn it from what needed to be done instead of how bad or good I am doing it. Yeah. So let's go here. And now at the top, you will see campaign, right? So I'll click on this. Now, if you have already multiple campaigns running, you will get the list of those campaigns over here along with some details, right? Right now, there is no campaign for me going on. So it's just like nothing else over here. Otherwise, you'll get the list of campaign that this campaign, whatever you named it, it will reflect over here. So now I'll go to the create mode. What I'll do is I'll create, right? And this is where you will find these three options, wherein a regular email, automation, and this we'll talk about later on. Right now, there are two automations. Of course, right now we do not have access because we are in the free version, and it will be more AI generated, more of like the things that we have learned about, that what will come with the premium packages, what all other features enabled, that will come, right? So we do not have access to it because it's more AI integrated. It will do email automation that personalize your marketing and save your time. It creates more or less, it's create everything from the command and do it automation. So what we will do is we'll learn from the manual, right? So now this is a regular email or emailer that you could also create. And that's the beauty of the tool, that you have the audience over here, and then you can also create the emailer from here and send it also from this tool itself. So everything at one platform, from managing your leads, keeping it updated, to creating an email campaign and then sending it to the different audience through for your emailer, right? So let's go for this. Now, in this, you will get options like you want to create it from scratch on your own, which is also free, right? You can get the basic layout and then you can use that layout to create your emailer. Like these are all free. These both are free. You can start from scratch if you have a creative instinct, and if you have a creative team who just want a plain canvas and they say everything I will put in. I don't need a placeholder. I want to create my own customized totally email. You can do that. The free basic template is wherein some guidelines will be there that what to be placed and how to place, but it will be very raw. You can use that template and create an emailer. And the third being that fully designed template, right? So this we will not get an access to because again, this comes with the free paid version, right? All we need to do in this is just change the name and some of the text and it's good to go, right? Or maybe let's check if this is available to us also. Yeah, so even this is available. Great, right? So we can use some of it, I believe, not all of it. Yeah, upgrade to use, upgrade to use. No, this we can't use. So let's go to all templates. Okay. Yeah, so we could use these ones, which has some template and basic guidelines, not all like start from scratch. So we could choose any of these. Let's say I'll choose this one since it's free, right? And now this is like your game now, that how you want to create the emailer and everything else. This is a drop, and we will create it right away. This is a drag and drop thing. You can put over here, and then you can create as you want to create, right? So let's say I will let this be, and then I will add a divider here, or let's delete it. So these sites, guys, now this is the tool that we could use, right? These are the things that you could drag and drop whatever you need an emailer, and then you can create it over here. Now, most of these things you can use it in the free version, maybe a few things which we can't use, right, in the free versions, right? So let's say at the top, I'll just delete this one right now, and then I will add a logo. Let me say here, right? So now I need the I want to add a logo as well as a headline over here parallel to each other, and accordingly I can do that, right? So let's say I have a food joint. Food fast food logo, right? Maybe this one. Now, guys, before I go ahead with this, a disclaimer. Never use Gmail images for emailers. As I've said this earlier also, wherever I use the image, I'm just using it right now to save time, easy access I have. And I'm not going to use it to send it to the customers. The maximum I can send it to you, this one is to you people as a trial. And I have a belief and hope that you won't sue me for the copyright using these images, right? So otherwise, there are multiple platforms through which you can access copyright free images, or you can create your own, or there are Canva templates which you can of course, these days Canva is advertising a lot. Also, you can create logos and everything else. I can also show that how to create the logo from Canva and all, but that will take a lot of time and unnecessarily killing of time. So the idea is that don't use any images from Google and sort of thing, because unnecessarily you don't want to ruin your campaign because of the copyright issue. Yeah, right. So then we have already a food. It's time, and we can now add a, let's say, a headline over here. So let me think of something, and then accordingly we will begin. So let's say paste the most delicious food in town. Now, please don't judge me based on the creativity that I am doing. I'm just doing it for learning purpose again. And then I can set the logo here, upload image, downloads, fast food. And that's it. Now we can, you can see how dirty it is looking or how ugly it is looking, because I've just randomly used an image, right? But how to beautify is something up to you, right? And then no, let's use this one for time being. Yeah, and then this is where I can add images. Yeah, so you see, I'm building it up, a kind of emailer. I can replace it. I can edit the image, how it should appear on my entire thing. right? So I believe as a portrait, as a landscape, wide view, custom, square, whatever. I believe view looks better, so I can save it, and then I can also make it like full to the screen. So that's how the image will be. And I can also add alt text if you want to. Then here, let's say I don't want this thing, or rather I want maybe, let me check, delete this. For now, I'm deleting all of this. So I'm deleting this also. And now I need let's say a space bar here, right? So I need let's say paragraph, right? And then I can talk about my email. So my logo has been at the top. Usually it's actually the logo doesn't look good over here, but you can understand the point. Now I want to write some copy thing into this. So let's say our roles, the most shout out in the town, or maybe this is a promotional, so not like this. Maybe I want to write discount, or maybe all bold, discount up to 60% to the first 100 customers on this Sunday. Offer and so or on Sundays. Offer ending soon. Now this I want to make it bold. Let me check if I can do it. Okay, 1 second. As heading. Yeah, so I want to make this text bold like this, maybe. Yeah, and then I will maybe some details that I'm just showing how to basically make a basic roles. Most in town. Bit of details you need to add in the emailers, fresh ingredients. I don't know the spelling. Else, yeah. And daily create more than 10,000 roles. Else, in about opening outlet, something like that. Some catchphrases I'm using. Starting 7 p.m. Grab your point this weekend. Yeah. Okay. Or maybe another catchphrase should be use the code below and we will serve you the best roles ever. Something like that. Just yeah. So this is, you can see a very basic email that I've created now. Bit of headline. Now this looks ugly, so maybe I'll just delete this for now, and I'll add the logo maybe at the top if it allows me. Here. Um, and then you will be left aligned. I believe this is better compared to the earlier one. So I've got the logo, I've got the image. This I need to change. Yeah. And then all those things. Now beyond that, you need to, is there anyone who can tell me what is missing? Anyone? CTA is missing, yes. So we need to add the CTA into this, a clear call to action also. So this for call to action, what we will have to do is add a button. So you'll find something like this. I need to bring this down. Right, and sorry. Let me just for now delete this button over here, right? And then I can use this button in terms of maybe phone number, and then you can add the phone number also. 6789634 and then edit. 1 second. Time. And I can say, since the phone number is linked, call us now. Yeah, so this is, if you have a real number, it's by default linked with the phone number that you will add. And then I can change it to solid, however you want it, round, and maybe the color should be like this. Let's see. Button should be, let's say, like this. Yeah. And yeah, so there's one call to action over here. Now I need to add another button. Maybe let's suppose this is to call to book the table. And if I have online option, maybe I need another button. So I'll add the code. So code flat 60, right? So that both the things are there. Now I have to change this style also. I'll go here, I'll make it 1, I'll make it round, I'll make the button color to this, and that's it, right? So a very basic emailer that you can see is fine. Now in under this, if you also want people to, of course, find you on the social media, you go here, add the social media tags, and then you can add your Facebook link, your Instagram link, and your Twitter link. So the links or any other social media account that you want to add, you can add your email, you can TikTok, YouTube, whatever, you can add it from here. So let's say I want to add also WhatsApp, right? And that's it. So there are 4 social media icons also that people can check. Now these creative assistant video, all those things you will be able to integrate in the automation version of the mailer, right? Because you don't have the automation in the free version, so we can't do that. But this is how, if you don't need to also this, delete this, and a basic emailer is ready. A very dirty one right now for sure, because of the lack of resources and the time that we have. You can do it much better in the once you have before the final paid versions and sort of things. But that's how the emailers get created. Make sense to all of you? Maybe we could just do this. I know this is not the best of the mailers. That what do you think? Because it says roles and it has photos. So maybe let's check tools, images. Yeah, or which one to use? Maybe this looks interesting. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so a very basic emailer is good, is ready for me to, yeah. Now, usual thing is people make the emailers and then send it. Don't do it. Always test the emailer. And the best way to test it is to yourself, send it to yourself, see how it's appearing on the email, because it should not be fragmented. It should not be the email look is not looking good. So always test the emailer. Also in this, you can see the review over here. So this is how it will look in the desktop, and this is how it will look in the email. So I believe it fits for both. On email also it's looking pretty neat comparatively, considering the time and the elements that we have had to create. Right. So this is a mobile version. If somebody will find your emailer on the if somebody will find your emailer on the mobile phone, this is how it will look like. On the desktop, this is how it will look like. Yeah. Now there are two things you could do. Either you can save it and exit right now for later on to send it, or the first thing what you have to do is you have to send it. So let's say I will do the send. Now you can see over here, by default, it is my mail ID using which I will be sending this emailer to others. I will first test this emailer on that email itself. So I will, let's say, I will send test, and your recipient should receive your test email untitled shortly. If recipients reply to your email, their feedback will be shown in the comment tab, right? And okay. And then let me go and check. So first, okay, this is here. Let me check if I have received. I don't know, it might be all mails also. Yeah, so you see, this is how it will appear in the emailer. So right now it's a live demo. I have sent the emailer and it will be appearing like this in the email. So now I am confirmed that the way I have created the emailer over here, similarly it will be appearing to the audience whomsoever it will go to. You can check that, right? So once I am sure, confirm, and like satisfied that okay, it's going the way it should be, right? I'm okay to send it to the all customers. So I'll go over here. Now you can do one thing, save and exit once again, and so you can do finish later, or I can send it right away. Now, by as I said, I can send it to all people or everything else. So this is how the emailer look like. You can have we already have preview it. You can see this is how it's appearing. Right now, I can choose my audience over here. So I will go and I don't want to send it to all. One second. So I will have to all emailers instead of I will go here and click on the tags and June 2025 leads, and yes, cancel it, right? One second. Send to tags June 2025 leads, and that's it. So now it will only be going to my June 2025 leads. Can you all see how I have now I can check the audience? So my campaign name is Student Academy. June 2025 leads is what the audience I want to send it to, right? So only one category of audience I've selected, not all. And then personalize the send to field. So I will do it by first name and last name, right? And then I have to write the subject line, remember, which is very important. So why it's not allowing me? So guys, bit of, I believe it's stuck. Yeah. Now I can write the subject line. So let's say just random stuff and then save. Yeah, so this is my subject line. You can also review it, cancel, and then now this is where I can't schedule the sending. So in paid version, you can click over here and you can also schedule it. But for that, you can see you need to upgrade the plan, right? So in the free version, I can't schedule it like you can schedule your post. Like suppose I have to do it 1 month, 1 week later, like you schedule your post on LinkedIn and on Facebook and everything else. You can't do that in the free version. Right, so I have to send it now. And yeah. I can edit it also. Email link, MailChimp. I don't know this. Let's see. Let's see. Randomly, I'll send it. Uh, just check if you guys will save. And since like Sarthak, Sumit, Jitendra, I believe you will receive. These are the 5 recipients with the duplication of IDs. So Sarthak, Jitendra, Sumit, and again, yeah. So all 5 of you are 3 of you, but in total 5 customers with different mail IDs have been added. And if I'll send, just check your mail ID, respective mail ID, if you receive it. So if you guys give me permission, I'll send it to you. Since it will appear like this as I have sent it to myself, as you can see in the mail ID of mine. Similarly, can I send it to you all? Okay, so let's see. Yeah, and send. So went. Why I also want to send it, because I wanted to show. So this is how the mail has been went. 5 subscribers in one segment from the audience, Student Academy. From Student Academy, welcome to the finest place of role. Sorry, there's a spelling mistake which I should have checked. Sorry for that. Of roles, and enjoy mouth-watering roles at 60% discount. Send time June 14th, and email link is this. Just check your mail IDs if you guys have received it. Maybe it had went to the all mails, because right now there's not much categorization has been done, and this account need to be more activated in terms of not appear as a junk mail, right? Which I have not done. That's the reason, not any other reason. Please check and let me know. Received? How about others? Okay. If not, let it be. Confirm if you guys are checking, Jitendra and Sumit. But that's how it is, right? So now, can you see how easy it was to send an emailer? To create an email campaign and send it, of course. So Jitendra also confirmed he has received it. So now I've already shared a discounted, like, this Sunday, a 60% discount for the roles. Please go and enjoy. Sarthak and Sumit, you already have it. Which restaurant? I don't know, though. But why I wanted you to why I wanted to send this and wanted you to check is, now if I go to this campaign again, since the emailer has done, if I go to this, let's say first the home section, right? So I have current 19 contacts, 5 recipients I have sent the email. And if I go to the campaign, you see, so this is where it will show me the details, that this is the campaign that I have created, the audience, number of recipients, and analysis as well then and there. So two mails got open, which is by Jitendra and Sarthak, and hence the 40% of opening rate it is showing me, right? So then in there, right then and there, as the campaign goes live, you can get these numbers and it will keep on updating as the number improves or whatever will happen. Right now it's just very smaller campaign, 5 audience, and that's why you can get these kind of numbers over here, right? So you can get the reports. And for more details, if we'll have a paid campaign, or sorry, a paid platform, we can go to this analytics section. And one second. Here. Now this is where we are not getting the right data. Why? Because we don't have the paid versions. So we are getting the data in terms of sample data, right? Not the real data. So we'll go here and you will get all kind of reports. So 20% open rate to 0% click rate, delivers 100%. So there is no bounce, right? And you will get 24-hour performance snapshot. It will keep on updating over here. Click performance. This was the email that I have sent and all those things. And if I go to this tool, right, try mastering that. Right. So if I need to check more detailed analytics, we need to upgrade to the standard plan at least. But we can check with the sample data. Right now, this is a sample data that you have. So in sample data is not showing anything. So otherwise you'll get all the details, total number of mails sent, number of open rate, click rate, and also people who have unsubscribed, right? That also you will get. Then you will get the click rate each day, like how the campaign have done in the last couple of days. You can get the details. And this is where you can get the conversion funnel. So how many people are getting converted? Did they click on the CTA action and then bought your product or not? Everything you will get, and the funnel also over here. So delivered, opened, clicked, and orders. So how many got delivered? How many have opened it? How many have clicked on the call to action? And how many have ordered the final things or book or whatever the call was in terms of finally, right? And this is again, you will get abuse report rate in terms of how many get not bounces delivered but an unsubscribed and sort of thing that you will get. And 1 second, that's it. Yeah, so you will get then in their report, a live report, keep on updating on its own as the numbers will improve. You will get the entire funnel also, from opening to, from delivery to open to click to uh, order, and all the other reports that you want to check. In further analytics, you can get more detailed version of all the things, but that need to be paid to the standard plan. That's how you could do it here on this. Good. So far, interesting. Whew. So all the things that we have learned, right, you can get in the analysis here itself, so that you know also that what does open, how this funnel is getting created, and why I'm getting this report, how many people it was sent to, what is the ROI and everything else that you can analyze on this. How about others? Meghal, Krishna, Ojas, Sheetal, Shivangi, Tarun, and everybody. All good? Great. Okay. Now there is 1 second. Yeah. One more thing. This has been done. One second. So this is where you can check who have opened it. So Jitendra Nathani from his Gmail ID and I believe Sarthak from his iCloud ID has opened it. So you can check recipient activity 1 and 2. Two mailers have been opened. So this is where you can get all the details. Yeah. Cool. Till this everything is clear. You can see order history here. If it's like an e-commerce platform that I have added, if this would have been like on order thing, I can get the e-commerce report also that how many orders have been finalized, what is the average order value, and the total revenue I have generated. So that also you can get it from this report itself. So let's suppose if Jitendra and Sarthak would have ordered something, so 2 orders, average order value, let's say in 500 rupees or whatever dollars, and then total revenue, let's say in total they have ordered of 1500 or something, or yeah, so or 1200 or something. So total revenue would be that. That also you can get over here. But this is all will be in the paid version, I believe, for now. Cool. So one platform, multiple use case, and everything can be done. Now, there's one more thing I wanted to tell. If I go to campaign, let's say, and many a times what happen is that you are running a campaign. Let's suppose you're on the Gmail. Yeah, okay. You have not maybe check in all mails, Sarthak. On Gmail, just check all mails. And maybe refresh it because if you have received it in one mail ID, I'm sure you'll receive it on the other as well. Or might be there was some error from my side in terms of writing a Gmail ID. Could be the possibility. Yeah. Or server thing. It could happen. Yeah. Now, yeah. So I was saying that let's say many times what happens is you create a lead-based campaign for your product and you want to capture the lead. Now, what is most important thing to capture the lead or to bring the traffic? Anyone, if you're doing a lead-based campaign, what is the single important thing you need? Anyone? CTA will be there in the lead campaign or text. It is the landing page. Have you heard of that? The landing page is very important. Where if you're generating a lead-based campaign, where the customer will land to fill in the details. The landing page is most important thing to capture the leads, right? So that also, let's suppose you don't have a full-fledged website or something like that. You're running a campaign to create the database for your e-commerce platform or something like that, or you don't have that full-fledged website where you want to capture the data, and yet you are running a campaign with some basic functionalities. You want to create a microsite, a landing page where you can capture the data, and later on you can use that to do the marketing and sort of thing, but you need the database. So this tool also helps in that. What you have to do is, let's say you have to go to the campaign, you go to create, right? And the last one, which I have not explained, remember, this is the landing page. So create a landing page that lets people sign up to receive product promotions and discounts. Yeah, so you can also create a landing page that will be like a promotional, a newsletter or something like that, or they can sign up for that thing using this. So let's see this also. So let's say landing page name is maybe a different category, digital marketing course. Okay, student academy, and I will begin. So that's why this is one of the most interesting and powerful tool when it comes to email marketing. Everything is at one place, and also you can create news, your own landing page. Now you can see this is a lead generation. This is promote product promotion. You can check based on the category you are into, right? And maybe some of them mostly looks like free. I'm not sure if this one is right. Let me check if this I can use it. Yeah, so I can use it for sure. Yeah, better. Right. So now using which, this is where I can use a very simple basic landing page. Again, more of like the same thing, but we'll see the functionality of this also, how it works. Yeah, and you can drag and drop things over here. So this is the logo here. I can make it short. Right, this is the logo that, let's suppose, educational school, stay connected with the customer. So I can change the heading over here, you know, enroll for the best in category digital marketing classes, right? Then one second. So then where in we need maybe some details here. So I'll just write down. We'll just create it, and then maybe this also need to change. It's too big. Master digital marketing. Something like that. Then I need to add some details here. So let's say Get yourself equipped with skills like SEO, SEM, social media management, email marketing, and landing page and web design, right? Perfect for beginners and professionals. Learn it by doing it. Get certified and stay ahead. Just a random thing, save and close. Now this is the header. Now this is where this is a opt-in, right? Or this is like a lead generation thing. So you can add multiple things. You can detail out about us and all those things later at the bottom. But before that, what you need is, let's say here you need more fields. So what all fields you want from your customer? Like usually this is very important, right? So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So by default, you can see over here email address, but I need more fields so I can check. I also want, let's say, first name, last name, and phone number. Now, phone number maybe not mandatory, but I would keep it as like this and this at least, right? And this, then there'll be save and close. So now there are four fields: email address, first name, last name, and the phone number that I want to capture from my leads. Let's suppose Jitendra saw this any ad which I'm running. They saw this, they click on this, they will land to this page, read about me, and then they will provide the details over here, right? Later on, you can change all these things. Of course, by default, you can provide the social media link and everything else. Let's say I want to change the subscribe button. So subscribe or yeah, confirmation message will go, and then I can preview confirmation message. And so this will be the confirmation message. Once they will provide the lead, it will go success. You have been added to the audience, right? So if you want, yes, and save and close. Similarly, you can change the text details over here. You can add multiple things like text or box text, dividers, images, or you want to add multiple other images, you can change it, right? Like suppose I want to click over here and then I will column one and I need to change. Enter you can add your website URL, and by default it will take the images and the logos from there, right? So since I don't have or maybe email ID right now, I'm not entering to it, but it can pull the data from your email also. So you can take the logo, you can take the images and everything else by default. Let's leave the creative aspect and then we will save it and close it. Let's preview it, right? So on the desktop version, this is how it will look. I have not changed the about us section. I have kept it as it is, right? Otherwise, you can change a bit of about us, student academy and everything else. You can choose. Now mobile version, if somebody will find, so this is how it will appear on the mobile, and you can see and scroll that how it appears. And this is wrong over here again, so I'll change it. Right, so I'll just close this and I'll maybe edit it. Here also there's an error. Now, yeah, and let's say save and close. Yeah. So now if I go here, now I can send this digital marketing course. It's ready to publish, right? So I've created social share preview also there, URL is there, audience tags. I can see Student Academy, and I can also personally send it to you all, or I can just do a random campaign. So if I just say this, I can also send it right now, right? And I can publish it. So once I will publish it, the problem is that this landing page will go live from my account and it will be there as a landing page, which I don't want to do because it's not full-fledged. Otherwise, we can do that. Also, I can, one second. What I can do is digital marketing course, save. This is the content. This is edit URL. Yeah. I can't use the custom because I don't have a paid account. I'll save it. Okay, cancel it. What I want to do is let me see. Yeah. So now just copy link address. I published it. I later on delete it, of course. Just check at your end if it's, is my screen not visible? You guys didn't say on also. Now, yeah, so I'm just sending this link of the landing page. Just check it at your end and then try to fill in the details. Just check. Just check right away. Click on this and how it appears. Like if I click over here, you see this landing page will appear, and now I can't go without. So these pages are mandatory. Now this is not mandatory. These three fields are mandatory, I believe. Email address. And then once you put in the details, just subscribe. Use the same mail ID which I've added in this and just try to it. Let's say I will type in gmail.com. There's a reason I didn't mention the phone number mandatory. And if I'll subscribe, see that it's working landing page I've created right now. So success, you have been added to the audience. If I go here, audience, you see over here, these are all my leads from June 20, because I've tagged that whichever the lead will come, where they will appear. So in this, I've done the tagging of the audience, that which section they will fall under. Now you can see Meghal Bhatt, Ojas, I believe has just now added. Was the time 8 right now? This timing looks different, but you see these two audience have come from digital marketing course landing page. So Ojas and Meghal have just now added to it. Why mine is not coming? Because I have used the same mail ID and I'm already as part of the audience, but my tagging has changed. Similarly, my tagging has changed. Similarly, if Jitendra and Sumit have done, their tagging was same, so it's not reflecting over here because they were already the part of the audience. Only the Ojas and Meghal is there as a new audience who appear to be here, right? And then yeah, so you see how it works. Now all these people are part of my. You see, this is where they have come from. So the lead, if I click on this is the page. It is. So it's a functional web. Yeah, Meghal, your details are already captured. So I can see it. You already done that. Ojas also has done that. Right. And you coming as a lead. What is the source of this lead is digital marketing course landing page. So it's a working full-fledged page, which I have to now go and delete it. So did you guys get the idea? Right. So this is the page. If I'll delete it now, it will not work. I've got 8 clicks, 12 visits, and 7 signups again. So this is how, one second, I'll not check on this. I'll click over here and I'll send the reports of it. So right now I can get the reports. So in total, I've got 12 visits for the link and right. No unique visits, 8 clicks, 7 have subscribed the services, and conversion rate is not yet done. Right. So right then and there, you can get the audience. I can also check the tags, which audience are that. I can always convert them into different audience. So sort of if it's a lead report. So that's a landing page for your lead based campaign. You can also circulate it. Link this the way I have sent the link to you. If you're running a campaign, let's suppose through from Google or any other platform, and if you have remembered that in Google Ads or anywhere, they will ask for the landing page URL or the final URL. You can paste this URL over there. This link will finally get embedded with the image itself, and the campaign will run. Now, whomsoever will land to this page, you will get all these reports, and when they fill in the details, you will get these details by default in this platform over the audience section, like I am getting it. Just like from one platform, you are doing your emailer campaign, you're managing your leads, and every lead will be captured by default over here. You do not have to worry about where to go, what to do, and how to capture the leads and everything else. Right? I hope it was interesting, new to learn for you all, and something really added value to you. If everyone have tried the page, I'll go and delete the link. Why? Because it could lead to certain stupid things. By default, maybe by mistake, if this link gets shared, people can add up, and then I'm not providing these services, and by default, unnecessarily there'll be issues. Right. So I'll go right now. Also, you can delete it at any point in time, any of the campaign or any of the landing page. So I'll click over here and I will delete it. So all this data along with the data in the landing page will be deleted. So yeah. Landing page. Okay. I will do it later on. Maybe some issue over here. First, I can unpublish it. Once it's unpublished, then I can delete it. Yeah, so now I can delete it, right? So this is where you can unpublish it. I have unpublished it now, and now I can delete it. So I will delete this campaign. Yeah, now the entire landing page is gone, which I've created for the trial purpose. Okay, any questions, guys? If at all. I hope you have found the right balance of whatever we have learned and then executing it in principle in terms of practical and seeing everything that we have done. Then today, let's start with the other part of the topic, which is mobile marketing. We'll cover some basics today, and then we will see how the things will evolve in the next two sessions. And once again, it's really my bad, the situation today in terms of screens and everything. I don't know, for some reasons it's not working. Never happened earlier before, barring a few glitches here and there in the past. But today it's really a big trouble, right? So mobile marketing is what we're going to start with. Now, there are two topics which I really have to think a lot before I start the session. One is social media marketing, which we have already done. The other one is mobile marketing. And the reasons behind that is that because these two subjects usually, generally, everyone use in their life today. Like everyone uses mobile and everyone is using social media, some of the other platforms, right? And more or less people have idea also about it. Then it becomes for me to think that what extra or what added thing I could put into that. I believe we have delivered good in social media, and I'll try also to do for the mobile marketing as well. Let's see, right? But if I'll ask that what is the one single biggest what you call achievement of mobile marketing, right? In terms from the marketing point of view, right? That what it enables or enable the user in doing so, or enable the marketeer in terms of great understanding. What could be that? Deliver highly targeted messages directly to customers on their mobile devices, direct, instant access, and use anytime, anywhere, right? Which means it has impacted this, and then the topic we have already covered. This topic we have covered. It enables me. Users can buy instantly through mobile marketing. Yes, very right. The rise of mobile marketing, which is just not even 20 years from where we are. Of course, mobile marketing is one of the oldest form of marketing. Again, we used to have those push messages, simple messages, and which is still exists, like the message marketing or just plain SMS marketing is still exists. But from from there on to the leap that mobile marketing is taken is just very significant, right? The dynamics that it has brought into the picture in terms of marketing, advertising, and how brands could connect with the potential customers in terms of not only connecting, but precisely knowing their behavior, precisely knowing their what and how they do it, and then ensuring to get that traffic, create engagement, and get conversions, right? Is has changed totally. Now we say mobile marketing is not a different topic altogether, because we have learned social media marketing, we have learned email marketing, we have learned uh, what you call SEO. All of that can also be done on mobile phones. Like social media is largely through mobile phones, right? So it's topic which is related to each, and that's where the thin line is also, that what all topics that we're going to be covering into that. Just give me 2 to 5 minutes to figure it out, this, right? And the single biggest advantage it has gained is about the behavioral, to do the behavioral marketing, right? Now I was saying we can do, of course, the basic purpose of marketing or advertising is to get, of course, traffic, right? Make audience aware, engage, and convert, right? And at the end, of course, build SEO community. And all of this we do through SEO, SEM, SMM, email marketing, right? This is what we do. And today, in the time that we are living in, all of these can be done through mobile as well. So the proliferation of mobile phone has totally changed the dynamics. But the question I ask is IDA's theory of selling. If you IDA's theory and how the mobile get synergized with that, or how the mobile helps in making it even more relevant in that time today. So as Jitendra has already mentioned, what does IDA's theory means, right? Awareness or attention, getting attention. So now if you look at IDA's theory is one of the oldest form of doing marketing, theory of selling and understanding. But when mobile came into the picture, that has totally changed the game, of course, right? Why? Because now brand can have the attention. Let me just open the screen again. If it's work now, I hope. Now the brands can not only, when it comes to awareness or attention, you need have a multiple propositions to advertise. But today, because of the constant nagging or the constant use of mobile phones on all these multiple platforms through one device. Earlier SEO, you have to go for, you know, uh, Google and sort of thing. Email marketing, you have to go for a tool, uh, and you have to open the email into a desktop. Social media marketing, Facebook, and all those things have to go to desktop, login, and all those things. Today, all of these things are compactly in your mobile phone, and at because of rise of this, some point in time, but because you are using any of these services, any of these platforms, any of these activities, your behavior is at all point in time getting calculated, or you're sharing the data. Now once you're sharing the data, it's easier for any brand to be at any of these places to get the attention and the awareness created. And that's why you get sometimes mailers, sometimes social media, or the same product will also WhatsApp you saying, Ali, your free voucher is about to expire, or hey, you have purchased this, it's waiting in your cart, right? So because of this, earlier it was campaign and then mobile also only by means of messages, right? All the SMSs that you used to get in terms of promotion messages used to be there and still exists. Now we are living in a mobile first world. Everything, be it social media marketing, be it search engine marketing, be it SEO, be it email marketing, is been designed by thinking mobile first approach. And I hope we have done that also. When we were doing SEO, we talk about mobile optimization. Remember, and also when we were doing SEO, if you remember this thing, right? That also the Google gives so much of importance that your mobile, your website also need to be for doing SEO. This is kind of a recap. Mobile marketing is kind of a recap of everything because this defines everything, right? So this is also, I'll analyze, right? If you remember this, right? Mobile and desktop. So mobile is to be thinking, is you need to be thinking first. Similarly, we need, when we did the SEM campaign, or when we were creating the SEM campaign, remember we have said that there are previews for desktop, then there are preview for mobile also. That how your campaign will look on mobile, because in the current time, people search on the go instead of going to a desktop and then doing a keyword search. It's the penetration of mobile is so huge that every search they are doing is on mobile phone, and that's why your campaign should be mobile friendly, right? Social media marketing, there are applications who are primarily only for mobile, apart from Facebook and YouTube. If I'm not wrong, Instagram is primarily for mobile phone, TikTok is primarily for mobile phone, then your Snapchat is primarily for mobile phone, and so on and so forth, right? So and we have discussed these things. So mobile first approach, if a brand is not following mobile first approach, it's there's a trouble, right? And that's why this is different section altogether for today, for next couple of days, mobile marketing. That how not only mobile marketing itself is a great tool, but how it also give access to all the other form of marketing that we are doing. So awareness, of course, right? So in mobile, attention is all about what all platforms you are aware, and if it is able to stop the thumb of the user, right? Then comes interest. Now you talk about all the platforms, use carousels, story formats, Instagram shorts, reels, LinkedIn campaigns. Whatever you do, you can create teasers, you can create a long video on YouTube, you can unlock a kind of a testimonials on different platforms. You need to optimize the it for mobile. Similarly, when we did the email marketing yesterday, we tried, when we created the landing page, we have to optimize that for the mobile phone also, because most of the leads might be coming from the mobile phone itself, and then we have to optimize the landing page for that, right? So interest is one at multiple levels, when the user will feel it's relevant for them, basis on the targeting that we do through location, context, and the content on which platform they are using, and more importantly the behavior of that. If we are not able to target that, the interest will not arise, and for to do so, mobile is the biggest or the single largest platform to bring in the interest, right? Third, if you talk about desire, right? Desire by personal relevance. Now any personalization, as we're talking about personalization at so many things, right? Personalization can only be done through the mobile integration, because this is the device which sits with you 24 by 7 these days, right? And it opens the door for multiple brands to keep themselves at the top of your mind. For example, you keep on downloading app on, you have a app of Amazon. Now by virtue of, just because you're fiddling with your phone, you're going here and there, you'll see the Amazon logo. It's a brand recall. You'll see some other logo. It's a brand recall. Instead of you going to the website and then look for a particular shoe and type for Amazon, right? So that's when the desire get clicked, may get clicked. And action, of course, right? Action itself. Today, you need anything, and the first thing you go is check your mobile phone and applications for all kind of needs and requirement, right? So that I don't have to talk about. And then satisfaction, of course, multiple ways to reach via mobile phones, your mailers, social media, and whatsoever, right? So the point is, the rise of mobile phone has bring this for the marketing more real time, and as we have talked about precise marketing, and anything else that I should mention, anyone? Remember what was the single largest, most important thing that we talk about while doing SEO and SEM and social media marketing? And that is only possible because of because we can approach it through mobile. Anyone? Personalization, but more importantly, that's the next topic. Sorry. Yes. How many you have experienced that you went to a mall, you pass by a particular shop, and then you get a message or a WhatsApp message or something like that on your mobile? Have you ever experienced that? Right? The geo-targeted ads, that has opened the door for the marketing to reach the customer, at the right time, when intent-based search is one thing, right? When the customer is already in the vicinity, not maybe searching for it, but already there, maybe make up a mind. So hitting that customer at the right time, at the right place. Right now, the place part was missing. You can hit the customer at the right time through Google Ads and search and everything else, but at the right place also, when it is there, your chances of conversion increases multifold. And I have personally experienced that many a times. Like, that when you have purchased something, you share the details and the contents with them, and then when you pass by, you're nearby in this vicinity, you go to a particular mall or a particular shop area, you get instant message, hey, save 30% in our new arrivals, only exclusive offer for you, or something like that. Now that is where you trigger the conversion. And I hope most people, yes, even they use Google search history and everything else. But that is when you trigger the conversion, and the chances of conversion of that happening is even faster. So earlier, when we're doing the SMM, social media marketing, SEO, and uh, SEO and SEM, we talk about intent-based marketing, right? That is the benefit of those tools. When mobile come into a play, it is intent-based marketing, basis geo targeting, and accurate and the real-time basis. When where you are, accordingly, you'll get the personalized messages or something like that. So I hope you guys are able to connect what I'm trying to make, right? So this has only been possible. More important it is real time, right? And what had happened is all of this because of the understanding and the learning of the behavior of the user at particular point of time, at particular geography. This has made for marketers like us, and this is one topic that I have kept on asking you, that today is the age of personalization. Make sense to everyone? And that is then, my dear friends, the reason if you download today any app or any service or any website, you go, even in Google, if you open your mobile phone, what do you think the first or the most important thing they ask you? Just think over. You all are the users. Permission for what? Have you heard or seen this term? Yes. Any app you download today, they'll ask you first, allow us to use precise location. At times, if you're using an application, you will not be able to get a particular service because say your precise location services are not on. Please go to the settings and change it. Experience that. And that's why I said that, mobile marketing and social media marketing is, it's quite tough for me to teach, because all of us go through these things every day. What value I can add, then I have to think, and then I have to go deep down to bring in these small elements and make you understand from the marketing point of view that why it's been done, right? The moment you do this now, and make it almost impossible for you. When I say they, marketeers and the app owners and everything else, like we do it, of course we want to do it when we'll be working for a brand, right? They almost make it impossible that if you will not use these services, there'll be few services, this setting, there'll be few things that you will not be able to do that, right? You get this message because this has opened the doors for brands. This has for brands to be in touch with. Make sense? Right? Today is not the age that you have done the awareness campaign, you have followed the ADA story, you created the interest and everything else, and then move out. The brand needs to be constantly in touch with you 24/7 so that they can create that brand recall, because the clutter is also so much for every section, for everything. There's so many of possibilities that a customer has. Gone are the days when there is only when a Ford Motors, a company like Ford Motors can afford to say that I sell all colors till the color is black, right? If in today's time somebody will say that, forget about black, the customers will blacklist you, right? So it is in that clutter, every brands need to be in touch with you. Why do you think Swiggy keep on or Zomato keep on doing something or the other thing so that there'll be some notifications or something pop up keep on popping up on your application that you have on your phone? Because that is a reminder for you to that, as a constant reminder in your mind that this brand exists, this company exists, right? Any discount is going on, we receive the message from the shop, we can revisit the shop like Bata. Yes, right. So these are the precise location thing is one of the biggest tool, because that has opened one thing, that has opened the doors for the brand to be in touch, with their customers 24 by 7. And more importantly, that has created top of the mind. And that's why I talk about IDAS theory, the attention and the awareness. For that, you need to be at the top of the mind, create huge recall, and then of course create a lot of brand awareness, right? And the other use case of that, of course, is today the brand awareness point of view. Let's suppose within a group you are discussing something, and all of a sudden your friend says something, and you say, let's check on Uber, let's check on Zomato, let's check on Amazon, let's try it on Swiggy, right? So this is nothing but a brand integration. This is nothing but a brand equity they have developed because of the mobile marketing. This one device has changed the dynamics of phone. Today are sleeping, getting up with those brands in your hand, in your mobile phone. The moment you open up, you go to the screens and you see their logo, there's a constant reminder, and that has made you to say these things. Let's check it on, this thing and that thing, right? It has influenced the not only the consumer, it has influenced the marketer, and it has influenced the users in a way in terms of their decision making. Today, the app in your mobile phone make the influence your decision making. Agree or disagree? Please let me know. Back in the days, there are other things that might be able to influence your decision making. Today, it is purely what you have in your mobile phone will help or will decide or influence the decision making of yours. That can. Right. So now you know why did I ask about IDAS theory, because IDAS theory said about interest, creating awareness, keep creating top of the top of where it is. Did I not mention that? Yeah, yeah. Right. And at the end of the day, it's about desire and decision making and actions. Now, your action today is largely decided, influenced, and inclined basis on the application and the things that mobile and everything that you use, right? And the impact of mobile marketing then is that, now correct me if I'm right or wrong, I don't know, this is my personal thought. The impact of mobile marketing today is, and purely mobile marketing, purely the influence of your decision making, purely because of the ADAS theory and the implementation of that to a great extent in mobile marketing, that is constantly nagging, hitting in your head. The kind of brand lives in your head, not anymore just on the market or the plastered on the walls. It is living in your head. Is that today, if you feel hungry, you don't think of a food, you don't think of a particular dish, you don't think of a particular restaurant, but you think of an application. Your hunger is decided by that. Your hunger is now moved not for the food, for restaurant, or for a particular dish. The first thing you think of is an application, and then what you will want to eat or what you will find over there to eat. Please, what do you think on that thought? Right? Something as basic as food, shelter, and everything else. Food is been considered as the basic element. You don't think of food first, you think of an application first, that which application to go for, or which application will have a discount right now. or a delivery time or whatever, or which application sits in your mobile phone. How about others? There are quite a few users. Make sense, right? So it has penetrated to your life, mobile marketing, and the marketers have done that thanks to you guys also, right? That today some basic elements of life is being decided by not because of the feeling of that, because of the application you have, and then the hunger, right? That's the impact of mobile marketing we are living it today in the world today in, right? So the impact, this is I right. If you think you agree with that, let me know. If you don't, please correct me also. I'm very open for these subjects to learn always because it's ever evolving subject. Today, whatever I say may be totally not relevant tomorrow, but so far it's relevant. I'll talk about it. And you all are using mobile phones. So I would like to hear that, right? Is that when you feel hungry? Now, this is doesn't mean that every time when you feel hungry, you feel of an application and not food. This, if you think as a larger perspective, that how the dynamics have changed, that is the entire point uh, of this particular point of context in this sense, which I don't know. Some of you have agreed, others didn't say anything. Yeah, you want to buy a cake, you want to buy a pastry, you want to buy anything, it's just an application away. And bringing to that point what Geeta have mentioned, that right, it's just an application away, it's just a click away, right? And the all these things what I have mentioned about top of the mind and recall and awareness, behavioral marketing using precise locations, if you remember, this is one thing that I have always spoken about, be it any of the topic that I have mentioned, that always whatever you do, if you are a marketeer, know your audience. This I believe there's nothing else I have emphasized more than this, right? There's nothing more which I have emphasized more than this, right? Know your audience, right? Now connect all those things. Recall, right? Location, real time, personalization, and all those precise marketing, geo targeting, real time, personalization, brand recall. It helps in doing what? It helps marketers and the brand to know their audience in and out to an extent today that maybe your family member doesn't know more about you than a particular brand knows about you, that how you like to wear, how you like to eat, how you like to move, what's your timing, what time you go where. Maybe your partner, your family members, your siblings may not be having that kind of detailed analysis about you, about your life, about your daily life, and at what point in time, what to pitch you, then the brands and these applications know. And that's the reason I have been mentioning from day one, know your audience. And I'm now bringing it back today. So if you know the point of the way of my teaching is every topic comes back at some point in time and we try to build the connection, right? Now, the mobile marketing, knowing your audience is gone to another level. It enhances you to not only know your audience, it enhances you to know your audience at the right time, at the right place, and at the right platform, right? Like when, where, and at this point in time, the user must be in the use of which application or an application so that they can advertise and target that, right? So you now know your audience about the perfect timing to pitch, the perfect place whenever if you are you do geo targeting, and the perfect platform on which you can hit them to create and convert that the chances of conversions. Yeah. So it enhances you to know. When I'm saying you means brand and the market here, right? No, Now, if you remember during the social media marketing, and why I'm mentioning social media marketing, because largely mobile social media marketing is related to mobile marketing, right? It is the social platforms on which you see the advertisements, you get targeted by means of reels, stories, and whatnot, even the emailers, and you consume all of that on mobile marketing. When I talk about social media marketing, I've mentioned that from my own personal learnings, I've shared 3 C's of social media marketing. How many of you remember that? Guys, remember this why I teach these things, because of course you are great, you are or you're gonna be great marketeers, you're gonna work on these applications, but these concepts help you to, at least if you're applying for a particular organization, in interviews also, right? In interviews it makes sense that you conceptually also clear that what you want to, right? So that's why I try to bring these personal elements to teach. Remember these things, right? Yeah, so content, community, and the campaign is what I mentioned when it comes to social media marketing, right? So if you remember, I'll just write it down over here. 3 C's of social media marketing, right? Which was content, similarly, from my, now this is not anywhere in the books or something like that that I'm saying. It is just my personal understanding. There are 3 C's of mobile marketing that has made everything change and the dynamically change for the marketeers, right? And which I will mention. I'll not ask because I've not taught yet. 3 C's of mobile marketing, right? Which is, of course, the content. It's not going to change for this also. The content that you read in terms of advertisements, in terms of what they have to offer, whatever is that. But the second, other two things, on social media you build community. This is more personal and individual. Mobile marketing you do at an individual level, like one-on-one, and that's why what you communicate, what kind of offers, what kind of communication, and everything that you're offering. And the last but not least, the point that has changed everything and moved the audience to mobile platforms, and hence the marketer on the mobile platforms, is, you guys have mentioned this, but I'm just writing it. Yes. What content to be communicated, how to communicate it, and at what point in time, at how easily you can make that content to be or convenient for the user to be consumed. When I'm saying content, it could be just the product, it could be service, it could be anything, but the content communicate, because it has bring the communication. Now today you can go to any application and make it talk one-on-one. You can go to their app, you write it things, you just discard, cancel, return, reward, whatever, through an application. So communication has become very easy and accessible with the brands, and everything is at a convenience, right? As Geeta mentioned, that everything is at a click away. Convenience of not only thinking of the end commodity, but to think of the platform from which you can consume that commodity, right? And that is going to be the, so that is going to be the future. Mobile is going to change everything. It is changing everything, and that's the reason. If you, how many of you have heard of mobile? Is something called Google. Anyone heard of this? Now this is okay. So this is, as if you remember, I've mentioned about that, Google keep on changing as per the time changes, knowing the behavior, user, anything else. And in digital marketing, Google is a giant. Like Meta is also a giant, Google is also a giant, right? Whatever they do become a trendsetter. Google Mobile Get-On is a change they have made, one of the biggest change after uh, Panda, Penguin, and all those changes. There were 3 changes, major changes in the history of Google, 3 or 4, right? Panda, Penguin, there's one more, right? In 2015 or 16, Google have dynamically changed the algorithm. Everything they have changed just to ensure mobile friendliness of whatever the content or the website or the application or whatsoever that you go on via Google has to have a mobile friendliness into it. So if I just do a random survey or a search, you can read about this later on. Mobile Godon algorithm, right? So they have changed. Yeah, see, so 2015, the term was coined by Chuck Pease and blah, 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 whatever, you can read it, a complete guide to Google Mobile, right? So now a giant like Google were ready to kill their basic properties, which was on the desktop and the search and everything, and they changed, transformed everything to make it to ensure it should be mobile. There has to be mobile friendliness element. That was the power of now the mobile marketing, that even the giants have changed the rules, right? And why they have done that? Because on an average, Google have found that, any idea what is the average time spent on mobile phone today? 4 hours, 3 hours? It's roughly around 4 to 5 hours on an average a day. Right? A few of us might not be getting sleep of that hour, that many hours every day. Not everyone. I mean, ideally it should be 6 to 8 hours. But I'm saying a few of us might not be getting, because the half the time of the sleep is going over here, right? So 4 to 5 hours in a day is the average time spent on mobile phones. And seeing that in 2015 only, Google has brought one of the biggest algorithm change called Google Mobile Gidon. It has totally changed the algorithm of Google on all platforms to ensure mobile friendliness. So I'll just mention it so that whenever you have time, you can read about it. And also one thing, because of this, what has happened is Google has changed their right. So after this in 2015, Google has changed their platform preferences. Earlier, it was desktop or laptop first. Now they've changed their preferences to mobile first approach, and hence they changed the algorithm also to suit that the search should be more feasible on mobile phones. Forget about the desktop. And the reason I've told you, because it's more precise, more targeted, more driven by the user intent, as well as the geo targeting, and at the right, the three C's, right? The convenience of it, and also the real time basis that I talk about. Now, there's one more thing which has gained the momentum, and one of the biggest form of advertising in the time today, not even advertising, biggest form of creating user engagement or connecting with the users, which has become possible and popular, and make the brands even closer with the users, because of the mobile marketing or because of the rise of mobile. Any cases, what I'm hinting towards, that can create a premium experience and a very high level of engagement rate. In fact, it has increased the engagement rate with the brand and the customers to a great level. Okay, now before that, the impact of this is that earlier, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, if you guys have to analyze it or not, or you guys were in this field or not domain, so why would you? This mobile first approach has made how we see the websites today. I don't know. Even today, some of the websites you'll find is not very mobile first based or algorithm based, or not keeping this mobile get on approach maybe in their actions. But if you see, I'll give an example of a website, right? Like we go to this brand called Shutterfly, right? If you have ever, this is American photography company with product ranging from all those things, right? If I just go to this, right, now this is a website. This is a change in the website creations, which has happened, and I'll show you. So this is a website of Shutterfly, right? It's a normal website, And because of the mobile friendliness approach, now every website is dynamically equipped to the mobile phones. How? So even if I just convert this desktop version of the website, let's suppose I minimize it, right? And I'll make it like this, you see. So everything get adjusted. Now, not every website still does that. If you go today, not every website is that friendly or that quickly equipped with this. But you see, even this is in the browser. It's getting cutting corners, not properly opening. Maybe some of the elements are missing. Of course, this now you see this website as I go to big one, and that has changed because of that particular mobile first approach. If I go minimize again, you see everything adjusts itself without there's a cursor added over here, right? All those things you can find in great detail as it is, as you can see any website on the desktop without any glitch, without any clutter, without any what you call content to text CLS shift, with all those things that we have learned about, right? Everything as it should be ideally, and more importantly by default you find all these actions over here. All right, because now everything is they are designed on desktop, but they're designed keeping mobile first. So even the desktop version of the website should easily be getting converted into the mobile size. Right? The other very famous website is called, if I'm not wrong, let me think. Let's see. Right? How many of you have bought or used this website at any point in time to purchase anything? Etsy.com. It's a very good website in terms of buying stuff, right? Like printed stuff and all those things. Very nice, customized products and good quality products also. So now this is a desktop version of the website. Now it's a very heavy website because it's a lot of content, lot of materials, lot of things, lot of articles over there. Okay, so Sarthak is not purchased, but no due to my profession. Okay, what profession you are into, Sarthak? If you don't mind sharing. Okay, into e-commerce, right? Sheetal have purchased it also. So how was the experience, Sheetal, for you using this website? Very good. Okay, great. Now you see, this is Etsy.com. We have good high quality images and everything else over here. The moment I'll minimize it, right, you will see everything as it is. There's hardly any glitch you will find. It just adjusts itself as you go and see the goods. Everything as per the mobile screen. Now this may be a little bigger. I'll just maybe make it even smaller, but I can't make it more than this. Customizable, so you can understand that. Now you can download every buttons over here, all sort of thing, every product as it should be on the website, on the mobile phone. It just what changes is these text goes back over here, and you will find again. I can click anything. I can click on films, and things will get open, right, as it is. Yeah. So the point is that's the impact which mobile has created in the marketing. Like after 10-15 years, Google have to change itself to bring mobile first approach, and then websites and everything, most websites rather, have got through this change because they also know that not everybody, even if not everybody will be downloading my app. Like Etsy has an application also, if I'm not wrong, right? But not everybody is comfortable downloading an app, all sort of app. Maybe they just wanted to use one time or second time, and they are consuming that content on the mobile phone, right? So the website should also be looking like an application. This is called these websites convert into a moving or mobile application itself. It is not as good as application, but it converts themselves into an application which people can use through the browser itself, right? That's the difference. Your website should have like a app-like feeling. So even today, tomorrow, even in the future, if you design a website for yourself, you make a website for your client, for your customer, or your own e-commerce website, please do consider these facts. Okay. Yeah. Now the point I was talking about, the other things that has been popularized and made marketers to open the doors, and not only to open the doors for that, there's a particular kind of a thing that got more accessible to bring premium experience, entertainment, as well as engagement at a very high rate, increase the engagement, and that has done us other ripple effect for the marketing, which is the rise of I'm sure everyone must have heard of AR realities and augmented realities or AR thing, right? Now, what it has done to the world of marketing or to bringing the engagement, that it has created a different world altogether. And all of that you can utilize today. All of that you can utilize today using mobile phone. Like you can try on features, you can experience things, and that in doing so, what had happened, brand have realized that people stay with the brands for a longer point of time. Even it creates a longer engagement time, like 15-20 minutes experiencing something, try on the features because it's exciting and everything else. And they can try on things on online devices and sort of thing. And let me see some examples maybe. BMW, sorry, or lens card. Okay, let's lens card. Augmented reality. Right. Let me see if there's a video because we don't want to. Yeah. And you can do all of that through one second. Is it audible? Am I audible to you all? Yeah, okay. So I was saying the best one I have seen the use case and really getting more popularity, engagement, and conversions also is this one. So the IKEA one. So this is really one of the most interesting use case of augmented reality. There are many more I've seen, but I really like it because it's really engaging, interesting, and make people also get engage and connect and find it. It's very smooth in terms of use as such. Then there is one more. I This is a B2B maybe. Uh, gel- I'm not able to. The one which is now I'm interested about is this Korean AR glasses. It's very expensive, but yeah, let's click the shop. Yeah. So Ryan glasses is something I'm very interested in the future to see how it will change further the games. Uh, Augmented reality is going to change a lot many things, and from a marketing point of view, if I think of one thing that is going to happen, right? Of course, which is the rise of augmented reality is. Uh, if I talk about in short, it's creating, as I said, amazing and uh, premium experience, entertainment, and more importantly, high engagement rate. But Amazon once did some BTL activations at malls before Prime Day with AR glasses, where customers can check out different brands and deals and offers in a way where they are walking into brand stores. Very nice, yeah. So as I said, augmented reality and all of these things these days are now getting integrated with the mobile phone. You can do most of the things like scanning, like IKEA one, the lens card one. IKEA is more international, lens card is more domestic. VLCC somebody share, urban company also. Yes, a lot many features now getting utilized or utilized on mobile phone by means of augmented reality, and that is creating a different kind of league when it comes to brand, when it comes to awareness, when it comes to creating the desire, when it comes to creating the satisfaction, and more importantly when it comes to creating a huge engagement. But even more than all of these things, according to me, I am I feel the age of this is going out because of the huge use case of mobile phone. The age of this is going out. This single-handedly will not be able to suffice things. Now the age which we are living in, as a marketer you should also be ready, is this. Personalization is going to be a passe, and it's the age of hyper personalization, and that can only be happening, that can only be able to, the brands can only be able to facilitate, execute, entertain the customers because of, not because of the personalization, but because of the hyper personalization, and because of the points that I have mentioned. Because now it's going to that deep into a level that from day to evening, what you consume, how you consume, which app you use, what you do, and everything you're doing on a phone, right? For example, right now also, before coming to this class, you might have used 2 3 applications. Your data is there. What you're going to use after this class, right now in between this class, what all you have used, right? Accordingly, that collective data give access to the brands to make it very hyper personalized communication. Personalization is passe, everyone can have done that, and will keep on doing it maybe, right? But because of the AR realities or AR integration in the mobile phones, the app is now making it more personalized for you. It's the time of hyper personalization, wherein every details about you needed to create, communicate, and create a convenience for you, right? So create content, communicate, and the convenience that it can provide you, like these glasses, lens card glasses, or Meta Orient glasses, or the Amazon thing that you mentioned, or uh, IKEA. It's all about convenience, right? You can be at home, experience the entire feeling before you stepping out or before you go and make your hands dirty. You can feel all of these things through your mobile phone, and then you execute. Then you go for planning and buying and everything else, right? So convenience single-handedly is going to play a very, very bigger role, and that convenience by means is by what when I say convenience is by mean is what I mean is hyper personalization. It's the age of hyper personalization in terms of communication, in terms of branding, in terms of marketing, in terms of brand engagement, and in terms of integrating all of those things into a device called mobile phone. With mobile marketing, rather, this is the topic that we've started now, right? So right now we are on this topic since last Sunday, and then we have learned quite a few things on this topic in terms of mobile marketing, what made the rise of mobile marketing, what has changed the dynamics of overall marketing, how you can see the ads and how brands can connect with the potential customer. All of that has happened and changed everything with the proliferation of this one device called mobile, right? We learned about that how it's largely about the behavioral change and targeting the behavior of a customer that get facilitated by means of mobile marketing that we do, and then we're going to learn about that also. We learned about how this one thing helps to not only get traffic to engage, to create awareness among the audience, but also to engage and convert, build community by various means of marketing that is now potentially be happening in terms of on your palm with a device called mobile, right? And that's the facilitation that has provided to us. We learned about ADAS theory and how, in what way, in terms of ADAS theory, mobile has played a very important role to even make it more than ever in terms of realization of that happening and execution of that. And the few features that we have to talk about is, of course, the real time precision, and along with that, the precision in marketing, the real time marketing, the geo targeted ads, where because now you can track trace and also trigger the you what you call the conversion or interaction with the customer at any particular point in time, wherever the intensity to buy or purchase or to get in touch with the brand is higher. And then we talk about intent based marketing, of course, in the real time, and this has made everything more personalized because of the use of precise locations that every brand today asks for, and all those things, right? And also that has opened the door to have the brand continuously in touch with you 24 by 7. What it does is it creates a great amount of recall, top of mind, and the brand awareness among the customer, because at any point in time, if on an average daily you are using your mobile phones 4 to 5 hours or even more than that, at least you're carrying it all the time. Whenever you open the phone, the, the first thing you get to see is few icons, few applications, few logos, and that creates a huge amount of brand recall in your mind itself, right? And that is also making habitually dependent on those brands or applications that is there available on your mobile phone. So you're habitually changing, habitually behaviorally changing. It has changed the entire way how a brand or how a customer get connected with the brand, and that's why we understood that the impact of mobile marketing is such that today when you don't when you look for a food or when you're hungry, you don't think of a particular food, but you think of an application and then search depending on various factors, algorithms, and sort of thing. Then you order what you want to eat, but it's definitely in most cases the application first approach, the food later approach kind of thing, right? And then I always have been emphasizing upon and always will be emphasizing on the fact that about know your audience, right? uh, and in doing so, mobile marketing has facilitated even further things like, as I said, that marketing is as good as uh, is only good when it's done on the right time for the right cause or the right purpose. And mobile have facilitated that to connect with the customer at the right time, at the right place, at the right platform, and everything else, right? So, like 3 C's of social media marketing: content, community, and campaigns. There are 3 C's of mobile marketing called content, communicate, and convenience. And this particular factor, of course, there's the content that can be communicated at the convenience of the customers or the convenience of the brand itself at any point in time, 24/7. That feature got uploaded. That has behaviorally changed a lot of many things for the people, right? And because of which this reason, some of the giants like Meta, some of the giants like Google have shifted to mobile first approach. When Facebook started, Facebook was on a website or a microsite, and that's the reason it still work on a desktop. But now largely the consumption or whatever consumption happens of Facebook is on mobile phones. Google have updated its entire algorithm, did a huge change in its entire algorithm just to bring mobile first approach. There's something called Google Mobile Gadon, which launched in 2015, right? And since then, the game is totally focusing on mobile and mobile first approach. With this, there's another rise of technology that has existed for a long, but with mobile phone proliferation, with the smartphone entering into the play, right? That has changed the game for many brands to bring the shop at their home. Like you can feel, you can connect, you can use, try online basis, and then buy it instead of without stepping out of your door, without going anywhere. Like a few examples that we talked about in the last session was of Lenskart, was of IKEA, and a few more maybe, right? So that has brought everything to a level that today the age is not also about personalization. It's the age of hyper personalization, wherein you can bring the brand, the entire experience at home using the mobile phone, the camera that you have, you can access, and then using this entire augmented reality, you can feel just like that you are in a shop, just like you are trying any particular garment or any particular shades or whatever, right? So that's the era that we are living in. It's called hyper personalization. Its use case I've explained. We have get to see in terms of examples. And now we would like to go from here on, and then let's see what are the topics that we need to address. But for that, if you guys have anything to share, anything that you have in mind, you want to speak about, talk about, share things, ask things, please feel free to do so. I'm more than happy, more than available for that. Anyway. If not, then we will continue the session. Okay. So, till this is what we have concluded. Now, today we'll start with some of the basic points that, a mobile marketing brought in our life, which everyone is aware of. So we call it advantages of mobile marketing. That's what we're gonna do, right? So anyway, just mention a few. This is all talk about many a times, but yeah. From brand point of view, the very first advantage of mobile marketing is it helps building a stronger brand presence. Yeah, because as a marketer, as a brand owner, we need to think about these lines first. It has helped to build a strong brand presence in a way that I have explained. Right today, you do not have to wait for a particular hoarding or a particular advertisement to maybe recognizing a particular brand or a product. It is as convenient, and that's why every brand focuses on to talk about or to speak about the please go to our application, because once you have downloaded, it's a constant reminder of a particular brand or a product or something like that, which is there in your phone, which is there in your hand, which is there by the at the corner of your bed when you go to sleep also. So 24/7, the constant reminder, and that helps a strong brand presence in the minds of the consumer, right? Second being, and a sub point of that would be it has definitely fastens the connection with customers, right? Now today, you do not have to wait for a next morning to happen, to go to the shop to comment or to put your points or to your dissatisfaction, satisfaction whatsoever, right? Also, the brand do not have to, like, don't know that what is happening at your end. If any delivery happened, if anything happens, anything that you have done, and you do not are you are happy or greatly excited about it, or are not happy. Now, as a brand, as a product, both do not have to wait. What the mobile thing has done is that it has eases and make the connection between the customer very fast, like within a fraction of seconds, by means of WhatsApp message, by means of applications, by means of anything on their website. You can connect with the customer and ensure that your voice has been heard by means of tweeting, everything, right? Anything that you want to do. But that can definitely make the brand and the consumer very much close to each other in terms of what, when should get communicated and get connected along. Now, Sarthak is upon to target advertisements as mobile helps in the customer profiling basis the apps they use, places they visit, things they purchase. Very rightly put. Services or product are based on the consumption history and preferences. Very rightly put. Thank you, Sarthak and Jitendra. Right. So, which brings to the third point, it provides, sorry, value and convenience to customers. Now, this is from the customer point of view. And the larger perspective, the larger thing that has happened because of mobile marketing or mobile app-based marketing, or whatever you call it, right? Is it has significantly, and this is not my, this is I'm not just quoting because I feel like this is a hardcore fact by the multiple surveys and everything else, that because of the rise of mobile use case and people started to consume the product services on the brand from mobile phones or using the mobile phone, it has significantly improved the customer loyalty among the consumers for a particular brand. Like here is a thing: instead of going and searching things, right? You know that facility is already available on some of the applications, right? You Uber, maybe Uber cabs installed in your phone for so many years, and today even the first preference you might be giving to go to anywhere locally is, let's check the application. So that's a kind of brand loyalty and the kind of connection you have developed with the brand without they pushing or marketing a lot specifically for you, right? And in the age today, if you are not in the mobile marketing, if you're not giving mobile marketing, then you will always be lacking, right? So it gives a lot of edge over competition. And at the end, what Sarthak and targeted advertisements and customized as per consumptions, and so it helps doing high customer engagement. That is the key genesis, that what has brought on table when from the rise of mobile marketing has happened. Yeah, and that is a game changer in terms of connecting, in terms of engagement, in terms of bringing communications or ease and convenience, everything else, right? And that's the reason I said in the previous session that 3 C's of mobile marketing is the content that is always available in terms of providing value, how easily it can get communicated because it has bring in everything together, and not the last but not the convenience. These all points are about the convenience point of view, right? Now, all of this has been happening or become possible because of this particular feature, right? Mobile app marketing. The app-based marketing that brand have explored and the open doors for the brand and the consumers. Right now, mobile marketing is not new. Mobile marketing used to happen earlier as well. Remember those back in the days? I don't know if how many people have used those phones like Nokia N series and Nokia E series and whatnot, like the basic phones or so-called the smartphones, but with proper keypad. And they're not used to be application asset, but you have to go to the Internet Explorer or something on your mobile phone and visit the websites, right? The good form of marketing or a good form of promotions, advertisements used to happen via the SMS messaging. Remember those days? Yeah. And then what happened is in 2008, 9, I believe, Apple opened the gateway of this smartphone without any keypads and app-based marketing, right? That for everything you should have an application, and that has nobody. That's all credit goes to a particular industry for phone industry, not any other industry or not the brands or the product that you consume, because the mobile have taken a huge leap in terms of designing a different phone wherein you can, and then it has opened the gateway for a different industry altogether called application building. Right now there's a lot many youngsters, there's a lot many companies who build app for you using the technology, but that's when it started. And then it has opened the gateway for the brands to design app, get connected with the consumers, right? And everything is becoming on your mobile phone. So this application based mobile phone has totally changed the game of mobile marketing, which used to happen earlier largely by SMSs and then some other form of advertisement in that sense. But from the time this app based marketing has evolved, which is largely after 2010, 11, 12, because 2008, 9, the smartphones came, and then most brands were not having an application. They realized the potential of it and then started slowly, everyone started to develop an application. Today, we live in a time that before a website, they might use or launch an application. Like, for example, Nike has multiple applications of its own. Now, Nike started to advertise now? No. Is that Nike have done the mobile marketing only after that? No. But with the rise of applications, with the rise of app-based marketing or mobile phone smart becoming smarter, what Nike does is it has segmented its application itself. And since it's Nike, it's a global brand, and they have a multiple kind of user base who have different kind of requirement. It's tough for them to store everything on a one app. They have currently running at least, I don't know the number, but there are multiple apps today in the world, right? So if I just go and check randomly. Okay, so four main apps, and there are other apps as well. Nike apps, Training Club, Nike Run Club. I also know there's something called Nike Shoes. There's Sneakers Heads. So at least 10 applications by and large, and 4 or 5 main applications that they have, which are most popular one among the globe, which is Nike Runners Club or Run Club, which is largely for those who are looking for a long run, marathon based kind of running. Then there's Nike Shoes. Then something called Sneaker Heads, Nike app for running, all those things. Now, what they have done is that since they are dealing into multiple kind of customer base, multiple kind of user base, multiple kind of shoes and the requirements, they have segmented the app itself. Now, they know if they have to promote something which is designed for marathon, they can go and run club and do some discounting. If they want to only look for sneaker heads, they can do airdrop or some kind of communication only on the Nike shoe app or the sneaker heads application, right? So that's how the big brand plays now. Instead of just being on one application, they are on multiple applications. They have designed their multiple applications based on the user base and segmentations that they have done. Yeah. Once again. Yeah. Make sense to everyone? So while mobile phone was happening in a great way earlier as well, what do you think is one major change happened because of the application based, the brand and everything else? Okay, I spoke about that, brand continuation, brand presence, brand awareness, and everything else. But what is the major factor that has changed? Anyone? We know major advances in technology. Oh, that's of course it is. What happened is with this enhancement and the advancement of technology is that it has now this is how the human psyche and the customers also play in and use, right? It has made this possible. Now earlier, uh, let's suppose you're using an N92 kind of a phone, like Nokia N92 or something like that, just to give a glimpse that how it used to be. Nokia N92, right? Now this used to be the one of the smartest phone at that point in time, or N93. Yeah, these were some of the smartest phones that Nokia has launched back in the time, right? This was the so-called leap of the technology. But the point is, all of these phones, if I'm having a Nokia N93 or N92, or Jitendra is having a N93 N92, okay, I can change some covers or something like that, or even though I don't know whether the cover was there for these phones or not, right? But when you open the phone, barring the password, everything looks same. The placement of, like, there's the same same kind of display. There's a setting tab, there's this and that, and everything is now in the storage. There might be different things, but the look and feel, it used to be the same. What mobile or app-based marketing or app-based phones have done is that it has given a great flexibility in terms of customization of phones to personal taste and requirement. Let's suppose if both of us use S24, Samsung S24, or Apple 6, 15, 16, whatever is right now the series going on, right? If we barring the look and color now, if we just open the phone will be totally different from my phone to Jitendra's phone, because the kind of application, the kind of use case he has, the kind of news application, travel app, food app, or whatsoever will be to, or the overall the kind of application that he might be using will be totally different from my phone, right? So it has given a huge flexibility to customize and make it a personalized phone. For a first time, users were able to make and decide that what they want in their phone and personalize it, right? And that is what the personalization has given a further detailing to the brands to segment the audience, because basis this, they know that what kind of a customer he is or Jitendra is. Change as per the need, requirement. My understanding, I need more of an application that I use in the night, somebody use it in the morning days, somebody use for traveling, somebody use for anything else, and accordingly the use of those kind of applications. Somebody is more of like a hiker, or somebody is into trekking, somebody is into eating, somebody is into cooking, and then accordingly the apps you will find in their mobile. So a huge flexibility of or advantage over what needed to be there in their phone, which is called personalization. And again, I keep on saying personalization or hyper personalization has the single point of thing that has changed the game in more sense than anything else must have done that, right? So in terms of marketing, so what has changed is application based, that it has given customization of phones. Yeah, makes sense. And the example that I've given is today Nike has n number of applications today, because now Jitendra might have only an overall Nike app. I might be a sneakerhead. I will use the sneakerheads app. Sarthak might be using a Nike Run because he's into running. Somebody needs a workout training and they might be using a Nike Training Club. At the end of the day, all four of us are using same Nike brand, but now Nike knows that who is having which kind of application, right? So this personalization. Now, I am also a Nike customer. Sumit is also a Nike customer. Sarthak is also a Nike customer. Jitendra is also a Nike customer. But it has, I have customized my phone for the Nike also. For a single brand, also there's a customization of my phone basis of the requirement, right? So that's the level of personalization or hyper personalization. It helped a brand to get into, to know. Like even if it's the same application, right? Even if it's the same application, let's say we all use Amazon. Now Amazon knows significantly that what kind of product they need to push for me in terms of buying, or to convert, or to increase the rate of conversion from me as an individual, and what kind of things they need to push more for Jitendra, for Sumit, for Sarthak, or anybody else, right? Even if it's the same phone. Yes or no? Like in Nike case, there are multiple applications, but even if it's one application, the use case on that phone of four or five of us will be very, very different. And then accordingly, the promotions or the marketing will happen. So the as people start, because I have customized my Amazon maybe for a particular kind of search. Now, when I'm saying customized, because of my history and everything, right? And accordingly, the brand will able to communicate with me. So this entire hyper personalization of smartphones basis on mobile application has changed the dynamics, that how the branding and customer connections and everything else needed to happen, right? So let's, for example, I just write Nike, for example point of view, multiple apps, sorry, as for the users. Yes, yes, very rightly put, Sarthak. Amazon Bazaar. I believe I've mentioned about Amazon Bazaar in some of the sessions, if I'm not wrong, or maybe somewhere else I mentioned it, right? Okay. Now, so there's something called Run Club, Sneakerheads, but the point is that Nike uses multiple apps to know their customer and make it more and more personalized experience for them. Now the question arises, let's suppose tomorrow or even now you are a brand, you are a product owner, you are working for a particular brand, and if you need to design, or if you need to make a mobile application, let's suppose not a particular brand, but you're just starting something, and you're starting that, you know, and the very good example of this mobile based marketing or mobile first approach is today, if all of you just randomly visit your phone or just go and check the phone of yours, some of the brands that you might be using today are do not even have a shop, do not even have a website in that case, right? And they are purely mobile based brand that has been built. For example, all those examples like maybe Swiggy also have a website. Maybe let's say for example Zepto, right? Or for example Blinkit, or for that matter any of these kind of brands, right? These brands are demands. Okay. Now these brands are out and out made because of the mobile first approach. Don't you think? For example, Uber maybe, right? For example, maybe any other tech brand that you can think of. Now these brands are not because of their any particular store or any particular even website. The first thing or the first place you heard about them is the mobile phone itself. For the first time you experienced any services of these from these brands are on the mobile phone, right? And that's why I said that mobile has changed the dynamics, especially the mobile application based marketing has changed the dynamics. It has opened the gateway for many brands who has existed. It opened a gateway for many customers to connect with multiple more services and brands which they were not able to connect earlier. And it has given a gateway to many product owners to develop a brand in itself by designing just a mobile first approach and application or something like that. It's today is one of the biggest market in the world today, right? It's one of the most rising sections in that sense. So while I'm saying that, the point is, yes, yes, that's true. But the question I was asking is, if let's suppose today you want to make a mobile application, right? What are the things, or what is the basic element that you should keep in mind? Now, I have a theory. I have my own theory. I call it, you know, some as an acronym. But what do you think? What could be the few things, few elements that you keep in mind? Let's suppose if you want to design a mobile application today, you want to make a mobile application, right? What should be the primary few things or the criteria, or why, you know, what should be the ideal elements that you should keep in mind to start a mobile application? Why few of the applications got a hit, and what would you be doing? Anyone? To engage and excite customers. Okay. Any more? Color, image similar way. Okay, you should know the customer buying patterns, and interface should be easy to navigate. But Sheetal, if you know the customer buying patterns, let's suppose it's a Blinkit. Now, you only get to know the buying pattern once you have the application, because since there is no other data that you have, okay, you can buy the third party data, but not your own data. You slowly and gradually gather the data. Like, for example, now Reliance has started their own something called Reliance Smart or something. Right now, they gather the data, or Linkit or Zepto. They have all over a period of time gather the data, and then they know the buying pattern and everything else, and then accordingly navigate, right? But because they put the mobile first approach, they launch the application and they gather the data. Reliance Fresh is also there. There's another app which they have started, Reliance, not only Fresh, there's something else also, Reliance Smart. Geomart. Geomart, this, yeah. Solve queries in short time, easily access, easily manage for customers, and customer care response. Right? This all comes later on. Like, you know, this is to bring customers or connect with the customers more, and then retain the customers. My question was that if you need to start a mobile application, and that's where I have a theory, right? And my theory says that once you start mobile application or build a mobile application, or you don't have a brand, you just want to have a startup and build an application based startup, you know, you need to first ask that the application that you're going to work upon, if it is addressing PDF. I call it a PDF formula, right? This is what I call it. Just, yeah, all these points, yes, valid. A proper Once you launch the application, these all these points are very valid, because then you need to, based on the feedback, to interface, you have to keep on changing the interface. Like the Amazon you use today, it's totally different than the Amazon it started as the application. Like Zomato or Swiggy that you use today were very different from the point when they've started, right? So wallet shopping, integration of applications, all transactions, bringing in one application and everything else, structure, all those things are rightly put. Okay. But to begin with, let's suppose Sumit or Sarthak as a co-founder want to start something, right? The first thing they have to address before getting into making your hands dirty and paying some money and into that is that whether the application addresses the PDF or not. Now, what does PDF means is largely related to knowing your audience, I keep on saying that again and again, right? And when I say that, it means the PDF formula means first thing you should ask whether it should address any pain point or problem solving ability. Now, all these applications that we have mentioned, from Zepto to Big Basket to Blanket to Swago to Swiggy to Zomato and everything else, right? The first thing started is that what problem they are solving, and today that you will hear it. Even if you make an application, if you want to go for a funding or something like that, the first thing you will be asked is what problem it's solving, right? All these applications have reached to a success like Porter. How many have heard of an application called Porter? Anyone? Right? It has solved a great deal of problem for users, for customers to go down and look for a transporter and a truck. Like I have personally shifted locations from one to other, from cities to cities, and it used to be a huge amount of problem to look for, until unless this, if you don't want to use this traditional Agarwal packers and movers, you have to go for a transporter guy, you have to find a truck, you have to find transportations and everything else, and then you have to bargain. The quality was not good, that all those things, and then they used to come. Even if, let's suppose, you have to send certain things within from one city to the other city, you have to, from one city to the same city, you need to courier it, and that will take its own sweet time. Now Porter has solved the problem in such a great way that today you don't have to do anything. Even if you're shifting locations, even if you're shifting from uh, within the city, like your entire house, all you need to do is that you just go to their application, put that how many equipments they have, how many sofas, TVs, tables, everything else that you have, and which, from which location to what location you have to shift. They will decide that what kind of a cargo or what kind of a vehicle you will need, how many workers will come, and everything will be done in a great efficient way, right? It's a kind of, so that's the problem solving for me. Like I have changed multiple places, and I know the pain I used to get into whenever I need to think of that, okay, I need to shift a place. The first thing is how all these things will happen, how to pack and pack, how to find a transporter, fix it, load it, and everything else. Today it's done. Number of workers, you can decide. You can decide that, okay, I am moving from one BHK or a one bedroom hall to the two bedroom hall, a flat. What all right now things I have two beds, four chairs, one table, one big washing machine, one fridge, refrigerator. What size? You just have to click, and then everything, they will get to know that what kind of a vehicle you will need, what kind of packaging you will need it, how many labors you will need, and that's done. The guys will come, they'll pack it, wrap it, how many carton boxes you needed, right? You can add that, okay, I have some loose items for which I need 10 carton boxes, and things need to be filled, everything will be done. They will come, do it, put it, load it, unload it. That's problem solved. All you need to do is just transport yourself from location A to location B, right? Yeah, very rightly put. Even if you need to send just one small parcel, one letter, one good, like just the other day, not the other day, it's been quite some time, right? A friend of mine needed a particular kind of a thing, and the place where he was, like, it's like 50-60 kilometers from Mumbai, which he was not getting, and I can get it from Mumbai, right? Now imagine if I have to deliver that thing to my friend, either I have to drive all the way 60 kilometers for that one thing, which would have costed more than the commodity itself plus my time, or he should have traveled 60 kilometers from here. All I have done is I went to a shop, bought it, did the porter. All it costed me 150 rupees. The guy traveled from my location to his location 60 kilometers, and within a one and a half hour time, he has got the thing, right? So amazing stuff, and that's called problem ability thing. Yeah. So FAQs, desires, and pain points, largely this, and then followed up by these two things, which is called a PDF model, should be there in terms of starting an application, right? Okay. Now, as we know, and we all have done the session, like, we have done the session of SEO, right? We all have been part of that. We've done SEO in great deal. Why does SEO is needed? Anyone must be aware of over here that to optimize the ranking of the website by means of keyword research, by means of keyword integration, title tags, and whatnot thing we have learned about that, right? To ensure better SERP. Aware of that? Yes. Yes, and what it does is it brings awareness about a website organically in terms of organic ranking and get better ranking so that it builds the traffic. So first, let me, of course, revise that to optimize the ranking of the website. Keyword research. What else we have learned is title tag. We learned alt text. We have learned description. Descriptions. We learn about keyword integration, long tail, and whatnot that we have learned about right now. All of these things ensure what? Better SERP. All of that we have done is to ensure that SERP, engine result page, right? And that's how we can gain traction on the website, which was before the mobile and before the application also was the primary source of information or getting connected for a brand with the customers, right? Uh, Now, since most of the website or the brand or the service that you consume today are also an application, right? Now, even if it's the same brand, the application and the website works in totally different ecosystems, right? So, first thing is, does there any is there any similarities between mobile and website or mobile applications or website, right? uh, are they same in all aspects, and does keyword play a role in mobile apps as well, right? Because you have to find, let's suppose it's not known application similar to website, you have to find the, there's and huge millions of applications on the stores, right? Which application will all organically appear at the top of the screen at the first few ways. There should be some science to it. There is algorithm, there should be some science to it as well, right? So the question is, does keyword or does SEO kind of a thing play a role in mobile applications and its installation? Who will tell? Okay, so the question is, does keywords there should be something similar to SEO for apps. Keyword are important. Okay. Okay. Right. So first thing is mobile applications and mobile sorry or and website, right? Mobile applications and website serves the same purpose. Yes, the purpose is to connect with the customers, to engage, to bring traffic, to have more conversions, to create brand loyalty, to bring traffic, to engage and convert and everything else, right? So the purpose remains the same, but are they same? No. Are they does they do it in the similar way? No. Right? Does then the second question is, does or do keyword play a role in mobile marketing, or does the entire something called search engine optimization or search optimization plays a role in applications also as they do in website? The big answer is, or the answer is a big yes. Yes, keywords do play an important role in the installations and everything else, and there's a significant role of it, right? But does it happen the same way as you do for the website? The answer is partially yes, partially no, right? And for that, there's something called, like we have SEO for website, we have something called ASO, which is called App Store Optimization, right? Have you guys heard of it, aware of it, and how it's done? Right? There's something called App Store Optimization, which by and large in the session today we will learn in the remaining one and a half hour, whatever is left with us, right? Right? Something called App Store Optimization. Now, the next question is there like in heard now? That's thanks, Jitendra. Yeah, I mean, logically it's right answer. Like, when I asked, have you heard of ASO, and you said heard now. Yeah, okay, great. But before that, what about others? App Store Optimization. Heard of this concept and how to do that? Okay, so first thing, it's not as extensive as you do it for website, and it's not like a regularity over there, because largely people, and the difference is in this, the first, like, you do not have to as extensively doing like ASO as you do for SEO. Any reasons for that? Not till 4:43 p.m. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sarthak. Now, any reasons that why it will not be as extensive as you need to do for an SEO? Like SEO, you do on a regular basis. It's very extensive, very detailed, and you have to do a lot of things on a regular basis, right? ASO, you have to do it. There's a similarity that you also have to do ASO, but maybe not as extensively as you have to do it for a website like an SEO. Any reasons? Any thoughts that comes to your mind for that? Why is that so? Lesser competition. On the contrary, now the competition is even more, because people check mobile first, search mobile, app based, and everything else. No, there is huge amount of applications in the each category as well. Apps are different than websites. Yes, that in that sense, true. the answer lies in in the intent and the purpose. Now, what happens is when you go to Google, when we used to go to Google, there is nothing called that you have a specific brand in mind and then you search for it, right? You look for best digital marketing classes, best this, and the list will happen. And that, to appear at that top link, you have to do extensive SEO to, so that you will be available and people will click on it. The difference in App Store optimization is that mostly people already, mostly, I'm not saying like we have to do ASO, but the use case different, because people usually go and download an application once they have heard of it, aware of it. Okay, they do randomly as well for the category, but largely for the branded point of view. Like, you have installed Swiggy because it's a brand itself. You installed Zomato because it's a brand itself. So that's a very thin line difference, but that doesn't mean that ASO you don't have to. You have to do a lot many ways in terms of ASO. Let's go to Google Android apps on Google Play, right? Now, this is your uh, Google Play, which is like your Play Store for all the applications, and that you do it on your mobile, right? Now, that's how you get all the applications from here, right? So one thing is, of course, you go over here and then you search for it. This is, I'm just trying to integrate using the mobile phone, using the desktop, showcasing that how this entire thing works, right? So you go over here and you look for Nike as a branded keyword, and you'll get all these, this Nike shoes and apparels and everything. This Nike app on your device, and which you can download it, right? That's one. So this is called branded keyword, and that's why you'll see all the branded keywords must have this brand name in this in their title sort of thing. Now the other way is, not every Oh, okay. I'm saying you go to, let's me start from where I am, right? So the point I was explaining is this entire ASO thing. That one thing is branded keyword, and the other thing is organic keyword or generic keywords on which you need to rank your application to ensure better optimization and appearance of that. Likewise, that you do for SEO, right? So let's go to this platform called uh, Google Play Android apps or Google Play, whatever. Now, this is a desktop version of Google Play Store or Google Play, whatever it is, Android App Store, which is on your mobile phones or Android phones, right? Now, this is a similar to that, just a bigger display of that. Now, there's one thing which you do, like usually how you download an application, you go and you name a specific brand or a specific application that you download. So let's example, for example, in this case, I go to this and I have downloaded, I have looked for Nike, and then I got this Nike app, right? That's one. Or I go to any other brand, like say I Adidas, and I will get this Adidas uh, application link, and you can download it and install it. That's branded keyword. But not every category that you may be aware of a particular brand, or you want to explore further, you want to check multiple apps, right? Like for example, uh, and this is where the organic way of doing ASO or generic keyword, that how to recommend or how to put your app for a particular keyword to rank better in the entire app store or entire Android app store kind of a thing, rank better, and then people will get to know. Like for example, in this case, I have used Nike. So Nike is a branded keyword, but other keywords, which let's suppose you are a brand and you are not at up to a level of Nike and you want to appear on the Play stores or the app stores. So maybe a keyword like running app, or maybe a keyword like food calorie, right? You are not there's not a maybe specific brand which is very particular about this, or you are aware of a particular branded keyword, food calories calculator, and you want to keep an application which is good. Or maybe grocery app, you are randomly searching that which of the application is good, right? In that case, the search totally will change over here also, like on SEO. So let me check running app, right? And then you will see there are multiple, from branded ones like Adidas, Nike Run Club, to Map My Run, Asics, Starva, and then there are other like treadmill, Google Fit, All Trails, and running app. There's so many other applications which has opened for me. Similarly, if I'll go to grocery apps, instead of just typing in Blinkit, I'll search for groceries, right? Let's see, groceries shopping app, right? And you'll get all these kind of, now deal share, I'm not aware of. Milk basket, I'm not aware of. Maybe City Mall, I'm not aware of. Blinkit, I was aware of. So if I would have searched Blinkit, only this would have appeared. But if I'll search for a particular generic keyword, there are more apps will appear. Now, why these only applications? Now, some of them like any list, right? This is called RD Click or RD Fresh, Ratandeep, something like that. Magic Pin. Right now, some of these are branded ones, and because since they are a brand and in that category they have appeared. But there are other links or the other apps which has appeared. Similarly, if you will do it on your mobile phone, you'll find, if you go and put for a particular category, you'll get a list of applications. Some of them at the very top of it. Then you have to keep on scrolling, and accordingly the ratings and everything else, right? So these are appearing. Their ranking appears based on the ASO or based of the optimization that users do it, right? The brand has done it for itself, right? Now, the earlier point which I'm mentioning, whether there is something called organic or inorganic thing or not. So let me show you. Let me send a screen of my, let's say, this, if it's visible to every one of you. I just put a random keyword grocery app, which is a generic keyword, right? So the keyword research for this category is also important. And then you'll see the first link you'll see over here is Instamart. Why? Because this is this is paid, and you see the ad logo written over the ad text, like as you see on the SEO also. The first is this is called inorganic link, and then all the other ones which you will find at the bottom of it, right? will be organic links based on the generic keyword. So this is paid, this is unpaid. Okay, now if we go to this, now we understand from the generic keyword point of view, because not everybody will, when you build a brand, or when you build an application, it should not become a branded, it will not become branded as such as it is, right? So let's say when we search for grocery shopping app, like in searches, we get links over here, all the links which is organic and everything else. App for grocery over here, right? And all these links over here, accordingly, you will get all these links on the app store on your mobile phone. You can check. Now, this is where the difference happens when it comes to ASO and SEO. If you remember, I have spoken about what is the most important thing or the most important placeholder for SEO keyword integration, or a placeholder for keyword to put to ensure the crawler to notice your website at the very first go. Anyone remember that? What was it? Blogs. Okay. Anyone else? Hi, space up. We have done all of these things. Title tag. There are two things. No, title and description are two things. There is title tag and description, right? Title tag and description tag. Meta title, meta description. So the first most important thing for to do an SEO, wherein you can strategically place the keyword, is called title tag. Where to do it? In the head section of the website, right? Similarly, and how the title appears, if I go to the Google, if I go to the Google search over here, and if I'll search for grocery as a key thing, right? And where is the title tag? This is the title tag, right? This clickable link over here on which appear on the search is called title tag. Remember, everyone? Yes. Similarly, on ASO, this part, this written part over here at the bottom of each of these applications, which is also clickable, like this entire thing is clickable over here in this case, but this thing is called title tag for application. So wherein on SEO we need to optimize this and ensure the most important keyword or the most generic keyword with which your brand associate should be encrypted or should be integrated in the, not encrypted, sorry, should be integrated in the title tag. Similarly, in ASO, you need to ensure that the most important keyword along with the branded keyword, along with the brand name. So in ASO, in the title tag, you use the brand title, brand tag, as well as the most common, most generic, and the most used keyword in the title tag. And we'll see it how. Let's see. Right. So Instamart, there are two keywords which is there, which is primary keyword I'm searching for. One is called grocery and shopping. The two keywords over here. And in most of these applications, you will find either of these these keywords mentioned in the title tag itself, along with the brand name. So you'll see over here, Instamart 10 minutes grocery app, Big Basket 10-minute grocery app, Geomart online shopping app. Then you go over here, Dmart online grocery app, Blinkit grocery, Zepto grocery, online shopping, grocery, grocery shopping, online and grocery delivery, all these things, right? So the first primary rule, as we have learned in SEO, is SEO. Similarly for ASO, always make good use of the title tag. In the case of Apple, in the case of app stores, the title tag is the name that you mentioned for the application. This is actually the name, bigbasket.com. This is the title. You see, this is actual name of the app, bigbasket.com, Swiggy, Geo Platforms, Zepto Marketplace, Blinkit. This is the name. This is the title, right? So that's very strategic play right over here. And then in the title, you could also write just Instamart, Big Basket, like the name, but you have two different placeholders. One is for the name. It could be anything. And your title tag, wherein you have to use your brand name, because on ASO, most of the searches happens after a significant point in time. basis on the brand name. So you ensure the keyword with which you associate your brand and the generic keyword. Makes sense to everyone? That's the title tag in the ASO or while doing ASO. So whenever you make an application and when you list your application on either of the stores, you have to make sure that for a consumer point of view, this is where you search, right? On the application search window, you search for it and then accordingly the app appears. Now, what is the second most important thing after the title tag or the meta title you do? What is the second most in SEO? We'll learn it with SEO and ASO together. And not together, learn, but comparatively that how as we do in, right? So in SEO, what we do is this is the description, like anything that appears after the title tag written over here, and we have learned that how to also add this description for our website and everything else while SEO while doing the SEO session, right? So this is where the SEO title meta description appears, and this is where the ASO is totally different. In SEO, you write 2 lines or 180 characters or 150 characters of description, and that's it because it should appear in the Google search. Since the description doesn't appear largely in terms of Play Store on over here, or you'll find some kind of description on the mobile when you search for it. Some bit of descriptions will be there or may not be there, right? Largely on Apple, it doesn't shows. On Android, maybe a bit of snapshot they do, right? But on Apple, definitely there's no description at all. And that's where the beauty of descriptions come into a play and how totally it is different from SEO is that once you click on this, any of this app, let's say we will take an example of, let's say Instamart itself. Okay, we'll go to this link, all right? And we have all those things over here, some bit of, what do you think is on this particular app? What is the description? What is the meta description over here? Anyone on this entire screen? About this app, right? And this is the description, but this is not all. You can click on the description and read it. So this is where the description part of SEO and SEO differentiate from each other in a great way. Over there, there's not a limitation there as well, but you have a very specific space and we try to finish it between 150, 180 characters. On app-based thing, the description have to have a huge, and you click on any of the applications, you go over there, I'll go to any of these applications, and that's how the about page must be. You get to big basket, and then you see, right, a huge description. Like look at the detailing, like huge. We'll get to that point as well, but let's understand from the multiple apps point of view. Go to blanket, right, and then you see over there a huge description. Can you all see that the kind of description been put? Detailed, very detailed. Every minute point has been put because on app it's allowed and you can do that. And the description has to be long. Why is the case? Right now, we can learn about that whether this is important for both App Store and Android Store or not. I will come to that topic, right? Much that we will do definitely. Before you give me the answer that why there's a detailed description, much more detailed description for ASO, let me first write. By the time you think, let me know to get what we've learned, to get ranking on any app. Store like SEO, we need to optimize the app on the store to ensure organic ranking. Page of the page URLs also first let it be here, right? Okay, yes, much more info on the compared to SEO, trust, more visibility to keyword and description so that users get more information and are ready to order immediately without any doubts directly from their device. Brand can easily showcase on top of like due to more clear and accurate keywords. Okay, all the points valid. Now, the very basic understanding, the first thing is, we'll go back. Let's take this as an example in about. First thing first is that after the title tag, let's suppose you come to a particular application on a generic basis and you landed on an application. Now in SEO, you click, you consume the service and you move back. You don't keep the website on your desktop. The max you could do is you can bookmark it, right? Since the entire genesis and the nature of website consumption of website and the consumption of application is totally different. The first thing, right? As what you do is you will install the application on your mobile phone. So it sets in your mobile phone and it gets all the data after on, like from your location to how you use it and everything else, it get captured, right? And if you are not aware of a brand of an application by its brand, for a user, it's very important. And that's why it's kind of a mandatory thing that for a user, it's very important. They know everything about an application before they decide to install that app on a very personal device. Going back to the point, customization, right? So because once you install it, it means it's going to sit in your screen, unlike the way you consume the website over here, right? And that's why a detailed description is needed. Secondly, in Android, there is no specific placeholder for the keyword, right? Like you go to any website and you can do, let's suppose you're looking for a job, right? And you can add a number, and the website asks for skill sets and you put multiple keywords that will become your skills, and then people will search you accordingly for their skills. On Play Store, there's nothing called any placeholder or it's definite placeholder for the keyword, right? And largely a app can utilize this place called description to ensure every kind of keyword which will help them to get a traffic will be mentioned over here, from all the generic keywords into the category to what the app is about, from delivery to the costing to to the pricing to the delivery to gifts or whatsoever, and whatever you do to the locations, all of that should be covered in the description so that there is nothing left for a brand or for a consumer. If consumer want to know which city you delivering, what kind of delivery you could do, where you can do, what is your payment patterns, what is there a payment gateway available, what are the cities, how till what time your operation and everything else should be available in the description, because for a consumer there is no other place to read about it for the application, right? Once installed, if things will not be clear, the worst thing will happen is that you install it and then uninstall it, which no brands want to, right? For a brand point of view, since there's no specific placeholders, description is the single largest place where you can capture maximum. And since it's a one page kind of a thing, there's no multiple pages like website, which cumulatively will build the ranking better for a website, and then your website will appear. There's only one page for an app, not like 100 pages and every page has its own ranking, and then that will make the website better. Since there is only one page, and that what you write on that will decide the fate of organic appearance of the application, the description has to be detailed, which covers summarizing multiple pages in one section. Getting the point, everyone? Okay. Is it the case for most of you, the audio thing? Okay. To some it's fine, to some it doesn't. So maybe, I don't know, could be an issue. So the journey, much like an SEO, sorry, keyword research to get the ranking and on ASO also, right? And the app must have the level of keyword optimization or keyword integration, right? The first thing that we have learned is brand plus most generic keyword in the title tag. Now, what works as a title tag? I have explained you. Now, the second point, the description plays a very important role. Now, this is we will talk about in which of Apple Store or Play Store where it plays an important role. For now, let's say it plays a very important role to get the app appear Is it clear to everyone so far? All good, interesting, something new? Yes? Now, so it should be detailed because it should cover, this is one page where the, in case of application, unlike website, if I go to, let's say, any of the website, like I go to this website itself, multiple pages and you can optimize each of the pages and get the ranking better. In case of application, there's only one page. So everything depends over here. And the other important thing is that from consumer and a brand point of view, and that is kind of not as a guideline, but every app owner should follow it, that your description should address these three components: what, why, how to do that. And now after that, any kind of application I will open for you, or you will open also, you can realize in some or the other way it has hinted these three elements in the description. And this is, I have done research on multiple applications and I found these are the three basic components that have to address to ensure and build that trust and gain kind of a attention from the users, and then getting downloaded and getting installed, right? What is this? What, why, and how? And now let's understand some of the applications. So if you go over on Instamart, right, this is the what part, what they done, right, how they do it, what they do it, right, low price, anything else, how they do it, and then the why part. Why? Because you get low prices, delivery amazing, offers 24/7. So this is why you should do it. What you can, what they available and what they deliver to you, and how part is also that they're delivering in these cities. They can give you gifting, and you need to install the applications. So these three things you will find in any kind of application will be mentioned in the description part. Let's go to another app, for example, for learning purpose. Let's go to Blinkit. The tone will be different, but addressing these three elements. Let's go to Blinkit in this category, right? And then, so this is the what part, right? What they do. And then this is why you should be doing that. This will also have a payment. This is the how part, and the rest is how part, right? Ambulance they're delivering ambulance also now. Wow. In 20 plus cities, huge varieties, and all those things. Similarly, let's take another category, right? The usual category that people these days use is, let's say, video editing, right? And you see now all this, the first thing is all these applications, the title tag, if you see, will have these of the common or the generic keyword imbibed in the title tag. Now in this case, let's say VN, the name of the application actually is Ubiquity Labs. This is the company name, but in the title tag they have mentioned the brand keyword, which is VN, and then editing or video editor. Video editor, and now this is in short video editor, and then the title tag, the brand name, Kindmaster, the brand name, and the title tag, Vita, the brand name. Now the name of the company is Snow Corporation, but in the title tag, video editor, and the name of the brand. And you can look for everything. So most of the title tag you will find in this category itself. Now, if I go to the detailed description over here, in this case, you see. So what is VN, right? How they do it and why you should be using it, because it's easy to use, trending, advanced, and everything else. So what, why, and how is what in every application. Detailed description you will find it. What the point is that whenever you make an application, please make sure you follow that. A huge detailed description, comprising of what it is, how it is, and why it does, why it is, right? And these are the reasons which gain traction, organic ranking on the app stores. In some ways, not, this is not the only thing, it brings in some ways some sense in terms of ranking, and also gain trust when it needs to be installed by the consumer when you are not a brand already. You getting my point, everyone? Till this, if anyone has any questions, thoughts, suggestions, or anything that you have in mind, please feel free to speak. So if you go, and how the keyword should be integrated in this, because since in Play Store, specifically in this Google Play Store, there's nothing called placeholder. So this is how, if I go to my previous category, grocery, right, and we'll do the App Store, you will find there'll be many keywords well integrated in this. There are many keywords like home decor on purpose, like electronics, beauty products, home decor. Then there'll be like all these titles like this. These are what? What are these? Anyone? Any idea? Festive, perfect gifts. But what are these? What are these? Key phrases or the long tail keywords, right? So long tail keywords more than anything else. Like we have learned the importance of long tail keywords in SEO. Similarly, long tail keywords plays a very important, long tail key phrases or long tail keywords as you call it, short tail, medium tail, and long tail. Long tail keywords plays a great deal of role when you need to write the description, because long tail keywords in a great way can help the brand to get the ranking organically on the App Store, and that's why it's called App Store optimization, right? Make sense? This is how you need to dissect, and this is how you need to learn that how the things have been placed. Now, there's nothing called rules or mandatory, but you need to learn more about your more about applications in a particular category, and then you get to know, okay, these are the long tail keywords. Electronic store with fast delivery. This is a long tail keyword, right? Some of the branded keywords you will find over here. Some of the very generic keywords like uh, grocery deliveries, offers 24/7. Then you will find safe payments, right? Some generic keywords over here, like, you will find um, beauty products, groceries in 10 minutes. So all good mix of short tail, long tail keywords, medium tail keywords, and generic keywords, a huge way you should integrate, which is linkable with your category. That will in total help to boost your ranking. Safe payment options. Yeah. Multiple things. Got the point, everyone? Now, if I'll ask what was the third thing after the title and the meta description, what was the third thing that we have learned about when doing SEO? Or third or fourth thing, whatever, or the most other important things that we learn about to optimize the website. Any guesses? Quick, guys, quick. Headings, okay, and images and alt text. Very right. So headings and the content to image ratio or the image optimization. Now this is where the SEO and ASO takes a different route in some cases. In SEO, images plays a role and we need to, in some ways, and you need to provide it along with the content. In ASO, images takes a leap before the description because it's a more visual kind of a platform, right? On application, what you see, if you go to the mobile phone right now and search for anything, the first thing you will see is the name, and then they will like if I'll do grocery shopping, right? And you will also can do that, right? After the head, the first title, you will find some ratings or something like that, and then largely about the images which you can swap. Once you click on that app, you can swap those images to see. Can you all see that? Right now, do it for anybody, and there are multiple images, right? Before the about section also, before the description section also. Like in this case, you do it on your mobile. I'll show you in the laptop over here. Like if I go here, right, you see this is the entire thing, and then this is the screen and then the description, right? Say yes, no, anything. Yeah. And this plays the most crucial role in terms of app installation, because on app, reading helps at the background for the algorithm point of view, and images works for the from the customer point of view. So before getting into any application, this works for the algorithm, or this works for the store itself. This works for the app store as well as for the customers to know and gain knowledge about the particular brand and application. So that's what, if you will see over here, if I click on this, all these images are clickable, and there's a good amount of keyword integration along with the quality images. So the image optimization plays a crucial role, because this explains as a story the images on the ASO, or the images that you use on App Store, works as a story. Instead of the write-up that you do, the images itself become the story that helps as a tutorial for the users. And that's why you see all the images in this will be saying about some of the services or the benefits. For example, groceries and more delivered in just 10 minutes, and that's one image. 3,000 products, 2,000 plus brands, delivery in just 3 minutes. And then the brand names integrated over here, right? So that's second. Third, Max Saver, Shop More playlist. Now, all of these images, if you'll see, are integrated with some important keywords of the category. Save more, 3,000 products, delivery in 10 minutes, right? So good headline management. Now, the headline and the image in this comes together in terms of ASO, and all the images are integrated with some of the other headlines. Why? Because the image optimization or the headline optimization, which goes along with the images in terms of ASO, work as a tutorial for the customers. Now, the customer these days may not read the description in detail. That is there for the algorithm or for the store to decide what kind of services do, what kind of keywords they have put in the description, and may help the get the ranking better. It may help to get the ranking better. The image and the headline combination helps in the ranking as well as the conversions better. Can you all able to relate or understand what I'm trying to say? In both ways, yes, Sarthak, you can say that descriptions help in visibility in terms of organic ranking. Images help in visibility as well as the conversion board. Very rightly put. Yes, and that's why you see over here, right? So move max saver. Now the other image you will see, cash on delivery. Now all of these are some medium tail or some key phrases as a headline management. Like on the website, if you go, like if I go to Simplilearn, right? You see the tone, you will see get certified, get ahead. Now this is a headline. Similarly, explore our top program. This is a headline. Now, similarly, you go down, real stories, incredible journeys. This is a headline. Now, why your program stand out? This is a headline, but it's called heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, that we can decide on, right? But it's all in a heading format. Similarly, if you now relate, it's all in the heading format. Cash on delivery, then premium quality, grab great deals, right? Unlimited free deliveries, and all those 24/7 live tracking, blah blah blah. All these are headlines plus images. Similarly, if I'll go to the video tracking app, let's understand from two different categories for better understanding. Video editor, right? And let's say this is what we have opened up. Now I go to open the images. A sleek mobile video editor, enhance photo details and resolution, text template and stickers, speed curve, easy to use music beats, keyframe animation, right? So every category, after that, you can go and check for any of the applications. You will find these kind of integrations being done, right? So creative images tells a story. It works as a tutorial for the users. It brings good deal of uh, optimization and hence also the convergence. Okay, so any of the applications that you get to see, you'll get these kind of things. So in short, if I want to say, the description must have what, why, and how. Why I have explained it, and then the creative slash images along with the headlines, optimization plays a crucial role, right? What images works as a story and as a tutorial for the users. Till this makes sense to everyone, all of it, and then I'll move further. Maybe I'll address one more small topic on this, and then tomorrow we will continue. But I have something else to address. Yes? Okay. Second. Good. Just a minute. Does engine reads the heading on the images for better result? Well, the engine, it's called Play Store, not the engine itself, but the Play Store recognize the images which has been used. I would say in that way, right? So they recognize these images in a great way. And as I said, this is from the customer point of view rather more in detail, as because this works as a tutorial. So that helps the conversion in great sense. Ojas. I hope that's a query. Yeah. Okay. Now the other thing is that this we understood it from the from one of the Play Store. Now the Apple and Google Play Store works in some ways similar, but in some ways also very differently, right? For example, so I will just explain that in what sense it's different. whenever you're making an application, what to take care of, some of the facts, right? So let's say I will go here and I will insert drawings, give a new one, right? Let's say Apple, Apple, it's called Apple Store, and then App Store, or this will be called Google Android. What do you call it? Let's say Google. For better understanding, let's call it Google, right? Okay, and then so let's start with Google itself. So in Google, the title which we have talked about, the title tag, which is this, right? This is the title tag over here. This needs to be very specific in terms of informing users about the use case or the platform itself, right? So the title needs to be specific in terms of informing users about the use case, and hence the branded and the generic keyword to be implemented over here. In terms of Apple, and that's how if you'll see on the App Store also, it's good, but it's not like what necessary kind of a necessary thing over there, right? So if I'll go over here and I'll write for the Apple, it is not the necessary thing, but it plays a role. But now, it does play a role in terms of your ranking, but in Apple, and why I'll also tell you later on that why it's like a little different from Google. It not need to be necessarily very specific in terms of explanation of the title tag itself on the App Store compared to the Google Play, right? So that's one. And then the other point is, let's start with the Google itself. Short, this is how the difference is. A description, I am not having right now a short description shows on the app, right? Whenever you do an application search or a generic search along with the title tag, you'll see a short description also there in the Google Store in your mobile phone, right? However, here subtitles appears below the app title, right? Now, if you see that small font on mobile app of yours on Apple mobile phone, there'll be some subtitles written at the bottom of the title tag, something like fruits, vegetable, and groceries, something like 10-minute grocery delivery app, something like that will be written. Very small font, subtitle will be written, which is not the case. Maybe you get a short description here, you get a subtitles written over there, right? I'm telling you, this also plays a role. This also plays a role. I'm telling the further point also that how Apple largely dependent upon. Now, the very important point which I have mentioned is in terms of Google, the ranking algorithm is independent of the keyword field, which what it means is that there is no specific field available for the Google Play Store, right? And that's why the description plays a role, because in subtly you have to add the keywords in the long term in the description, the detailed description that you do. There's nothing specific field over there. However, that's where the App Store differentiate. In App Store or Apple Store, the main ranking factor is the keyword itself, keyword which are invisible to the users. Now, which means once you have to list your application on App Store, there is a field wherein like 4 or 5 keywords you can add as a meta keyword, not as a meta in the description. You have to list like 5 or 6 keywords like you do in the website, or there's meta title, meta description, and then meta keywords. In Apple, it is irrespective of how you write the description. You can write that in detail also. That helps. But there's another section which is categorically for the keyword, right? So you can mention that keywords over there, but will not be visible to the users. It's invisible to the users, but basis on that, it gets defined, right? So the keyword in the long description doesn't play a very great role in terms of ranking, because there's a specific section for the keyword to place itself. However, in Google, the keyword in the long description plays a great role in terms of ranking. Getting the point, everyone? The difference, the major difference. So I could add a further point like keyword in the long description plays a great role in ranking. However, for this, just copy paste. Right, because there's a specific section for the keyword itself. However, we must write the description here as well, because it does, apart from the ranking, it, as I said, it also helps for the users to gain trust, right? And the last point is, let me check for my validation. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, as I thought. Suppose so in Google Store allows up to 8 screenshots or image optimizations. However, in App Store, this goes up to 10 screenshots, right? So that's the difference in some ways between both the App Store, which is the major app stores in the world, that we either or we must be using it, either we'll be using it or either we'll be using it. This one, right? So this is the bit of difference. And also one more point which I have not mentioned: a long description or long tail keywords plays good use of long tail of keywords in this plays a role, because in this the description itself plays a role. So the long tail keywords plays a good role in terms of ranking when it comes to Google Play Store and how the App Store differentiates. Make sense to everyone so far? Yeah, this is the topic that we've started in terms of email and mobile marketing. We have covered great deal of things. Today is the last day for this topic, or last session for this topic that we're going to cover. All right. So we have covered email marketing well before. I mean, much earlier in the week or in this month. Then right now we are talking about mobile marketing, which we started last weekend. Then some part we have covered on this Saturday, yesterday, which was on Saturday, and then we are going to complete this topic today. We have covered a lot many things in the last couple of sessions, starting from why the entire need of mobile marketing, and more than need, how and what ways it has opened the gateway for the customers and as well as for the brands in terms of content and its communication, right? And that's what we have talked about also. Content, communication, and convenience. This is what made the rise of entire mobile marketing. More than that, it also, because of this uh, real-time basis connectivity that is been provided in terms of marketeers, yeah, and precise marketing based on the geo targeting that you could do. That has given a lot of boost for the marketeers in the brand. And then the behavioral changes that is happening in the time that we are living in, that I have talked about that in detail. So we're not going to cover that again. Uh, then we talk about the age of hyper personalization and the advantages of that from yesterday. This I have explained with the rise of technology, mobile penetration, and also the use case of marketing in and around the what you call the applications, in and around the mobile phones, mobile applications, and so on and so forth, right? So all of this we have talked about, or we spoke about, and then we have talked about the advantages of or some of the great advantages that has come up with mobile marketing and the reasons behind it, right? So also that we have covered, that is as basic as to give an edge over the competition to the convenience and the customer engagement that it provides for the brand, and which is what we all need, right? In the times that we are living in, we need to be closer to the customers, and mobile is the best possible way that in the time we are living in. Mobile in the in-app, or the mobile optimizations, and the app optimizations, rather, or the app uh, connectivity through with the customers, that has made us become more and more closer to the customers, and also increasing the customer engagement for sure in that series. Then we spoke about mobile app marketing, which is the defining moment for the entire marketing thing that we talk about today. And how the mobile app marketing has totally changed the game in terms of, because it brings a lot of customization, a lot of hyper personalization to the users, and also as I said, keeping the brands as close as it could be with their customers. If you need to start your mobile application, we talk about some of the points, uh, or some of the important requirements that you should be covering basis before starting your application, because otherwise there's clutter of mobile applications, but only few make a mark, and all those things. Then we talk about in terms of understanding the synergy between SEO and also ASO. Is there any mechanism using which you can optimize the basic purpose of website as well as an application is same, that it brings convenience to the customers, bring to your port, bring traffic to your whatever app or the website, and then try to get engaged in the conversion. So the basic purpose remains the same, and hence, since we use SEO to optimize our website so that our visibility will be higher than the competition or the other applications in that category. Similarly, other websites in that category. Similarly, we need to optimize application also, so that in the app stores or in whatever our Google Play, our presence will be better than compared to the competition if anybody searches for anything. So that's how we have learned about. There are branded keywords, and then there are generic keywords. Branded keyword, and both we need to include in terms of doing a app store optimization. That is in many ways very similar to SEO, which is search engine optimization, and in many ways also different from that. Like a website is huge with multiple pages, and all multiple pages cumulatively defines the overall ranking of a particular website. We do not have that kind of facility in application, and that's why there are basic elements that we need to take care while defining, while trying to optimize the application on the stores that we are placed at, right? So that if the users are coming randomly or generic keyword they are using, they should our visibility, our chances of being viewed by the customers will be higher. And how to optimize that we have learned in detail. If you guys need a kind of any detailing on that again needed to be repeated or summarized, that how the entire ASO works, please let me know. Otherwise, I have explained that how the title tagging and meta description, or how Similarly, that you do the website, there is something called title tag, but it's in a different way. Similarly, there is a description for the application, but it rather plays a much bigger role than how it plays a role in the website or doing SEO, because description is the only place wherein you can write about for an application, and it doesn't have a multiple pages. And every description should address what, why, and how, and all those things. Uh, I've explained that also in detail, that how to utilize that, how to implement long tail keywords and the use case of long tail keywords and short tail keywords, everything in the application. And then the more importantly, this is the defining moment, or a lot of differentiation when it comes to SEO and ASO, wherein the creative images plays a great deal of role in terms of overall optimization of an application, and also the visibility, because here the images works as a tutorial or as a guiding factor that what users should be expecting in this application, and then how and what they need to download it, and why they should be downloading it. So it becomes a guiding factor. It's kind of tutorial, which which creates all the difference. That's where we have to emphasize on whenever you do the app store, or whenever you put any app on a particular store. We learned about a bit of differences between Apple and Google that I have explained yesterday. Few things here and there, but largely the point being that is needed, or that is required, is that we all need to optimize our applications as well on the stores to remain having a presence on the store, on any of this Play Store or the App Store, and having a good visibility, and both ways. Here also, here like on a website or like on Google, here also both things works. It is a good mix of organic and inorganic. You can also pay for your app to be on the top of any store, and the visibility will be high over there. But if you're not paying it, then organically also you have to do it. Organic is as good as SEO, so it's a good combination of SEM, SEO. Similarly, here the paid and free, both ways you can register, or you can try to optimize your app on the stores, right? That's all in detail we have covered. If anyone have any doubts or anything in mind regarding that, because this was a crucial and important topic, please feel free to ask, or let me know. Till this, yeah. So this is what I've shared yesterday, right? On any of the app store, whenever you go and you use any generic keyword to search for, you'll find sometimes the first and sometimes the first two also, you'll see this ad written over, like as you go to any Google search and you look for any kind of website and any kind of service, the first three links is usually ads or sponsored ads, right? That's called inorganic. And then the rest over at the bottom, which you get it. So if you go to the Google search also, for let's say watches, right? And then usually, so these are all organic links, which is just because of the SEO reasons, and some of the paid links that you get over there as a popular product or sponsored, which are the paid links, right? That's called inorganic. Similarly, over here, over here, these are the paid apps. You can see advertisement. These are advertised using, and it's called it's paid advertisement. So this is inorganic, and this is organically coming because of the optimization of the app on a particular store has been done, and that's called organic, Megan, right? So the difference between this is paid, this is free for this keyword. Yeah, it's as good as SEM and SEO that we have learned about earlier. Yeah. Okay. Now there's one more thing that I want to speak about, which I have left in this. So if I go to again this Play Store, which we have learned about yesterday, right, in detail, I'll go back over here and let's say the same keyword I'll search for, right, and you'll find that all these links over here. Now in SEO, there's something also called there's something since we're trying to draw a synergy with SEO and ASO. In SEO, there's also something called off-page or backlinks. Right now over here, the backlinks is not possible as such that you can provide the links of your apps of your app installation at some of the websites and all those things. But more than that, backlinks, what more important over here is that if I'll go to, one second, sorry. right? If I go to any of the store applications, right, and this is I've explained. So this is like an imagery. Then the image comes before the description itself. This is the title tag as such. Like this is the title wherein you have to use the generic keyword as well as the brand name, right, to ensure that a good visibility for that. These are the images, which is like up to 8 available on Google, and up to 10 available on iOS or Apple, right? And then there is about app, which works as a description. So you can go over there, and this is where you need to smartly and strategically place all the keywords. Not only placing the keywords, but also talk about what, why, and how. That gives a lot of boost in terms of the visibility, right? So this is all we have covered in which ways. Then what matters is these reviews, right? Now, these reviews are very important, and that's why you see many a times the brand, not many a times, usually the brand respond back to them, right? Because you see over here, for this, in this case also, the brand respond back to all the, either all the or good or bad boss. So here it's a good review, and then still they've replied that thank you for your kind review, right? And then there is a bad review. Items are never cheaper than retail market, and they're closer, blah blah blah. And then there's a sorry message, right, for the hassle and all those things. But what Swiggy or Instamart is ensure that they're responding back. Now, reviews, why they are doing it, right? I mean, reviews is just a review usually for everything, and people do that. But for App Store, it's not like Google review that could be people, that could be random also, that could be people doing for self also. But in this App Store, it's usually been considered one of the serious comments over here. And what it defines is, you can see all reviews. The more the reviews a brand get, or the more the reviews of a particular application get, it's considered as better. And this works as a also as you can say, as an off page SEO kind of a thing for the brand to get visibility, right? Now, good or bad, but it ensures that people are talking about your brand, they are rating and reviewing, and your interest and your reaction to it, and your engagement with the users will also very becomes very critical. So you see there's horrible return experience, and you'll see there a comment, we are sorry for the unpleasant experience. And then there's this is extremely worse, and then a comment more of negatives, and then there's usually a comment over there, let me find some good. And then so there's a good, a full review of the product service, but along with the blah blah blah. We are thankful for your review and would like to get your feedback and take it to the next level, right? So in point is, see, this is all just for this year, and for maybe probably for the last couple of months, the entire feedback and review that you can see. And Swiggy is very strategically, not strategically, but very swiftly commenting and responding back to each of those reviews. Now, this is very important, and as I said, this works as a off page as well as a good practice if you need to optimize your application on any of the stores, right? A good first, the user should write and review about you, which means it also indicate that it's popular among the users. Remember the algorithm, the more the users will come on your website, it will work as a ripple effect, and more, and it will translate to more users, and given a hint to the crawlers also that okay, there are users coming in and spending time, right? Similarly, for the store algorithm, be it App Store or be it a Google Play Store, right? Algorithm, the user should be able to find the app, and once the user is able to find the app, they are spending time on it. If they are going back, checking the details and writing the review, which means they're spending time on the application and also reviewing the app itself. Forget about the feedback on the app. They are reviewing the review feedback on the app for a particular product. They're coming to the app store and reviewing the app, which means there are a good amount of users. And then it also will take into consideration for the algorithm of any of the stores, right? And that helps in a way that it gets good visibility, or it should get good visibility. And on top of it, if the brand respond back to the reviews and respond back and engage with the customers, it is taken in as a positive thing in terms of boosting the app, what do you call, placement at a organically at a better position, right? Or maybe much above than the competition. So if I'll just go and check the others also, maybe there'll be reviews, there will be not. Let me check. Not very sure. So let's go to the Blinkit, that the very best second competition, and then we will see their reviews, and you see. So all these follow the same kind of practice. You will find all those good reviews and there. Thank you. Maybe a bad review also. Right, it's a bad review and then a blanket. Extremely sorry for the kind of experience you had us with the blanket, right? And this is not reviews for the particular product. This is a review for the app itself. Now, their customers may be bringing their frustration coming on the application itself and all sort of things. But what it does is for the algorithm that, okay, there are users who are interacting with the application, and then the app app owner itself is engaging with the audiences, somewhat, may the good or bad, but they are responding back. And now this in a great, I'm not saying it's a direct use case of off-page SEO, but this is in app store optimization. This is considered one of the off-page activity wherein you go. This is nothing about technicality of the app. This is nothing about the keyword placement. This is nothing about the title tag or image optimization. This is purely reviews, and then you're commenting on it, right? And that will give kind of boost which is needed. Okay. Once that now, I have a quick question from all of you, and okay, so how many of you use or aware of and use Zomato and Swiggy? How many of you have both? How many of you have used just one of it, and vice versa, right? So please let me know. Okay, this is Zomato, as we all are aware of. Then by default, in the category Swiggy is also there, right? This is Swiggy. Now, since I've got some views that some used both, didn't use none of it, right? But those who have used and those who have not used also, but must be aware of the app. What do you think is the major difference between, or if you have noticed, is there any difference in both the apps? The basic difference is in the use case, or the basic difference in the genesis of the platform itself. Now, Zomato is a standalone app. So most of the apps is been made like that, which is called standalone app. So if you are aware of that, Blinkit, Dine Out, and there are so many other applications are part of Zomato. Like it's one company, and they have named the company now Signal or something like that. If I'm they have renamed the company now. It's no more called Zomato. It's something else, and under which is all the companies, which is Zomato, Blinkit, and all fall under, right? But Zomato, as a food delivery app, works as a standalone application in India, right? There's nothing else. It's just standalone application, and every customer they acquire for Zomato is for Zomato. That's one type of app largely being made, and this is one category of apps. Even though, and that's why I've taken an example of Swiggy and Zomato, because most of you must have used it or at least aware of it. Now, Swiggy being the similar app, you can take both the app and then order the food from the same kind of restaurants. There will be here and there pricing difference, but almost the same service, right? Eternal Limited is now, thank you, Jitendra. Eternal Limited is now the name of Zomato, right? So under Eternal comes Zomato, Blinkit, Dine Out, and Zomato Party, something like that, and so many more, right? The difference between Zomato, as I said, Zomato is a standalone app, so there is no connection between Zomato and Blinkit. Even though it's same company, you have to download Blinkit separately. You have to download Zomato separately, right? So there will be two different apps, and both the applications work in isolation. There's no cross connection into it. However, Swiggy is like a super app. So there are always two kind of applications being made worldwide. Either a standalone application. I'm not very sure if you guys are aware of it. If it's something adding new to it, let me know. Now the other kind of applications are made called super app. Now Swiggy, being in the same category, a direct competition of Zomato, is not an standalone app. Their approach is different. Now Swiggy follows a super app strategy. So which means in case of Swiggy, if you download either of the app or one application, it has cross connection, right? There's cross selling built-in approach over there. So if you in the Swiggy app itself right now, also if you have a Swiggy app, if you go to, you can find the Instamart also over there in that app, right? So there's nothing called personalized app for different services. They believe in making a super app wherein the Eternal Limited, which is famously known as Zomato, believe in standalone applications. So for each services, there are different apps. You need a quick commerce, you need to download Blinkit. You need a food delivery app, you need to download Zomato. You need to something called dine out or party, you need to have a different application from Zomato. In case of Swiggy, you just download Swiggy. You have a, by default, there is a tab for Instamart, which is a quick delivery, a quick commerce. Swiggy by default, the bigger app is of course doing the food delivery app and everything else, right? So it's a all-in-one kind of approach, wherein Zomato standalone approach. Getting the point, guys? Right? I hope you guys have noticed that so far by using the application itself. If not, but that's the huge difference uh, between both the apps. That's a big difference also, maybe from their revenue point of view, from the success point of view, and also these two apps defines overall how the app is being made. Now, most of the apps fall under these two categories, either or. Some of the companies try to make a build, like Nike. Nike follow a built-in standalone approach. So they have Nike Run Club, they have Nike Sneakerheads, they have Nike this and that and everything else. But Adidas, I believe, is just only having a one app, right? And that's how it follows. In China, for example, let's say WeChat, right? Now, WeChat is a super app. Can you name any other app in India? Yes, Jitendra, I'll unmute you in a while. Can you have any other? Can you name any other app in India which is trying to be a super app? Swiggy is just a super app in one category, but an app which is trying to be a super app in a larger uh, way, right? And Amazon is not a super app right now so far. They're building it in. Not even Uber, because Uber it's failed. Uber it is not no more exist in India. There's just now a platform for transportations or like cab facility right now. Yet not Rapido. If you guys remember, that has failed once and now they are trying again. The Yeah. Amazon right now, not yet. I'll tell you the reason. The app is, as I said, it failed once and then they're trying it again in a bigger way, right? And that is a Reliance Geo. If you remember, the Geo app, inbuilt app used to come when you used to have a Reliance phone. If you guys remember that, right? Which is Reliance Music, Reliance TV, Reliance Cinema, Reliance Bill, everything inside the application. Now that at once failed because they were trying to be the ChatGPT of sorry, ChatGPT, I'm saying WeChat of India, right? But right now they are again trying in a different manner. They are accumulating everything and then gonna be building into one service. So it's going to be from your billing, from electricity, from your movie to your music to your phone, whatsoever. So your cinemas, everything to your grocery shopping, to your quick commerce, everything gonna be under one roof, right? So Geo is, I don't know how far they will succeed, but right now they are in making of it's an attempt to make a really, really super app. That's why I said Swiggy is not in a real sense a super app, but in for a particular category, it's a super app in that category. But in the real sense, a super app is called WeChat, which is in China, right? There's everything over there from news to any kind of utilization of services. And that is where the Reliance trying to build. Reliance, those who don't know, or maybe not from India, is one of the conglomerate and their Geo app, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, both are listed, I believe, right? Swiggy is right now down comparatively lower rating, lower than their IPO price, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. But it's just my hunch is they will make it. Yeah, because they are right now into losses because of huge investments they are doing. Let's see, hope for the best for both, because they are a good driver right now in the Indian economy, because not only for the application but the kind of employment they generate. Now it's easy to talk about, but really they have generated a huge amount of employment in India. Imagine all those people who are now the delivery partners across the metros would not be doing anything, right? So they have a great contributors, both the companies, for the economy also. So both should succeed. Let's see who will win the battle for now. Yeah. Okay. Then we're gonna talk about mobile app marketing. So next time when you guys open the Zomato or Swiggy, you'll know these points for life, right? That there was a guy who just said something about the guy. Right. Now, mobile app marketing, in this, there's something called in-app monetization. What is in-app monetization? Anyone? Now, in-app monetization is nothing. It's all the money or the total income that you can generate from all the monetization points or the channels that you can generate revenue. Using the app for advertisement is just one. When I'm saying in-app monetization, everything. So there's something called total revenue under in-app monetization. Of course, advertisement is one part of it. There's something called total revenue. Right now, the total in-app monetization means first thing is total revenue. So the total income or total in money or revenue that generated from all the touch points or all the monetization channels which is available in an application, that is your in-app purchases. Like you do the purchase through an application, your subscriptions, your advertisements that you run on, allowed to run on your application, everything that is called in-app monetizations, and the total revenue that you generate from your application. So the total, why I'm saying this, because if tomorrow you guys will make your own application, should be aware of total income generated from all monetization channels, which includes in-app purchases, uh, advertisements, as Jitendra mentioned, also the subscription fees, if at all. Right. So all these mediums, which is total revenue. In-app monetization is nothing. It's a very kind of a nice term, but it's all about the revenue that you can generate through the application while users are using it by multiple channels, by multiple means, which I just spoke about. Then we have something called, now there are a few metrics that you need to remember if you are having an application, if you work for an application, which I'm going to talk about. Few metrics that comes handy to understand for you, that what are the things happening, why this is what, and everything else. A few very important metrics that we must be aware of as we deal with the applications, right? So the first thing is, this is a very easy one. I'm not going to spend much time on that, but it's called average revenue per users, right? Which is called ARPU. I believe this is self-explanatory. Anyone? What is average revenue per user? Very easy. Let's suppose the overall revenue that you generate, let's say overall revenue that you generate from a particular application is let's say 100 rupees, and you have total users on the user on a particular application is, let's say, X. So 100 divided by X is the average revenue that you generate from each user, right? That's very simple application, but that helps you to understand that why this metric is important. It helps you to understand that in terms of acquiring a customer, how much you're spending, and then in terms of revenue that you're generating from each customer, what is the amount. So is your app right now profitable? Is your app right now at a break-even point, or is your app is right now negative in terms of per customer or the per user basis? Yeah, total money generated divided by the number of users. So that will help us to understand that right now, as a consumer, a customer basis or a user basis, per user basis, whether we are profitable or we are not profitable, because that will define that how much it costing me to have or to retain this customer, and how much I am able to generate a revenue out of this customer. Now, a sister metric of this one, or extension of this metric, is called average revenue per paying users. ARPPU. This is called ARPPU. Now, if all the users may mostly see, there are applications which is only paying customers, right? So there are applications which works on the freemium model, right? Like, and also there'll be applications which people are just downloaded it but do not use it in terms of making any payments, in terms of subscriptions, or in terms of also uh, ordering any goods from that application, right? So that is covered under this, right? So that will say overall, is it profitable or not? Now, average revenue per paying user means, let's suppose you are a SaaS-based application, or maybe a freemium model. So how many of the users, of the total users, are free users? How many of the users have paid for it, right? Now, for example, a very good example of that could be Zomato itself again, or example of Spotify. Right now, Spotify is available for everybody, right? Largely, people are using the free model, but there are also users who use it in the paid version of it, wherein you have no advertisements, right? Excuse me. Similarly, for Zomato, right? Some people use Zomato Gold, I believe, and then the free version of the Zomato, right? So this says that what is the revenue that I'm generating per paying user basis, right? Forget about the free one, but how many of the paid users, and what is the average revenue I'm generating from the paid users, and then comparatively, is it making profitable or not for me? Because the paid users are what which brings money to it. Now, this metric is very also important to understand that transition of free users and the paid users, that how many of the users of the overall users are paid, and how many of that users who were earlier free users have now seeing the services have converted to paid users. For example, so Spotify, I was a free user. I'm not like really, but for example, right? If I was a free user and then 3 months down the line, I have taken the paid subscription, seeing the benefit of it. Similarly to Zomato and Swiggy, I've taken the gold membership because I've seen the benefits and the discounts that it offers, right? So it says that whether the effectivity of my campaign is good or not, right? Using which of the campaign or which of the feature this free user have converted to the paid user, and at what percentage a brand or an app is able to convert the free user to a paid user. You getting the point, everyone? So this metric is important to analyze that the shift, the movement, and also per paid user basis, how much money I am making and am I profitable or not. Then there are a few user engagement metrics which I believe I have covered this during the analytics session, but just to touch upon, because this is also for this topic, it's also important. So we will cover that engagement. Sorry, this. Now, there's something called, which everyone or all of you must be aware of, called daily active users, right? Or you must be famously heard of this term. What is your DAO? And shows like Shark Tank and everything, you might have heard of what is your DAO and what is your MAO. Any remembrance of that if you watch these kind of shows? Yeah, DAO and MAO, they use these acronyms. So people might, those who not have been part of digital marketing may not have heard of this term and maybe scratch their head, right? So DAO is your daily active users, the number of unique users engaging with the app on a daily basis, not the customers who are there, daily active users, and the number of unique users engaging with the application on a daily basis is called due. So it helps to measure your retention and engagement and the new users coming to your application, right? Three things. It measures retention. It helps to understand the engagement, that how many of the daily active users are coming back, and then also the engagement along with that, and the unique users as well. Yeah, rightly put. Company spends advertising budget by analyzing apps DAU and MAU. Yeah, right. So when we talk about, usually people say that why I'm talking about these points, these are easy stuff, but understand the importance of it, right? You have to have a hands-on experience if you're working for a brand, if you're working for your own product, right? Anybody, if you go to a business meet, people will ask you just randomly what is your DAU and MAU. And if you're not heard of these things, if you just do the practical of how to run a Facebook advertisement, who will address these things, right? And that's why I always say, for a marketeer, you need to be 360-degree. You need to know how the execution happens. You should also know how the deck should be prepared, and you should also know what means what and how to, what does it reflect in the system, right? That's what make a smart marketer. So active users, which is the number of unique users engaging with the, sorry, with the app on a daily basis, right? It helps to measure user retention, engagement, right? Now, in this, after daily active users, there are other few metrics which I believe Sumit has already addressed, called MAU, which is called monthly active users, which is famously known as MAU. Then there is something called session length and session frequency. I believe these are the self-explanatory terms from after DAU. I believe this is self-explanatory, and these two as well. But please let me know if you guys need more details on that. What is session length and session frequency? Do I need to explain these two terms? So this is, yeah, how much uh, time user spend on an application. This is session length, that how much time at in one visit, how much time our user spend on a particular application, right? That's called session length. So the session frequency is in a day's time, or in a week's time, or in a month time, how many times user come back to the application and use it. So how often, not how many times rather, but how often, at what interval, or how often a user come to use the application. Like maybe the session frequency for WhatsApp must be very, very high, because every 5 minutes people used to check, people used to check, or people check WhatsApp, right? So the session frequency is at what intervals, or how often people particularly go to an application and utilize the services for particular application. Yeah. Okay. Is it clear to everyone? Great. Now, few other important metrics. If you run an application, and since we have seen that how the optimization happens, and how we can also do inorganic way of promoting your, or paid promotion of your applications as well, right? So for that, there's something called acquisition matrix. Now there is largely called cost per installation, is called CPI, right? And that will be seen from this application art point of view that you say. So what is the cost of installation or cost per installation? How much money a brand had to spend, or how much money a brand has spent for each installations being done on a particular device or a mobile phone, right? So this is called acquisition matrix, which is largely decide the money spent to acquire and then the revenue generated by the user, right? So this a comparison between this, like how much cost a brand has spent to acquire the customer, and then how much that user is spending after acquisition or after installation, how much money that user is spending or revenue generation is being done by that user, a comparative analysis of that. So if this is higher and this is lower, which means that per user basis, a company is on a negative side, right? If this is high and this is comparatively low, which means per user basis, company is being profitable. Now, there are other structures or the other costs which might be making the company negative or positive, but user basis in terms of acquiring the customer and then utilization of and revenue generation by that customer is profitable or negative. That can be learned or that can be analyzed through these metrics. Yeah. Okay, then in application, a very important factor is called retention matrix, right? Which is, I'll just quickly spend a few minutes on this to explain, and then we'll move further. Retention matrix is about, first thing in this is being measured called, and this we have, I believe I have done. This we have already done, so it's called retention rate. Right. This is, I believe, the easiest one, the percentage of users who continue to use the app for a specific period. Now, this is where it differs from company to company, maybe, right? So the retention rate is the percentage of users who continue to use the app over a specific period. Now, this specific period is what defines the difference. Now, for some company, it could be a week's time. For some company, it could be a month time. For some company, it would be a 6-month time. But it's in that specific period of time, if a customer been acquired 6 months ago, in for X amount of customers been acquired or installed the app in say 6 months ago, how much of that are continue to use it after 6 months will be the retention period of that 6 month. Right now, I could measure it for 1 month basis, 6 month basis, and so on and so forth. Now, this I have also showed it to you during the funnel creation of in the session of analytics and ROI, if you guys remember, right, on Google. It's similar approach. Yeah, similar approach, but in app, it's just about the use case of application. They over there, it's a drop at each stage from which page to what page the drop happens. In app, in case of applications, it's just how many people continue to use the app and how many people have just removed the app or deleted the app and not using the app, right? That's what it defines or signifies. Then we have something called, this is again a repeat, I believe. You guys are already aware of churn rate. Please explain to me, because I've explained this earlier as well. Now, this explains a lot many things. This is very important metric because it's also defined the satisfaction level of the consumer. If the churn rate is very high of an application, like suppose 100 users by the curiosity or by some curiosity have downloaded the app, but out of 100, if 80 people have just left after initial use case, which means my application is a major problem, or there is a satisfaction issue among the users, right? They're not getting satisfied with the application. There's some major UI UX or some issues, it's not smooth, it's not technologically enabled app and sort of thing, right? So churn rate becomes very important. That's why people usually ask this as well, that what is the churn rate of your application, right? Because it's very important metric that measures the percentage of users who have stopped using or cancel the subscription or discontinue to engage with the app after a certain period of time, right? So this largely explains that how many customers remained and how many customers did not remain with you, and that will speak about the level of overall satisfaction of among the consumers about your application, right? So first I'll write, so it's a very important that measures the percentage of users stop using, cancel subscription, or the app, right? Now calculation of churn rate is very easy. Churn rate, not like, for explanation point of view, it's very easy, right? Churn rate equals customer lost last month divided by total customers this is how you can measure the month on month churn rate. So let's suppose at the start of the month there were 10,000 customers, right? And by the end of the month, I have lost 500 customers. So 500 divided by 10,000, I believe that will comes down to, if I am not wrong, 5%. That's still yeah, 5%. Yeah, right. So the churn rate is around 5%. Now, who will tell me what should be the standard, or what is the ideal churn rate that any app should try to maintain? Anyone free to ask, free to speak, or free to share the data? Please. No one? How would I know if you guys will not respond? 4 to 7% depending on the industry, yeah, which I believe is the right range. Right. Okay. Of course, the churn rate differs from industry to industry and the kind of category you are into or the product type, right? But for SaaS-based companies, which are software-based, right, its ideal should be between 3 to 5%. So 5% is average, right? Subscription-based e-commerce kind of a platform, it can go a little more than 7 to 8%, 7 to 10%, right? For telecom sector, which is into application, let's suppose any of the telecom and you are having an application, it should not be much more. So it should be between 1 to 3%, or not more than that. OTT platforms, ideally their churn rate is between 5 to 6%, so which is also good. Ideally, they maintain it. What else is left? Yeah, freemium based applications, which is on the free version and the paid version, right? That's where the churn rate is really high. There are few applications like some video editing, or like some something to create, or some pic collage kind of applications, or something about DIY sort of applications, right? Now that is where the churn rate is really high, uh, because for the reason, right? So we don't consider that as a standard, because the churn rate over there can go up as high as 70 to 80%. People will use it till it's free, like, and then like try on a trial version, use it for 30 days, 7 days, 14 days, 90 days for free. And once the trial period is over, and the freemium model, in terms of that, you need to upgrade and pay for it, people uninstall it, right? And they look for the other alternative. So in that category, the churn rate is really high. 80% also is not considered very bad over there. But other overall, the churn rate should be between 5 to 7%, which is standard, and that's good. So if your application, apart from the freemium model, are into any other kind of category, it's good if you are able to maintain 5 to 7% of the churn rate. Yeah, cool, everyone. Okay, then the very important section we're going to touch upon is called technical performance matrix, right? So now, like on SEO, we have on page, off page, and then technical SEO. Similarly, we've talked about on page ASO, how to do that, description and everything else. We have spoke about off page also in some ways, some matrix, and right now we're going to talk about technical ASO or tech performance matrix, right? So not direct replication of tech SEO, but in some ways it's called tech ASO or technical performance matrix for applications and everything else, right? Now this defines, like in SEO, the technical performance or technical SEO defines the health and the overall experience that it gives to the users, right? That's what the technical SEO is all about, from UI, UX to everything else. We have learned about FNP, CLS, and whatnot during the SEO. Similarly, there are terms, not like FNP or CLS, but there are different terms which is been used, which get used to measure the performance or overall experience or overall health of the application. So two things, like technical SEO defines the overall health of the website, overall experience that it gives, and there are parameters like INP, CLS, FNP, and all those things, or LCP and sort of thing, that is done to measure the performance of the website on the technical grounds and how great an experience it will create for the users technically, or how strong technically is. Similarly, for applications, technical performance matrix, there are few technical performance metrics that measures the health of the application and the overall or a platform on the overall experience it creates for the users, or how technologically strong an application is. Right now, they are under that. There are few matrix. This comes under technical performance matrix. Now, the first thing is called app load. Sorry, app load time. Now, this is very easy, right? What is app load time? Anyone? This is easy. The time it takes for an application to launch from a company, from the time it takes for an application to start. Like you click on the icon and how much time it takes to load it and open it, right? That's called app load time. Now this is easy, but there is under, which is not, this is not, this is just a basic definition. Under that, there's something called, this measures the right, sorry, this measures the right performance. Cold start time, warm start time. Now, what is cold? This is what important is. This is not. Everyone know app load time, that amount of time it takes to load the, application, right? What is cold start time and what is warm start time? That's what the difference creates. Cold start time Yes, no, if you don't know at all, never heard of these things, please say no. That's also fine. But say something. It's good to hear that from you all. No? Right. Okay. So the closed start time is the time that it takes for the app to launch from a completely closed state. Right? From a completely closed state. What is closed state? You have totally closed the application. Like, in smartphones, you go and you close the app totally. Like you do not have just swiped it away and then you're using something else. You close the application so that when you have to start or check the application, you go and tap on it and then it starts from its scratch, from home page or something like that, right? So the time it takes for an application to launch from a completely closed state with no traces of it being active is called cold start time. Then the warm start time is nothing, but if you are already been using the app and then you go back to the other app and the app is running in the background, it's not completely closed. The app is refreshing, working in the backstage, right? You might have checked in these settings also, right? So the app is continuously working at the background, but not being used by you. And once you go back to it, it starts from where you have left it, kind of thing, or very quickly it's loaded. That's called warm start time. Right. So the cold start time is very important for the first impression. The warm start time is very important to engage the users. Right. Now, so I will write this one and the other one you will get to know by default. The time it takes to usually the timing is between 1 to 3 seconds. If beyond that, your application is taking more time to get started from a closed state, it is considered a bad timing and people will get frustrated and maybe delete your application or go out of it. Right now, the app warm start time, I've explained, so I'm not writing it, is ideal time is between from 0.5 to maximum 1 second. If your app is able to achieve these kind of numbers, it is good. If not, yeah. Then there is something called API. Remember, all similar kind of metrics we have learned during the SEO. The names are different though. For in this, the app load time, warm start and cold start, we had FNP. Oh, sorry, we have LCP and FCP. Right here, we call it cold start and the warm start. Now there's something called API response time. What is API response time? Anyone? Okay, there's a hint then. Hint is it works similar to how FTTP or time to first byte, something like that was in there in SEO, right? This is similar replica of that in SEO. A replica of that is there in the app. It's called API response time. Now, API response time is nothing but the amount of time. First, API is what? Application Programming Interface. So I'll write it down also. Application Programming Interface, right? So because application programming is because it's an application, so the programming language and the application programming and the overall interface of it's called API right? And application programming interface response time is called, sorry, yeah, API response time. Now, this is nothing but the amount of time, hear me out, the amount of time it takes for an API or application programming to respond to a request from the moment it was sent to the moment it was received, which means if let's suppose you have clicked the menu item on Zomato, or if you have clicked any of the item on the Zomato, like or Swiggy, or let's say Book My Show or Uber, right? User login, location, menu item, or whatsoever. So you put a request on the application, it goes to the application base is been received, then the application respond back to the request that you have done, and the amount of overall time that it takes, right? The time that has taken between the request that you have put in and the responses that app gives to you is called API response time. Now, the API usually is between milliseconds, right? It's like very milliseconds, like, because that's how you want from an app, right? That's why you use an app. You click on it, the open the tab open. Now, many a times what happens is in some of the app, you click on a tab, it takes time, which means that API response time is low. If the app works smoothly and you click on a particular tab on an application and it quickly happens in like fraction of seconds, it's the API response time of an application is good, right? Then there is another term called crash rate. This I am sure everyone of you must be aware of. What is crash rate? Everyone. Yeah, it is how many times the app crashes or get the rate at which the app hangs or doesn't respond very much. It's called when, and you know, you many times within the while using the app itself, they'll ask you send the crash report last time, or you get a notification that last time we have not. Did you have ever received that? Like for few of the apps, I've received this message that last time while you're using, we get to know that your app froze, right, or crashed, which is nothing but at a particular frame your app, yes, right. So at a particular frame or something, your app get frozen. You couldn't do anything. You tapping on it, but nothing is happening. You move and you have then you have to forcefully kill that application, right, to restart again. That's called crash rate. So how many times uh, application get crashed or get froze to a particular screen is called crash rate, right? So this is very interesting, right? How to measure that. So the crash report or crash rate is measured like number of crashes divided by total app sessions. So total app sessions. Remember there are app sessions over here. I've mentioned somewhere, right? App length, session length, and session frequency. So total app sessions that a user has gone to, and then number of crashes in its history the app has done, right? Like user basis point of view, and then you take an average from all the users, right? So that's why they ask for the crash report. So let's say I have used a particular app, or I have in total, or let's say for the larger understanding, in total a particular app has around, from all the audience, has around, let's say 5,000 sessions, right, or 50,000 sessions for that example. For the ease of calculation, the bigger the number, 50,000 calculations or 50,000 sessions overall, right, and of which let's say 100 times the app crashed. crash, right? So the crash rate would be what? 100 divided by 50,000, which will be around, let me do the math. So 0.2%, right? So this is roughly around 0.2%. 0.2% is the crash rate. What is the industry benchmark? Anyone? So please let me know two things. What should be the standard? What do you think will be the should be the standard? And why does the crash report or the crash rate matters? Anyone? 0.1% is ideal. Okay. Well, that's very much that's very much to the rated height, like 0.1%. If it's less than 1%, it's good. Your crash report is good. Your crash rate is good. If it's below 0.5%, you are able to maintain, you are doing great. You are among the best, and it's like excellent work done by the application. 0.5% is something that is below 0.5% is something acceptable, right? So if it's less than 0.5%, excellent. If it's anywhere below 1% of crash report or the crash rate, it's still good. Maybe need of bit improvement, but more or less it's fine, right? So that's one. Now the importance of that is, apart from that, it's user engagement and the user frustration that it will create, right? The people will definitely remove the application, will be frustrated, will write bad reviews and all sort of thing. But more than that, your app might get penalized and be removed from the store itself. So Apple is very strict in this case. Google is also, but in Apple, it's in iOS, it's even more stringent. So if you have a huge crash reports being noticed and customer complains about the crash, application being getting crashed again and again, then your app might get removed totally from the store itself, because at the end of the day, it's the store choice that which application they will keep and which application they will not keep, right? So that's like earlier there was few applications which have complained to Apple because Apple have totally uh, say no to keeping those applications on their store, which was little annoying though. Apple also at times play a kind of a nosy boss. But yeah, so they can do that. If there's a crash report on a higher side and the customer complaints are on a higher side, both Google Play Store and Apple can totally penalize your application by removing it totally and not allowing to list on your on their platform at all. Right? So that's a very not a very good sign for any company, or not a very good thing for any company to be app being removed, right? Yeah. Till this, all okay? Everyone all fine? Yeah. Then there is another term which is called API latency time. API, application programming interface. What is API latency time? Anyone? No idea. Okay. Um, So API latency time is defined by two ways, right? One is the interface of an application takes time to connect with the server internally, like for the app itself, any request, and then connect to the server and then comes back, right? And the second is the time it takes for an application to connect with the other app. Let's suppose you are many times, no, within the payment, within an application, you have a you have an other uh, app integrated for the payment. Like for example, if you go to um, platforms like where you have to pay. Let's suppose you buy something and you have to pay. And then inbuilt, you have a payment gateway of UPI or a payment gateway of Cred app, right? Cred app is also an application. You can also pay through Cred. So once you click on that pay via Cred. So the time it takes for this application to connect with the server and with that application to make the entire journey smooth and the entire interconnectivity that will happen, or and then respond back to you basis on the response is called API latency time. Yes. Clear, everyone? So time it takes to communicate with a server, right? That's a easy understanding and example of that. Overall, what I have explained. Make sense to all of you? Now, next. Yes, no, anything, all good so far? Now, what we're going to learn now is that how, now we have learned about, right, that how to organically try to boost your app in terms of stores, how to optimize it on an organic basis and everything else. But how about how to optimize your app organically? Yes, we can do some part over here. That apart from that, how to do the competition analysis, how to do the keyword research and boost to ensure better app ranking, or how to make an advertisement that you can do directly through the app, through these stores. But apart from that, are there any tools? So this, the next part, we'll learn about a tool for which you guys eagerly always wait, right? For to learn about some tools or something like. So, what we have learned is how to optimize your app organically, organically, and then how to do competitor analysis, how to do also keyword research for app store. Now, keyword research is common in SEO and ASO both, but how to do it is different because maybe the same keyword, the keyword, not maybe the keyword which has been used to derive for website ranking or to do the SEO is not relevant for ASO because both the platforms, both the use case and the entire algorithm system is totally different, right? So the keyword research, how to boost and ensure better app ranking. And also we learn that if that application allows to advertise as well, right? So better app ranking. Now, this is what we're gonna do. Largely, we did the organic part directly, how to optimize it on the Play stores or on the app stores. We have done that. Let's see the other part. So for that, there's an application called Now, before we go into the application, of course, much like the other applications or the tools that we have learned, it works on a freemium model. This free version, like limited free days trial, and then there are paid versions, right? I'm going to try to open the application right now, but I'm not sure whether my free trial still exists because I've used it long back, only to teach some in some of the batches of the college. But I'm not sure whether I'll be able to use it right now. If not, I'll try to figure it out something else. But let's see, right? Now that this tool called simply called ASO Desk. Have you heard of this tool called ASO Desk? Right now, this says increase your app's visibility and rating, right? So it defines itself in the beginning itself, free ASO tools about app visibility and how to increase that visibility and rating itself, right? So those who have heard about it, great. Those who have not heard about it, even greater, because then we are going to learn about, right? Now, if you see over here, it starts with 40 days trial. So I'm very certain that my trial period is over because I have logged into it long back, right? But let's see. Now, if you go and see this application itself, it says App Store optimization. Remember this we have learned about in detail. So this is the reason I go to the tool in the end, because then everything is relevant. Whatever we have learned, every phrase, keyword, term that you'll hear will be then now similar, apart from the jumping on a gun and without talking about how the gun to be loaded, we just go to the shoot. So right now the shoot time. Okay, so it says caution. Okay, right. So it's replies and reviews. It also use App Store optimization. It helps to boost our keyword, which I have mentioned over here, how to boost, how to do the keyword research to boost and ensure better app ranking, right? So this is what it does. It does the competition research that also I've mentioned, competition analysis. And then it also give you a lot of internal analysis, some tools and all sort of thing, right? So get 1,000 keywords for free from us in terms of app store optimization and so on and so forth. So this is the tool. It has roughly around 18 million data insights, 34 million, 18 million apps worked with them, 34 million keywords they're used, enabling app to get better and in available in 100 countries. So very great inclusive platform and all sort of thing, right? You can learn about it later on. Now let's try, if you have not used this application ever, you can use this free trial version, log into it and then try the free trial version, but ensure if you not have any commitment to use it further, do not forget to delete it, right? Now, if I go to this login section, let me see if it can get logged in. Hopefully it does. Okay. Yeah. So in the free version, if you see, I have already registered Spotify to learning, and that's why you see in the free version, you can only have one app, right? In the paid versions, you can have multiple apps uh, registered over there to do the entire analysis, competition analysis, and promotion of that, right? Guys, I'm audible, right? Is it clear? My screen visible? Things are clear? No confusion so far? Yeah, right. But in the free version, you can only do one application, which sadly, 1 second. Yeah. So in the free version, you can only do, which sadly I have utilized it, but we will learn it from this data point also. At the end of the day, all you need to do is just add more applications in the paid version, right? So this is right now the app which is registered. Now, country, you can change it here from, let's say, United States to move to India, and favorites, all apps. Okay, my apps, nothing is working here, so tools. Okay, fine. Now let's see, this is a very interesting tool, birthday sale up to 40% off. So I believe ASU has completed some number of years, because of which they are giving discounts. Now you see all these on the left hand side, you'll see all these referral points, which will help us to do the app store optimization in a great way. Some of them will be available to us in the free version, some of them will not be, we'll see to it, right? Over here, As I said, in the My App section, once you'll go over there and register it, you'll get a tab like a Google search button over here, right? And all you need to do is like, it will be a button like this, like something like this you will get over there. And all you need to do is type in the name of the particular app that you want to register, and then you put it and then add it. So like this, I'll just change the country. Let's stay with United States for some time. Let's go back. Right. So right now this has been listed over here. Now, if I go to all apps, I have only one. I'll go to App Store, Google Play. This is, I have registered in Google Play Android, not an App Store, for learning purpose and all sort of things. Now you go to ASO tools and it will render the data, right? It will give all the details to me about the application. I have used just a random any app application or any app which was there for learning purpose, because I don't have any of my own application, right? But you will only do it for your own app because it needs a verification. So you will only, whenever you make your own app, you have to add your application, and then it will show you all the details like how it is, right? It will give you the, so if you go over here and Spotify, right? Right, and I'll click on this over here. See, Spotify. You mostly similar kind of, with Spotify on TV, you can enjoy all the music in podcast. It takes all the data from the App Store itself, right, and put it all the descriptions as it is. So it integrate, or it render the data from the App Stores itself, all the data about the application, and then you will see the breakdown per day in terms of negative and the positive ratings that you have received. So this is the first level of analysis that you could do right away, which is missing on the App Store itself. So it will be available in terms of how much on a daily basis. Like this is from 31st March till June of 2021st June, something like that, right? So every day, how many positive reviews, how many negative reviews for this application that you are getting, right? So this is on, let's say on this day, which was April 16th, I have almost equal number of negative and the positive reviews. Otherwise, largely it's positive reviews and then the negative reviews, right? So this is one data. How much of estimated total views that I have this application has is roughly around 2,45,000 to 245,636 and all those things. Now it will also give you similar apps or the same apps of this category, either or the same app or some other apps by the same company. So you will get the list of that as well over here. You can also do the competition analysis. Let me see if it allows me. Right now it doesn't, right? So all you need to do is you have to add a competition over here. Like right now Spotify is there. You click on this tab called add a competitor, and let's say you add Apple Music to it, right? Or what, Link Music or something else, or Google Music, whatever. You add to it over here, and similarly it will give the data in two windows for both, that what is the negative and the positive breakdown of both the applications, which will give me what? Share of voice. If you remember, share of voice in the app space, what is the share of voice, my share of voice, how much is positive sentiment, how much is negative sentiment, and similarly what is the share of voice of the competition, and what is the positive and the negative sentiment for them. Make sense to all of you so far? Yeah. Now this is where you go to analytics and you will look for, this is not working. Oof. Yeah, back here. Then you go to SO tools. You are on the profile page. It's taking a little slow today for some reasons. I don't know. Maybe lot of traffic on it because of their birthday special offer. So I don't know, but it's usually work very smooth. Otherwise, one second, guys. So yes, you can also add competition here, and then we went to analytics, which is where it's stopped working. Here, so right, you need to upgrade the plan for full ASO comparative reports. Once we upgrade the plan, we'll get it, but an indicative idea in terms of keyword ranking distribution. So which keyword, it will not show you right away right now, but which keyword provided what. This is a demo data like for Nike training club, right? So it will give all those data that which keyword is able to bring what amount of ranking for my application, using which keyword, which how I was positioned and something like that, right? So it will give all those charts available over here. So like if I go down here, you will see app for Nike training programs. You can see previous daily impressions. I was getting 95 impressions. Now you all are aware of what is impression means, current impressions, and the ranking that is secured for me. Since it's all branded keywords, of course, the Nike app comes first, and then I've scored first ranking. The worst ranking for any of the keyword, like for this one, fitness blender, I've scored as rank 4, right, so far, and so on. So for this keyword, let's say futon, right, the best ranking I've scored is around ranking 2, and the worst was uh, also ranking 2. Similarly, you can give all detailed analysis that which keyword is performing what, and for which keyword you are getting what kind of impressions, and what is your current ranking or the previous ranking, and how the movement have been, whether it has changed or it didn't change at all. So like for this keyword NTC, earlier I had no ranking at all, but now I'm getting ranked 1. If I use in this, if somebody will use this keyword in United States of America, and the Nike app will appear. This app, Nike Training Club app, will appear, right? And then you'll see the movements also, the top one, which keyword performed how and everything else. In this, there's a very good, let's say I want to explore this keyword, right? So I'll explore this, and then it will further give me more details. Uh, let it open. It's taking some time, otherwise you'll get the price details. Yeah, you see over here. So for this keyword, Nike fit in, which all as per the data released on June 9, right? Or so far June 9 and June 17 and everything else for each. For a keyword called, which was the keyword? Nike fit. What all applications appear and in what series or what ranking they achieve. So Nike fit, Nike training club get the first ranking, Nike run club gets the second ranking, Nike shoes get third, Nike sneakers had like fourth, and then the fifth best ranking is achieved by Google Fit, MyFitnessPal, Home Workout, Fit On, Star Wars, Samsung Health, Adidas Running, and so on and so forth accordingly, right? So for a particular keyword, apart from me, which all competition is getting what ranking is also you can see, and you can see over here. If there'll be any movements, you'll see over there as well, that if for a particular keyword, excuse me, how my brand has moved in terms of ranking. So current, you can see over here, it achieves ranking 6, then went to 7, then 6, then 7, then 6, then 7, and all. If there'll be huge jump, you will see. So like fit on, you will see a significant change keep on happening on a regular basis for on these applications. And after that, this is quite old data for fit on. After that, I believe it's not more optimized on that particular keyword. Similarly, Samsung Health, this is very recent. You can see till May 28, the last noticed was, this is the movement, and the best ranking they could achieve was around rank 12, so which was a better ranking compared to the past, rank 14 or something, right? So plus 2 moved on. For this keyword, for this brand, say heavy gym logout, you see right now it has worse than the previous recording, maybe -2 it's moved. You can click on this also. It's not working right now. Yeah, so on and so forth. So it's a very good tool for any specific keyword that you want to see, which other brands and how the movement is and where do I stand. You can get all that details over here. Let's say for this one, if I'll say fit on again. Should open fast. I guess you get the idea anyways. Till the time it will load, you don't have to. And you get full results over here further also. Now there's something called live. If I click on the live section, I'll show you if it works. Close this in the live data. There's some glitch happening. Otherwise, it shows the live data for a particular keyword and everything else. I will request you all to go and later on check this platform. It's as fancy it looks as in terms of the presentation and everything else you will see over here is as interesting to also work on. You can also export the data in the paid versions. All this data you can export as well in Excel file, right? And I believe there's some glitch on this. See, this is not working. Yeah, that's why some of the clicks. Let me check again. Oh, that's not you expect from a tool to be so lagging on the day when you need it most to work properly, right? Okay, so I go here. This should come back to report. That comes. Let's say here. So you see the correct. This is the live keyword Nike Fitness in Play Market, which is Google Play because I've registered on Google Play. If you see over there the logo, the Google Android Play, right? So this is the live reporting right now how the ranking is been for a particular keyword. So as if somebody in US will search in their Google Play Store using this keyword, this is exactly they will get to see, right? As and then you can compare also. So of course there's no comparison right now, but that's how you can add the competition in this is a dummy data that I'm getting right now, right? But you can also see for compared to this brand how my brand is doing, and you can just add competition and you will see if it render the data. So competition is already in the list. So okay, let's say look for fit on live data and you will see the ranking changes over here. So oof, we'll see to it if it works better, and you all also check it. Right now, if I go to this, I'll go to let's say favorite keywords. So this will give a huge amount of analytics, and also it will help you to boost like which keyword to pick, which keyword to then utilize and optimize my application and everything else. Just hope it works a little faster than what it is right now. It's really slow today for some reasons. Trying all possible ways to make it work. Because I need to explain it to you all. Whatever works for us to learn, right? Now, this is where you can let it open. You can add keywords, right? So this is where you can add keywords for whatever brand that you have added. You can add keywords. Once it will open, I'll show you. You can just type in the keyword over here. Let's say music, and then say lifestyle. You can say sports. Uh, Entertainment, whatever, and then you can save these 4 keywords, right? So I have added 4 keywords, and it should show me the data here, but it's not showing right now. So I've added 4 keywords to the brand over here, which I need to optimize upon on the Google Play Store. Right now over here, it will show me the history of these 4 keywords for the category. Yeah, so let me will happen when you hang it over here, and we'll see further that in United States, some suggestions also over here, like Spotify for artists, Spotify for kids. You can get the related keywords. So this is how you can do the keyword research, suggestions for Spotify's related keywords, and then the overall impressions that you can get from these keywords in terms of app stores or in terms of Play Store, right? So you can get what impressions and everything else over here, and which keyword is relevant, which keyword is not relevant. Then you close this. uh, right now in the pre version, it's closed in terms of daily impressions, difficulty level, much like, you know, if you remember how what is the difficulty level for SEO or SEO difficulty over here, it's called ASO difficulty. So you can get to see that, and the overall ranking on different keywords for my brand, whatever your brand is. So Spotify, Chai, GarageBand, Pandora, music, and different rankings that right now I am available of. So it will give a great analysis that on which keyword where I am right now, and if on a particular keyword, let's say if on this keyword, let's see, on a keyword of SoundCloud, my ranking is at 6, right? And then you can also see, you can see the history over here, that how the data have been, how the overall performance for me have been for this keyword in the paid version. Then you can also, where is, close this, and in the soundbound you can also explore, much like the previous session that I've shown about, right? So you can explore the date, what is the price point, what is the category, what is the rank history for all these, for particular this keyword, my brand is able to secure, or the brand that I'm working has been able to secure. The data is not rendering, but you get the idea once it's open. So you have the keyword results with the price point, you'll get the category, tough, medium, or whatsoever, and the rank history I have achieved so far. Uh, but and then you can also check the live one, is as I've shown you earlier. If I click on this, let's say SoundCloud itself, live search, it's getting hanged so much for some reasons, guys. Okay. But more importantly, if you see these sections like boost, which we have heard in during the social media session. So let's say SoundCloud, and if I click on the boost, I hope it works. Yeah, come on. So if I go to explore, this is how it will be. Yeah, see. So if I explore on SoundCloud, right, this is the keyword, and on which keyword, what platform are ranking, how we will get the idea. So the category and the rank history and everything else. So swipe CP5 for Spotify, SoundCloud, One World Radio, and all those things. The kind of ranking, these are the applications which are ranking comparatively, and in what category they are into, right? Music, entertainment, sort of thing, that you get to see. And then if you want to see, let's say Shazam, the live thing, right now in the play market in United States, you can get all the data as I've shown earlier. Let it load. Leave it. And then let's say for Apple Music, I want to rank my brand Spotify, right? So this is where, and I want to advertise also, or I want to boost. So this is when I click on the boost, and this is the important part. Right now, this is where you can create campaign. So the image that I've shown, like how this ad is appearing on, let's on iOS store or Apple store, right? The advertisement, and for a particular Marriott Bonvoy, this keyword, this advertisement at the top rank or inorganically achieving the first link. Similarly, for the other one which I have shared for like Instamart or something like that, right? So to do so, you can also advertise from here on. So you can add number of how many installs you want. Let's say I want to have 1,000 installs, right? Starting from 23rd of this month, and let's say I want 1,000 installations. So for which the amount that I need to spend is around $450. Incentive install price is around $4.5, right? And now this is on Apple Play, Android Play Store. What all the keywords I want to optimize upon? These are the keywords. Of course, we can change that. You can add more keywords or change that. You can go to the keyword chart and then change it. Right now, these are the random keywords which this application is suggesting. So note, Google Play apps rank would change in 4 to 5 days after campaign start date due to the Google Play search algorithm. So now this is different from Google search. This is called Google Play search algorithm. Remember, I spoke about that Google algorithm and everything on the Play Store. Yes. So that's how once you go over there, in 4 to 5 days, your ranking will get improved, and you will get overall organic ranking will also get improved, and you get such kind of positioning also over here, right? In terms of advertisements and the top ranking. So then if you are finalized with everything that you are here with, in terms of pricing and everything, you're okay. They will indicatively tell you that for 1,000 installs, you'll get 450, what you call, dollars you need to spend. Since my campaign is running in United States, you can also reduce the number of, let's say I only want 100 installs, and then this is the amount you need to pay. You can go to the keyword chart, but only thing is you have to pay for the campaign in advance over here, right? So it's not like that. So ensure your app has no active A/B test or App Store ads campaigns running. Do not update the app icon or test metadata while the keyword boost campaign is in progress. So this is keyword boost campaign or the keyword campaign, much like SEM that you will do or you do for on Google Ads. Similarly, you do from ASO desk, you can advertise on the stores to pay for a particular campaign to boost your ranking of application on that store, right? Right now, this is the keyword that I'm bidding upon. I can also add more. So like this, you can keep on adding. I'll delete, and I can add this also, and then I can add, let's say, YouTube music also, and then total cost will keep on increasing. And let's say I only want 10 10 10, right? Lot of things. And yeah, and you can add a number of days over here, keep on adding the multiple keywords over here. You can add also go to the keyword chart and get more keywords, whatever you want to as per the researcher. You can add more keywords over there, right? And then you can ensure how much installation you want from each keyword as such, and your cost will keep on adding to it. So 45 here, 408 here. I can say, let's say I only want 80 installations from here, and then keep on adding, right? So let's say delete this, and yeah, okay. And let's say I only want 7, and then something like that. So, right, so 9. So overall, I'll get 180 plus 20, which is 200 installations at a cost of 45, and this overall $90. Got the point? And then you all have to go for pay the campaign using the credit card or details. You can pay for the campaign, and then yeah, job is done. You can also do similarly Apple search ads, right? So that you have to do 2 different campaigns. Since both the platforms are different, you can't do one campaign. Yes, it will only charge for the installation of the application since it's installation based, right? And on App Store, not usually, you only have to pay for the installations, because that's why you're advertising on the apps or on the stores, right? So once the user will install the application, you'll have to pay for it. So then okay, what else was there? So this is how you make the payment, and then you go to this. There's a different platform for that, using which you can advertise. All the process remain the same. It's just you need to do the App Store optimization. This is their own extension. You can do the App Store optimization or Apple search ad that you could do. So this is for here you can do for Android. There you can do for App Store, right? Same process. Nothing changes there. You just go to the keyword or go to the ASO tools. This I've explained. This you can, let's say, review analytics. Yeah. So remember all these reviews which I'm talking about. Right now, individually, it will be very tough to check on a daily basis that how and who have commented and go and other brand need to respond back, right? So for that, you go over there and you just check all the details. You can just put all the filters over there, that what is the newest at first, and then you will check all the reviews which is there on this application for this country. You can check the date also, that let's say last week I have checked already, so I only want to check between say from 16th till today to 23rd. So 1 week, in the last 1 week, how many reviews have appeared on my application integrated by Google Play Console, right? So you can see this is only for Google, right? There's no reviews as such it's showing, right? And then if there'll be any reviews, you can also respond it back using this platform itself. So you don't have to go back to this Play Store, scroll back and check and everything else. All the reviews and ratings, you will find it over here itself. Maybe let's say change the dates. So last many months, right? and it will show you how many ratings in the last, let's say, last 22 days, what all ratings I have received. So I have received 5 ratings, 8,000 customers from 8,171 customers gave me 5 ratings. So entire summary analysis of that also in terms of rating and reviews. And I already explained that why it's important, right? So in last 1 week or 1 month, these are the ratings breakup. On 4,000 customers gave me 1 rating, which is really bad. And then this. Now over here, you'll see in the last 22 days, I've selected the date. In the market of US, I have got total 16,000 responses or 16,000 reviews people have wrote about me. I have not responded to 13,421. So then I can go back and to reply over here if needed or if I feel like that. So I just do so. So these are all real ratings which has been done for this brand in the US in the last 22 days. You'll find over there, and if you think that something needed to be responded, just click the reply button here and then respond back. So it's like one platform for your reviews, to your keyword research. Unlike SEO, you don't have to go to multiple applications. Then you need, in terms of live scoring of the particular keyword, how to boost that, boost the particular keyword in terms of paid campaign, and then get better ranking and sort of things. You can do the review and rating analysis and much more in the paid versions, right? So this is how you can do the, you can read the reviews and replies and respond back. Also, again, there's another tab for keyword boost, which is similar to what we have done earlier. I just wanted to see you can do from 2 sides, from here as well, and then from at the top also. All right. So that's how you need to analyze things, keywords, explore things, see the live tracking for your for a particular category of keyword. What are applications are ranking better? Where do you stand? Which keyword you want to add your application to make it better? How you are competing with the competition for a keyword? How the movement have been for your keyword? Do you think that any specific keyword which you want to boost and do a campaign? Then you can do a campaign. How many installation you want? How many reviews, what are the negative, what are the positive, everything on one platform you can get it. So it's like from promotion to optimization to research and report, everything under one umbrella that you can get. Clear, everyone? Right? I would urge that later on, please go and explore this platform even better, because there's one thing me explaining and then there's one thing you executing. Right, so please go try it on the free version, check it in detail, add any app over here, like go to my apps and add an application, and then you get try all these tabs, see what is there, what is not there, how it works, how it operates, explore it, since you have nothing to lose in terms of exploring any which ways, because it's just a trial version and you're not using your own real application to learn it, right? So always be that inquisitive to learn and explore that. And with that, thankfully and happily, it's an end of email and mobile marketing sessions.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.